Hello, 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 how are we doing? Welcome to another day of the WardiTV 2025 Championship. We're going to get going in a few moments. Videos are underway for our first match of the day. In Group C, SOS, Gerald, Reynor, Spirit, and Nicoract. Heading into that in just a couple moments. Thank you so much, Picard's Bald Spot. Opening the 7-day loyalty chest. That seems like a big thing. Not going to lie. 7-day loyalty chest. Huge. Mine 4th on level 9. Thank you so much as well. Start the day off catching up on everyone's Star Trek Fleet Command achievements. Very exciting. Is that it? Just a couple pinging through. Beautiful. Alrighty. Cool. We're just getting some videos done. We should be able to get going in just a few moments, guys, and kick this off. So thank you for a little bit of patience with us here. Let's just get everything underway. We should be able to kick this straight into action. So, yeah, just missing Reynor, who I believe is playing a very late game scenario against Protoss right now on the ladder. So just need him to get the second game of the day on the second screen going. Otherwise, that's going to be very behind schedule, but I'm sure we can figure that out. Old Republic going to be our opening map. Get this hosted. We at the very least are ready to go on the PvP side of things, so we can get that started up in a second. Beautiful. Alright. Not sure what the third map is of this series. Other ship's gone. Trying to figure out what's not being vetoed. I'm not good with this map pool still. White Rabbit maybe. No, White Rabbit vetoed well. Winter. Cool. Alrighty. Moving players in position. We should be going in a couple moments on this. Just making sure everyone's in the lobby that wants to be in here, guys. And we should be able to go. Is the plan around. As I swap a couple of people around again, just make sure we're all good. Cool. I think we're good. Sweet. Alright, just double check everyone's ready and we'll kick off into our PvP, guys. And we can kick this off. Perfect. Alright, thanks for a bit of patience. I'm still trying to get Reynor to come. Hopefully getting that figured out. Alrighty, let's try and focus up on this PvP though. I'm probably going to be a bit distracted because the match hasn't started, but that's okay. Alright, let's jump into SOS versus Gerald. We're going to start off in the bottom left-hand corner of the map to begin our first match of the day and a little bit of PvP. It is going to be featuring the blue Protoss player in the bottom left corner of the map. It is going to be Gerald. In the upper right, our red Protoss player is SOS. Actually kind of excited to see what the two are going to get up to across the course of some PvP. Have a look to see what this is going to look like, and kind of a matchup here I think as well where this is a kind of fun one for the group right from the start. The PvPs usually are. PvPs have a little bit of volatility to them, but the win in this PvP I feel like could have implications down the line today. In a group where I feel like we actually do have a favorite in Reynor, a very strong competitor in Spirit, a very dangerous Nicoract who's very good in TVP as well. A win here gives you a little bit of wiggle room for mistakes against the rest of the competition, as I do think SOS and Gerald are the kind of players who are going to be scrapping over 2nd, 3rd, 4th place in this group maybe. Like, it's going to be tense. I actually think, yes, Reynor's the favorite, but the rest of the positions in this group really maybe are completely up for grabs. It's a bit of a wild group in that regard, so... With that said, let's get into this SOS on the upper side, put the Inti-cam on. And I'll go and fight Reynor a little bit more, guys. Aye. Who gets themselves into a 35-minute TVP, 35 minutes before that tournament, you know? It's a great question, right? So, yeah, just if I'm a bit distracted right now, guys, blame Reynor. Alright. Couple pros is going to nibble up. Lucas taking some damage, just going to be seeing the Cybercore coming through as well here for a couple of moments, so we get that all underway to start us off. Just going to be seeing the probe chasing the other probe for a little bit of work, and just get that in motion for the next few moments. So a little bit of movement around, trying to see what's going on, trying to see what's coming up. The Stalkers will be on the way on both sides. The Warp Gate's still building up. The probes coming through, and get that nicely online. Settling for the moment. 2 gateways each, 2 Stalkers each coming through initially. And like I say, just kind of going from there and figuring out what will come next from all of this as well. So, getting a few of those bits and pieces on the go. Sentry and the Warp Gate coming through. The Nexus coming about. I'm just going to be seeing a couple sentries coming over as well. So, we get that rolling as we get ready to rumble. Alrighty. So yeah, Twilight Council coming through. The Stargate comes up. I'm just going to have ourselves the couple of shots going down already. And again, just get ourselves into that Oracle is going to be our first starting point here. As I get stuff sorted out on the other screen, I think we should be able to focus a bit more on this, guys. Just want to make sure we got going. And the problem is if the other matches get super off schedule because we start late and then they end up playing long games or something, it can impact our mainstream as well. So I was just trying to make sure we got going ASAP. As you have the Twilight coming up on both sides, Nexus coming through, the Warp Gate coming over, Oracle still about to finish. A Hallucination flies down to see a little bit more of what else is going on. Hallucination going to get a couple pings off, the Oracle peels away, and the Twilight Council will complete on both sides of the map. So we're going to get the Twilight Council finishing on both sides. That will enable you to go into Blink. We get this started. So Blink starts from both players. Again, I always find it wild when one player opens Stargate into Blink and they just have the same time Blink as, you know, the other guy. But then, of course, you've got 3 less sentries. So 1 Oracle versus 3 sentries is basically the tech trade-off early in this game. Oracle has that damage dealing potential. Sentries obviously have a lot they can do as well. If the Force Fields and Guardian Shields come into play as well. But we don't really get to see whether that's going to be a factor or not until much later in the, much later in the day. As that Blink continues on through. Again, a couple of gates building from Gerald, and the Adept now getting through as well. Gerald continues to try and apply the pressure. SOS cleans out and loses a pylon. Feels like Gerald making all the moves, but SOS upping a good amount of army supply. We'll see how it goes once you get to the Blink Stalker count growing. I mean, with Gerald adding on 2 gateways already, we're going to be getting up to 4 gates already from Gerald. So he'll get to 4 gates. SOS will decide what he wants to do. I mean, he's poking across just with the 2 gates currently. Just a question of, I think he's going to throw down 3rd base, whereas Gerald is going to be a little bit more aggression focused in this game. I imagine that's where the differences are going to come from on this one. Stalker Sentry, say we'll gather up. This may be where you can see the sentries make something happen just before Blink is done. Maybe some Force Fields are still somewhat viable here. If we cancel this faster 3rd base, that would be great. Yep, perfect Force Fields. We get 2 Stalkers right off the bat. That's exactly what I mean when I say those sentries can absolutely have an impact. It's just hard to know exactly what they're going to do. To get rid of that pylon as well, so that goes down, and these Stalkers are now trying to push back the other direction, but the cancel of the Nexus, it should be more than enough for SOS. I think you walk away with this very happy. Your own third base coming up to being halfway done. Gerald is still 2 gateways ahead, but SOS moving into a robo facility, moving into a forge, and because that oracle went down, we are now heading into another oracle as well. So we're going to rebuild the oracle for continued detection and information gathering and all the rest of it. So that all comes through as the forge, the nexus, and the oracle. On that production tab from Gerald, his forge will be later, and SOS will also be to a faster charge, which we know is likely going to be a factor as well. A couple more stalkers warping in, battery sets up. It's going to see that forge about to complete, the nexus still coming through, and that oracle goes to the upper right hand side of the map, going to go chasing across and trying to find a bit more opportunity in the next few moments. Oracle all the way over to that far right hand side. Get moving there straight away. Just going to be seeing the 2 adepts going to try and shade in, while Gerald pokes to the front as well. He's way down on army supply. So let's see what we do. We're just going to be seeing the stalker's going to get there. First adept's already taking a little bit of damage, so a few shots coming off right off the bat. The oracle getting around the back, going to come in as well. Get a few hits off, and again, that's just the benefit of like a surprise oracle at this point, because you knew it was only one oracle at first. You killed that oracle. This oracle being remade definitely is a bit of a shocker, and it does cost you as Gerald, but hey, you get 8 workers out of this and the combined adept attack. It brings you into a 4-worker lead, so it was somewhat necessary for you to kind of get some damage done. As the probes returning back to the main base from SOS. Still think SOS is in a comfortable position with the speedier charge. He's actually going to be falling behind on the forge, which he was ahead on the forge, but he's going to fall behind on the upgrade there, so he's going to get that a rumbling. There's a couple more units warping. Colossus coming up, charging the +1 building. Temple Archives and the battery coming through as well, so all of that's still coming online and into play. And get that running on through here. Probe chilling on the bottom side, hallucination moving through, charging the +1 coming about, thermal lance and the +1 as well. Two more Archons, just getting morphed straight into place right now. Just going to be seeing our products facility from Gerald. Getting into a bit more of a macro PvP. What is it about Gerald? I feel like he's always getting into like macro focus kind of PvPs. I don't know, he just has a knack for getting into this sort of state of the game, which, you know, that's not a super crazy thing to state in some ways, but then PvP is not a matchup that naturally ends up here a lot of the time, so it is a little bit interesting that Gerald finds himself getting to this sort of point of the game so often and so frequently. So yeah, definitely a little bit curious. As do you have thermal lens coming up from SOS? I mean, going to Colossus, someone asked me the other day, Wardy, why don't we build Colossus? I said, I think they suck. It's really difficult to get to Colossus, I think, and you're going to see an example of that right now. We do have a couple. I mean, this Colossus is going to do well against the Zealots, and to be fair, I think this is going to be okay for SOS because he was in a lead when he went into Colossus. My problem is that if he steps on the map, he's going to be a little bit more exposed than he usually would be. He's not on a high Zealot count. I mean, Gerald's army's not great either. It's very Zealot-focused. There's one single Archon in there. But I do think those Colossus are the Colossus are just going to have to really be careful, and SOS not taking a faster 4th base because of this as well. I do think there's a lot of issues with having gone into the Colossus production as of right now. We just see the few Stalkers, the Zealot, the Colossus still building up, Prism in the +2 attack on the way in as well, so bringing that over also. Hold on now. Hey, SOS's army's going to have a lot of splash in it, and if this is Zealot heavy from Gerald, there's absolutely a world in which he's in trouble, especially when the Colossus can always hit the Zealots. It's one of the main things. It's not like you've got like an extra, an excess of Archons as your bonus splash damage, and sometimes they can't always fight. The Colossus will always be shooting here. So they will always be dealing that damage. They will always be working their way through the Zealot lines. Let's see what SOS can do. He is on equal army supplies. He pushes over. Upgrade is about to finish from Gerald, by the way. And you can see Gerald readying the surround here, pulling off over to the right to wrap onto this army if it pushes through. Like I said, Colossus will build you a little bit. We're going to go for the full wrap around. There's no Warp Prism here, so there's not going to be much opportunity to do much about kind of getting away from this. You see the Colossus starting to run, but as soon as the Stalkers blink back a bit defensively, you see the issue, and now the Colossus get jumped on as well by the Stalkers. SOS, he's honestly doing okay against the Zealots. He's not doing okay against anything else, and the issue is he's never going to get away with any of these units. Like, he will lose everything in this trade. A few Zealots show up. We try and play the split seas on them just to try and keep them alive from the couple of disrupted shots that are trying to find their way in as well. And at the end of it all, SOS's attack is completely shut down. Gerald taking a convincing opening game, I think, at this point. But it's wild because I do really think that SOS was in a good, solid position earlier. And yeah, I think Colossus... don't get me wrong, I think Colossus can work in PvP. But I think they have such a niche role. And like I say, I actually feel like a lot of the time SOS would have died going into the Colossus, but he was far enough ahead initially that he didn't die. Gerald didn't have a scary enough army. But you see the weakness of the moving across the map. Again, they're lacking mobility. Maybe we just shouldn't have moved across the map without a Prism as well. You know, the Prism micro potential could have maybe done a lot for you, although I'm not sure it saves you. And having no warpins into the fight, right? You're committed to that fight and your opponent is rebuilding into it while you are not. There are so many things that went wrong with that fight for SOS that we can kind of label it to. So again, not trying to put the blame fully on the Colossus, but it's hard not to feel as though he did something a bit quirky and different, and right off the bat, it just kind of backfired. So a little bit of a funky one. 10,000 feet for map number 2, and into the second game, and see if SOS can get his feet underneath him. Wait, was it central? I thought I might have hosted from west, central, west. This one's central. I presume they did play west first game. I'm getting confused because I hosted the other game so late on. The servers are mixed up in my head. Yay. Freaking Reynor, man. Showing up late. Playing off race in the ladder to delay the tournament. People wonder, why does Reynor not get invited to these events? He's a troublemaker. That's all I can say, a true troublemaker. We'll head into game number 2 in a couple of moments here. SOS and Gerald coming up. Just waiting for everyone to join the lobby. So many casters, day 7. I'm trying to remember 7. GG and ready, we say, as we kick this off and we get this one underway. We're going to be going SOS versus Gerald, followed by Gerald versus Nicoract, and then we're going to work our way through all of the Nicoract matches. So Nicoract versus Spirit, SOS, and Reynor. Then we're going to go through all the Reynor matches versus Spirit, SOS, and Gerald. And we finish the day with Gerald, Spirit, and Spirit, SOS, which could be some pretty cool ones. So, let's see how all of that goes. Get into that very, very shortly here as we are counting down into, as you can hear, this next game. Let's bring everything back to where I needed to be. Hotkey us into the game. And in the bottom right-hand side, our player who I do feel like had a pretty good start in that last game. And just was not able to necessarily get enough done on the follow-up. Maybe didn't have the best of setups on the follow-up or whatever. Blame it on what you wish. It is going to be SOS in the bottom right-hand side. I just think a lot of things went wrong at the end of the day. I do think it's hard to pinpoint that failing game on one single thing overall. He probably would have still been in game if he didn't decide to push across the map with no prism. So... SOS in the bottom right. And it's going to be Gerald on 10,000 feet. Looking to get this one on the go. Just to see what is going to take place. So, we get ready. We get rolling. Number 2 on 10,000 feet, get that on the way up, and yeah, we'll see what this PvP has for us. Sorry guys, my head's not quite in the game yet. I think just a little bit of a stressful start and stuff, so my focus isn't quite there right now, but working on it. I promise we will improve. Flick the focus switch on a little bit. As you see, Proby chasing Proby. Just around for a couple of moments. Going to get over all the way to this far left-hand side. That probe going to end up taking a little bit of damage here. And the probes will come and clash. Obviously, it is 2 gateways from both players once again, so that part of the game is going to remain constant to before. There's going to be a difference in openings, though. We are going to see the double Stalker from Gerald, while SOS will go double Adept. And open up the possibility of a little bit more of a harassment-focused style for himself, so... we'll be able to get that on the go. As we get this moving through, a couple of Adepties, the Warp Gates, like I say, all coming up for now. Both players. And we'll see. Obviously, the Adepts take less gas, so you do potentially have access to a quicker Stargate or tech structure in general. 2 Stalkers on the way out again from Gerald, so he's going to go to 4. Well, we will see just a sentry actually on the way from SOS, so he chooses to go into the sentry more so than anything else here. Absolutely fine. As they continue to settle on in, the warp gates continue to come up. I mean, we're actually blocked with this pylon, and what's awkward is the Adepts don't kill the pylon quickly, so we're going to stop. We're going to hit that pylon. That's going to give time for the Stalkers to get across the map. The Adepts are still going to be here. They don't really have a lot to fight against Stalkers right now, apart from the sentry. I mean, you could force field a Stalker in, but I just don't think we have the damage output to capitalize on it anyway. So, a less than ideal scenario here for SOS, who, in the end, it doesn't matter too much. Gerald just backs away, but just feel like he wants to maybe be in a bit of a better position than that for the most part, as those couple of Stalkers hitting the Adepts again. Twilight Council still about to finish. Stalker, Warp Gate coming through, the Stargate on the way from Gerald. The Nexus is building. A lot of that coming by as the Stalkers reposition. The Adepts still shading their way around here and there, moving about a little bit. Couple sentries and the Stalker pull up to that high ground. The Adepts going to come back around on the upper left-hand side once more, looking to see what their opportunity may be in the next few moments. And Stalker and sentries all coming about, bring a lot of that online just for the moment. There's our Nexus and the Oracle on the way through too, adding on a robo facility on top of everything else there. The Gateway and the Blink still being added, and we do see the single Adept negotiating up the ramp here initially. Oracle going to take a little bit of a recharge on energy. That Hallucination will be out onto the map for a couple seconds as well, so Hallucination will move across. Again, scouting info going to be critical. If we can keep up with that, that would be amazing. The few Stalkers from Gerald are falling back. He's got the Oracle. This game he goes Stargate into the Robo facility, so way later Blink from him if he ever goes Blink, way later Twilight Council. Let's just like underline it at that for now. So the Blink's going to be, something SOS has and Gerald does not, and we're going to be able to start seeing SOS potentially taking advantage of that Blink. We'll see how much map control he takes, we'll see how much he tries to focus on pushing out onto the map and so on. Those things definitely do have possibility and potential, I think, to see some success here, so something for us to look at and think on as the Stalkers and the Sentries still gather themselves up. Just seeing the other units still gathering around as well. The Hallucination Pop's going to start moving through. Again, there's that Blink about to complete. Nexus is very much so on its way in from SOS. And the Pylon, the Probes reducing on in as well. The two Adepts head around that left-hand side. Stalkers will set up. Twilight Council and the Gateway going through. The Probies gathering together. The Immortal is going to be right there as well. Still getting that charge coming through. And again, we just got our Stalkers settled on that left-hand side. Joining up for the moment, our Stalker's looking for a Blink into the main base. And we'll be able to get in after a few of these probes already. So a few workers going down right off the bat. It's going to be 3. Getting the Immortal a little bit. The Stalker's taking some shots in return. Force field's come down, but that is going to be pretty much just that already. That is going to be the cleanup right there. So that will be a shutdown across the board. As you just have, again, charge coming through. A couple of probes, and that Gateway still continuing to come by as well. So a lot of production there. Continues to just come up for now. A few more workers going down once again. Again, look at like Stalkers getting warped in. The charges coming through. Immortal in the Blink. Building also. That Hallucination just pops and heads out once more to the upper left-hand side of the map. So, off onto a journey we go. Starting an adventure over there. Again, Resonating Glaives will be starting. The Immortal coming through. The additional Gateways, Probe. Little bits of everything just coming online as we speak. The Stalker's going to gather up with that Hallucination underneath. And, I mean, if we blink into this main base, there's Immortals, so that's going to be a very bad ending. Just a lot of Immortals in general, and as we add on the Glaives, you're going to have a good answer to the charge upgrade that is coming up from your opponents. It's going to make it very difficult for... I mean, basically you're seeing the very typical kind of Immortal Glaive push, but it is going to be difficult. This is why it's strong, because what do we really have from SOS to play defense against that? Blink Stalkers die to the Immortals. Zealots die to the Glaives. That's the combination that makes this difficult, so then you're going to have to find a particularly good fight for yourself, so that's going to be something that we have to come looking to as well. Oracle going to ping down that right side. Pylon is already in some trouble there, taking some fire right away. Just going to play cleanup on that. Stay Sword catching a bunch of those Stalkers. And again, the Prism and the Adept coming through. The Resonating Glaive still halfway done. Additional gates in the Nexus coming up. Pylons in production from SOS. So all of those Pylons still coming by. Going to regather the Stalkers. bunch of those stalkers go out toward the top. I'm just going to see the resonating glaives. It's not really very far from finishing here. A few more depths warping in. Stalker's going to show up. We're going to actually recall a couple of the Immortals. I mean, I like that we forced the recall, but then what? I mean, we do not have a lot of units over here from SOS. He's down to on the army supply. I mean, he's just down in this game. He's down in army supply. The third base from Gerald is already building. Leads a major issue. He's going to recall these Stalkers now. And again, honestly, we only recalled 2 Immortals there. I feel like maybe there was some potential to maybe even fight those 2 Immortals with the Stalkers we had there and then maybe make something more of it. Instead, you're kind of the one that's kind of getting bullied. SOS losing probes as well as he's not mining off the main base currently as well. And now these other 2 Immortals just show back up. And now I just don't think there's an opportunity. These Stalkers are also completely stuck in their own SimCity. SOS struggling here in the PvP, and I just don't think he has a way out. Gerald looking to take the first matchup of the day, as he will go 2-0, and that's such a huge result. Especially, you know, in these sort of groups, we've seen it throughout the groups A and B already. But in these sort of groups, when you get a 2-0 in one of the contested matchups, that can obviously give you such a great edge in the tiebreaker. It can take so much pressure off you later on in the matches. So that's definitely a big dub there. And we're going to go and take a moment, and what we'll jump into next, guys, is going to be the Gerald versus Nicoract series. So, get that started shortly. Get that ready to go. Cool. Alright, just messaging SOS, let them know the drill. I don't think SOS has ever played one of these Wardy events before with these kind of 5-player groups, so just letting them know how things are rolling. He's just got a little bit of time waiting for the other match to finish, basically. What's up, Josh822, coming in with the Prime sub to start us off. Thank you so much for the Prime, mate. Appreciate it. This could be a fun match coming up. Nicoract, who I really look at his chances of getting out of this group, really relies on some of these TVPs and him having some good TVP today. I actually think Nicoract is a pretty good candidate to get out of this group, if I'm going to be completely honest. I really look at it and think that he is a player that can 100% make it through this. So, yeah, he's played well this year. He beat Reynor not so long ago in a Monday Cup as well, 2-1. So, I think there's possibilities at the very least. Possibilities at the very least. Josh822, thank you so much for priming us up. Appreciate it. First sub of the day, first tree edition of the day. I see exactly where you're gonna go. Bam. It's really funny. Every day I look at the tree, some days I'm like, man, I see it in a whole new light to before. I'm like, wow, I see spaces that weren't there yesterday, you know? Alright. We are gonna go into whichever map these players veto down to, which is still in process of being figured out. So, figure that out, and we'll get this TVP ready to rumble for you guys. How's everyone doing today? Thanks for joining us. Videos have begun. Ruby Rock, Mothership, Celestial Enclave, White Rabbit, Tidal Citadel, all taken out of here. Still have Tourmaline right now left in. Tourmaline, Old Republic, Winter Madness. One more, what's the other one? Tourmaline, Old Republic, Winter Madness, and... Just can't for the life of me imagine a 9-map map pool anymore. Like, I just can't. White Rabbit? No, that's vetoed. Tourmaline, Tidal. 10,000 feet. Yes. You know what? That's one of the ones I never forget as well. God, it's so hard to remember 9 maps. I swear down. All right, one more veto, and then we'll get ourselves into some picks. Dum ba da dum dum dum. Bum Will I properly introduce the players this time? Do you want me to properly introduce the players? I can give you guys the player introductions of a lifetime if that would change your opinion on how the day's going. 10,000 feet gets the veto. I would have figured it out if Gerald had vetoed any faster than this. Tourmaline gonna map B-map 1. Alright, awesome. So there's gonna be some TVP here. Nicoract versus Gerald. Nicoract is known for being that sneaky Terran player, and like I say, he's had a lot of success in TVP lately. You want improper player introductions, the most improper? Well, now I'm impasse. One YouTube chat wants one thing, Twitch chat wants another. Am I covering Reynor versus Spirit? It will be the 6th series of the day. We stick to our usual order. We do 2 matches at a time. We do the first match on Wikipedia, on the top of Wikipedia, and then we will do the other sets from replays later on. Why is Cyril not playing? I presume he did not fancy taking part. Probably not enough prize money to coax him into playing some games. Alright, 7 casters, what we had before. No, we've got 8 casters! Who have we gained? Another French caster, I think. So yes, you will see, on our stream, you'll see some Reynor games a bit later on. The first Reynor game we'll do is Reynor Nicoract, which is Series 5 today. And then we'll do all 4 of the Reynor games in a row. So from Series 5 through 8, it'll be Reynor, Reynor, Reynor. And yeah, I don't stop people from streaming their own games, even if we're not covering them on the main stream right away. Because I think it's very good to have people stream their games, so he is allowed to stream even if we're not going to cover them. I know that puts the results out there. If anyone spoils it, I will just permaban you and not even think twice about it, actually, to be honest. Is Reynor's match played at the same time? Yes. It will be casted later. Bottom left-hand side, our blue Protoss player is going to be Gerald. He takes on the red Terran in the top right-hand side, Nicoract. Game number 1 of this best of 3. So, we get this TVP up and running. And like I say, Nicoract has had a lot of success lately. It's actually been a great year for Nicoract. I'd love him to make the playoffs because I really do think he's had one of those years which has just been like full of surprises, full of shocks. Like he's taken series off of Max Packs this year and Reynor, and you know, oftentimes he's taken, you know, matches off of Protoss players we don't expect him to. And TVP especially, I feel like has been his forte in terms of just being able to come up with some funky timings and some, you know, fun builds that make it very difficult for the Protoss to push them into, you know, some very difficult scenarios. So yeah, excited to see what Nicoract can do. Gerald will be our favorite, as we just have the probe of Gerald moving across to the upper right-hand side. Try and see what is going on. See if it comes up. Probe actually gets locked out, and we'll just try and be a little bit more annoying for a couple of moments there. Just try and still poke through that depot for a little bit and see if there's anything more we can do, but the answer is realistically probably not much. As that SCV is going to come out on the other side. Getting over there. Trouble for the moment. Just going to be seeing the Reaper obviously on the way. I actually let the probe in, but that means the Reaper will be able to come and kill the probe unless we do something spectacular to save it. So probe will go down, but he gets the full scout, so he sees the factory first, right? So he confirms exactly what kind of timing this is going to be. So you get to see that from the very get-go. Again, the command center building up. Factory on the way over. Adept will chase, Reaper will take a few shots of damage, so a couple of hits just coming by. The Adept is going to be there. Reaper's going to take some damage as well if it gets too close, and it can obviously get away, but you want to be careful. One too many shots, and the next thing you know, that Adept shading on top of you, and that Reaper has no escape plan, so gotta be pretty cautious with that. Overall, as you do just see, the Adept there is going to poke Mr. Reaper back away, and bam, there you go. It takes a couple shots in the high ground, Adept low ground gets the kill, and that Reaper goes down. A little bit of a shame because Nicoract's going to go into multiple Reapers and Hellions here, so you should have 3 Reaper, 2 Hellion. Instead, it will be 2 and 2. So just a little bit less firepower, a little bit less grenade possibility, a little bit less fear factor if the Reapers hop up into the main base, right? As the Adepts do finish a shade here, I'm going to start taking some shots. Can't shade away just yet. They'll get a Hellion kill right now. So we will, in theory, we should lose both of these Adepts. I would imagine this Reaper goes down because the Adept will always shade on top of it to guarantee the kill here. Ooh, mistargeted. Still gets it. Okay, so we are going to be seeing the Reaper coming by and is going to be able to fall as 2 Adepts go down. I mean, at the end of the day, Adepts are the sort of thing where as you lose the Adepts, you're losing some of your early defense as the Protoss player. The Terran is going to have a few more early units with the Marine production that's on the way, so it takes away some of the defensive potential, so I think you like this as Nicoract. A trade against those Adepts is decent. Yeah, the Reaper Hellion didn't run into the mineral line like you maybe really wanted it to, but you did get rid of, like I say, 2 Adepts, and that maybe opens the door for a bit further down the line here in terms of what else could go on. Barracks will build up. SCVs and the tank and the Marines still coming over. It's going to see a hallucination overhead as well, and that blink is still just a few moments away from being done here in the next couple of moments. So we continue to bring that up. Banshee tank and the Marine coming through. Barracks is about halfway done. The other Hellion still poking around just for now, trying to see what else is going on. Medevac boosts over into the main base. Couple Widow Mines will unload, and burrow. Bam, bam. 2 workers go down. Almost lured both those Widow Mines back into the Medevac for now, getting us out of there. Oh, the Stalker's going to get rid of the Medevacs, just going to take that out as well. Going to be another nice little catch. Hallucination just a little bit poking. Starport going to move over the side, going to drop down onto the reactor. Stalker then is going to be about to try and do a little bit extra as well, going after that Hellion. So again, Hellion taking some damage. Oh, the Banshee intercepted, middle of the map. Nicoract going to turn it away and will actually keep it alive. Oh my god, the blink wasn't enough. Oh my god, that Stalker caught it. The Stalker on the side got the shot off, and he will get the kill. I thought it was going to stay alive even after the blink, because at first I was like, surely there's a blink, and then I was waiting for it, and then there was the blink, and then... yeah. Alright, well, charge coming up about halfway done. Temple Archives, the Forge coming through, the additional probes. I mean, not a great start from Nicoract. Feels like everything he's trying to do is getting shut down pretty swiftly. As he moved into Stim and +1, I'm just wondering if he's in that kind of position where he is just looking at like a 2-base shove here. The problem with a 2-base shove when you've had an unsuccessful start is you've obviously not been having, you know, the initial damage done. Your opponent is probably going to be as strong as possible when it comes to actually dealing with your attack. So that does make this a little bit more tough as the 3 Marines get that. Hallucination gets chased away. We do see Stimpack +1 combat shield all still building up at this current point. So Gerald, just with full information, he sees everything in that base. He's got every bit of info he could possibly ask for, apart from just knowing what, you know, Nicoract is thinking. Exactly. I mean, that part is unscripted, at least for Gerald right now, but good thing that it is, because it's pretty much the only thing that's unscripted. He knows everything else, as Nicoract does start a 3rd CC, so he is going to move into a 3rd. I think he has to. I think any sort of attempted 2-base push here was just going to fall apart very quickly. So I think Nicoract is instead going to, you know, push himself toward a bit of a later stage game now, and that's going to be very intriguing, because that's not what we know Nicoract for. We'll see. I mean, maybe he just goes from 3 base and, you know, gets aggressive from 3, but Nicoract in general, the more bases, the longer the game goes, the less confidence I have in him, just because, again, I know his specialty is in that earlier stage of the game. It is in forcing the earlier scenarios to kind of go in his favor, especially in this matchup. Now, that's not to say he can't win longer games, but I would say he's more of an underdog as the game progresses. And we also, I think it's fair to say as well, Gerald's never been an early game player either, right? Gerald has always been much more of a later game guy. Gerald just has that knack. I mentioned about the PvP. He always finds himself in longer PvPs. He kind of has that influence on most of the matchups he plays. Like, if this game can draw out, Gerald likes it. Because even if that's not necessarily good for the matchup point of view, it is good for Gerald's point of view, because he is that sort of player who will play more drawn-out games, will take chances he gets given to kind of play into the later stages and just go from there. It's going to be intriguing, because Gerald kind of ignored the fact that Nicoract was over here. Uh-oh, Zealots are going to jump on those siege tanks. We are going to stim at it. We should have lifted those tanks into the medevacs realistically. About to have a storm. We could have repositioned the tanks further back. I'm not sure what Nicoract thinks is about to happen here overall. He does get rid of the Zealots pretty decently. Now he's going to stim and split into this. He's going to start running through the storms a little bit. That's a really good storm in the left side. Did a lot, but we actually do lose the High Templar, and every single Templar goes down. Now we can lift up with only one Stalker remaining. Not enough anti-eye left over. And Nicoract has an extreme amount of success here. Denied 4th base. A pretty good fight overall. That's the full medevac that's taking hits, by the way. Gonna have to be super careful with that now, as the High Templar will feed back the other medevac. That's the empty one. We are safe sitting here for the moment until another feedback's available. That medevac's low enough that it will go down. Now, Nicoract's reinforcing. If you stay split up, that obviously opens the door for Nicoract's reinforcements to jump on some of your split units. So Nicoract looking to free that one medevac of units before anything bad happens to it, hoping he can maybe save the day for those guys. So yeah, he's going to get the Stalker here. By getting the Stalker here, that does open the door for this medevac to boost over, unload, and we are going to be safe once again, although the medevacs will still hurt. At least the units got out of it. Woodermine's actually going to do a good job softening up a bunch of these Zealots here. Where's Nicoract going? He's got a bunch of units walking home. He's got a bunch of units just sat in the bottom. I don't know what's just happened. I think he's just mishotKeyed at some stage. Because what I think just happened is that he left the medevacs off the hotkey and the units that came out of the drop on one hotkey, and all the other units were hotkeyed, so they started running off. And now does he get overwhelmed? He's actually going to take this fight, and it's looking okay, but we are almost back to a decent amount of storms here from Gerald. It's just a weird moment. We do see our first EMP coming down, hits some units, but doesn't hit the High Templar, and there's the Prism in the main base. The backstab from Gerald, as he will look to capitalize here, getting into this mineral line. Zealots are going to come charging through. SCVs already having to pull away and retreat. We're going to deal with this decently so far from Nicoract. What I don't love is that he's pulling SCVs into that fight. That SCV kill counter is going to start rising very quickly. I get it, maybe you felt like you needed to buy yourself a little bit of time here, but man, you are killing yourself by giving those SCVs to the Zealots. 14 workers now down. Gerald is going to continue to maintain a great work count in this stage of the game. Going to push into this third base because Nicoract's pulled all the way back into the main and natural. Even more SCVs are going to be in a ton of trouble. The storms are going to zone them into the background. We missed the EMP on the High Templar there as well, so we do not remove the storms we need to. And with the Prison Warping, I think Gerald is very close to overwhelming here. We actually don't have storms right now. It's just a massive Zealots. Is that good enough? Kind of want to say yes. This Bio Army is hurting as well. Stimmed a lot to kind of run around the bases and play defense in the last few moments. So in that regard, things have definitely not been ideal at all. Two upgrades coming about. The medevacs, SCVs, and the Sense Tower will build as well. The factory pulls back over to the right-hand side once more. I mean, my issue is that Nicoract just lost so much economy. I actually really think if he preserves any amount of eco during this, he's in an okay position because the army supply of Gerald is dropping off. But that's the power of stabbing over here, of pushing over there, and just kind of putting yourself everywhere initially. It really does so much for you, as now the Vikings are going to come across. We are going to chase after that Prism. A couple of these Zealots start to go down. Bio going to get jumped on at the front. EMP's coming down as well. A couple of Zealots trying to get cleaned up. Let's see the Zealots going down quickly. Nice EMP on the High Templar, and we might be able to chase through. We actually still have a 30-ish army supply lead as I was speaking. Now 20 for Nicoract, but man, these Zealots are just an issue. Constantly showing up. We need to get rid of this Prism in the main. We need to stop the Prism in the main and maybe just make one push across the map. Now, Gerald has a bunch of money to spend. We will kill the Prism here. One Zealot unloads, so that's going to be at least a nice little pick-off. Like I say, Gerald does not have army supply in comparison to that of Nicoract's. But does Nicoract have the confidence to step out across the map right here and just send this? I think that is the most important question we can be asking at this current point in time. I think that is absolutely the most important question we can ask ourselves at the moment. 2-2 upgrade still halfway done. The rest of the Zealot Archon coming across as well. Taking a second, just going to pick off the pylon. Pylon on the bottom side goes down. Just going to see the Nexus in a little bit of trouble as well. Next pylon going to get targeted. I like that. And that storm kind of stops the Zealots chasing through, because it means that you can't really justify the Zealots taking that sort of damage as well. Man, if these medevacs had some more energy, that would be great. not being able to heal up on the back end of that storm, right, is really brutal. It's the sort of thing that's very costly. We don't have a lot of energy on the High Templar here, so there's not a lot of storms available unless they're in the prisms. They're going to go for flanking storms. Oh my god, we're going to get pushed to the corner. There's nowhere to go. We lift into the medevacs. We run away. We will not lose a full medevac, at least as Nicoract gets down to this low ground. Now this is awkward, actually, for Gerald, because he's running around the corner. The Zelds are arriving before everything else. If only this army wasn't doomed to die on red hit points. We're going to float into this corner, and then what? Sit here? Wait? I mean, you can threaten from here. Can you find a way out? It's going to involve probably another army coming from across the map. Gerald's still down in army supply, but it's just not true. Because the reality is that so many of these units are hurt and beaten up that this army is going to wash away with the slightest sprinkling of water. And that is the issue. You just cannot, as Nicoract, I think, retain these units at this stage. Like, what he's going to reinforce with, the free, like 25, 30 supply of units here, is going to be not enough, I think, to genuinely make a fight. These Zelds will run across on their own accord. Nicoract has established a 4th base during this. I mean, he is still going to keep himself with chances. I'm not going to write him out of the game, but I don't think it's a pretty position. He scans overhead. The Zelds are already poised. One of the issues as well is going to be Gerald going to base number 6 already. So getting base 6 online is going to be a whole new problem for Nicoract as well. That economy of the Protoss is absolutely starting to boom. We lost some... I think we lost 1 medevac here. I think there was 4 originally. As the storm came down to try and again tickle away and clean out. I think there was another full medevac actually that... Or not full, but partial full that went down there. So Nicoract... I mean, he's going to move to the front. This forward base might be in trouble because he's going to show up. There's no map control for Gerald somehow in the middle of the map. He has no vision of anything happening there, so he's going to be a little bit slow to pull in. He's going to lose the side defense at least. Gives you a chance as Nicoract to fight against the first couple units that show up. An EMP onto the Immortals there would be amazing. Did that not hit the Immortals? That's crazy. I could have sworn that EMP hit right on the Immortals, but their shields retained. As we're going to pull back. The first round of Zelds getting dealt with well on the left-hand side, but we then have to deal with the Zelds from the right. The Planetary Fortress holds, but the natural will need some actual defense, and Nicoract again has to expend a stim to get back there just a little bit sooner. These medevac's still in trouble. The Vikings getting pulled away as we mishandle it. There's the Void Ray showing up, and that's going to be the end of these medevacs. Bam, bam, bam. And at the same time, Nicoract has not exactly had fun on the other side of the map. Gerald sitting on 92 probes. His economy absolutely booming in comparison to his opponents. And Nicoract still has an okay army supply, but how long can that really continue to last for at this stage? He probably really can't at this point. It is the reality of this situation. Like, we are probably just too far gone. Especially because Gerald just has so much money available to him. Another High Templar 2 out of the Prism. High Templars may not love the Ghost coming in from that left-hand side. And again, maybe this time we actually lack Zealots. The Zealots are over here going to fight the Planetary, which once again is going to get repaired up. Then the massive Zealots in the main base. And again, this is what Gerald can afford to do, because economy from him has been maintained all the way throughout this. Just going to see those Zealots getting back onto the Planetary Fortress top side of the map. And, yeah, this game just went a little bit too far gone for Nicoract. He had some great moves. He actually had some great opportunities. He gave himself some chances. I really think if he just had that defense against the Zealots that little bit earlier on when I mentioned, you know, you can't lose that much economy. Imagine he maintained economy in that moment. He might have been okay. Gerald is really trying his best. Like, this army in the front shouldn't be there. Because it just doesn't need to be, first of all, because the Zealots are doing enough, but also because, like, it has no support to it. It's actually kind of a flimsy army. So he needs to be a little bit careful about that, at least. So we actually are going to get the Prism here. Nicoract is going to free himself from the confines of Gerald's grasp, at least for the moment. So we continue through for a little bit longer. Bio Ghost going to come around. Stalker's going down already. Just going to actually catch these Immortals. Going to get 1, going to get 2. And the Stalker. I mean, hey, 170. There's 54 army supply. 9 Zealots warping in. Obviously going to make that look a little different. Stalker's playing forward. We EMP and Marauder them up. Feedbacks go down. We don't have a Storm just yet. Another feedback. So we're looking at what? Remove the EMPs. If we don't have Storm, though, if we have no splash damage, does this Terran army go down? 1 Storm. Nicoract will just step through this because he's eager to fight before more Warpins come in. And Nicoract says that he has a bit of life left in him. The High Templar are going down. There are so many Zealots. We need to be choked up here as Nicoract. We need to try and stop these Zealots from getting a wraparound, especially with how many there are. Another High Templar showing up. This army's low. We split forward. The few Marauders there are going to be in trouble again. You're seeing exactly what you want to see as Gerald, which is that these Storms are forcing a response from your opponent. But you are going to be losing bases. Now, Nicoract could also, if he knows about it, run to the top left base, that one up there. is absolutely a guaranteed kill if he wants to get it right now. That would reduce this game down to 4 bases each, and all of a sudden, Gerald does not have the boom in economy he once had. So yeah, this base is in some trouble. I mean, I don't see anything showing up. Okay, he's going to recall those probes. He's going to try and expand to the bottom right-hand side of the map instead. I actually don't hate that Nicoract doesn't end up in a longer fight here because he was low HP, he was low medevac energy. He could really do with a couple of moments to get reset again. Zelda Morton coming back through. Resources lost 23,000 to 35,000. Shows you just how inefficient Gerald has been with his armies. Again, I think he's taken some bad fights, Gerald. I think it's fair to say there's been some moments he's shown up when he just shouldn't be there with tech units and exposing them. You can see Zealots running on the right side. We're actually going to be able to handle those pretty well. We're going to lose out. We just need a couple more units to step over, but it does mean that Nicoract was able to kind of stay close to the other army, which is on the front door again. Obviously, Gerald feeling the pressure right now. He's added on disruptors. That's going to be a micro request from Nicoract if he wants to see some success right now, as he is still scrambling together with the scraps of a Terran army at this stage, realistically. So he is trying to figure his way out of this entire situation as well. I mean, it is not a fun place to be in as Nicoract, because it does feel like you're in some trouble. He's going to chase down. He has eyes on that army, 30 army supply ahead. I think the main thing right now is he doesn't see the... he doesn't see, like, storms available. And if you don't see storms or splash, I think he likes the idea of being able to take a fight. He's going to actually get a dive on a disruptor there, steps away from this one. It's not even going to get close. As you see an EMP onto the Immortal. The bio army on the bottom side is going to be an issue for Gerald. I don't think he's got a warp in over there as well, so he's going to lose one of his important mining bases. That disruptor shot gets split from, so we're actually going to make this an okay trade. Okay, Zeld's on the other side. Nicoract will lose SCVs. I'm not sure if he's got reinforcements nearby. He's going to make a play. He just wants the Nexus, but he'll turn onto the army if it wants to give him the fight. And Nicoract is going to fight his way through this. Vikings will land, and Gerald has to say GG, because he could not, for the life of him, find a single fight in this game that was good outside of killing SCVs. He had one thing he could do and that was kill SCVs, and that felt like it was going to be enough. But every single fight that Gerald took was horrible. I mean, every single time Gerald's army stepped on the map, it felt terrifying. Because it was never really solid. There was a couple of times he had enough High Temple to storm, but when he had enough storms, I felt like his army actually wasn't in a good enough position to use them. That's crazy. I mean, just efficiency and, you know, retaining your position in the game there. Some crazy business. Jeez. All right, we're going to take a second as we hop into game number 2. What a crazy opening game. Nicoract gets the first map win. We're going to go to Old Republic for map 2 as well. Hey, you know what? I came in with the hate as well. I said I don't believe in Nicoract the longer this game goes, but he held himself in good stead there. He kept himself going, and he really persevered when the going was tough. There's a couple of times I really thought he was actually going to be down and out. I thought the damage done was absolutely more than enough, but it was not. And so he comes out alive. He gets to the other side. Actually a bit crazy. Gerald outplayed him so hard. If Gerald outplayed him so hard, he would have found a way to kill his army. Like, this isn't even the freaking Imber, like, Terran army that no one can beat right now. Like, this wasn't like Liberator camping. This was low HP, low energy medevac bio units with some ghosts. And it wasn't even a stupid amount of ghosts either. Like, Gerald's, the reality is that Gerald did not move his army into a position where he could fight, because he truly believed he was just going to harass Nicoract out the game, and I was 100% behind it. But when you look back on it, Gerald had so much economy to switch away from what he was building. Nothing was keeping him on the army composition he was at, you know? Nothing. And yet, where was he? He was on that same army composition the entire, the entirety of the game. So, I think, you know, in the moment it all looks good for Gerald, but when you look back at it, you have to be critical that he didn't do the one thing he could have done, which is actually take advantage with his advantage. Like, there's a point he doesn't need to send 25 zealots into the mineral lines. And at the end of the day, like, maybe I neglected to point this out as well, because I was also just caught up in the Gerald hype train. But at the end of the day, Gerald is also just throwing thousands of minerals into mineral lines. And yes, he's killing a lot of SCVs, but like I say, he's never really killing enough army. And then you're not improving your own army with that advantage either. And like I say, like he had some storms, but I think in this day and age and against these armies, storm alone isn't enough. That's why you generally see a couple Colossus. There was multiple times when that main army of Geralt was just, it was caught in a fight and there wasn't even... I think that was the thing as well. Actually, if you just stopped to send some zealots to the main army at certain points, he would have actually seen so much more success as well. Because there was actually multiple times where the main army from Geralt looked okay, but you need the zealots to be in front. And he had 0 zealots with the main army because he was so concerned with just having 10 plus zealots in 2 different mineral lines that then the main army got chased away too. So I think there's just multiple different ways to look at it, and to kind of, you know, maybe there's a point where actually just letting up on the gas pedal is good for you. Because there was a point where killing 10 extra SCVs was not worth the 15 zealots that he threw at him, right? And to be fair, I think Geralt was very close to being enough anyway. Because also, like at the end of the day, if Nicoract doesn't get to that forward base, he runs out of money and he can't stay in. But just before he gets to that forward base, he knocks the bases of Geralt down. So if we just stop him that little earlier, Geralt probably does still succeed as well. So yeah, I think just accounting, you know, I see a lot of people saying, how does Geralt lose this game? But I think those are the reasons why. I think those combined scenarios is what happens basically. Coming up, orbital and the command center coming through as well. We get that underway, we get that started. Just gonna see our next is coming through. Warp gate coming about, a similar on the way by as well. We'll take a couple seconds to get settled into place here. Just gonna be seeing the factory and the command center coming online after a crazy game 1. Sorry, Nicoract is up 1, score is wrong. Just too busy yapping away. And so it comes about, factory is going to finish up. We have the Adept and the Warp Gate coming over. Twilight Council and the Nexus will come online as well. It's just going to get that going. The Reaper pokes over here. Going to throw a grenade down. A couple of pros going to take some shots. So that's why that Council comes up. We're going to see confirmation of our initial tech choice in this game, so we get that on the way through. The couple of Marines and the Hellion there are going to get in after the Adept. Again, that blink in the Warp Gate about to finish, so we get upgrades moving through. Just going to see the couple gates coming by. Marines, Hellion, and the Medevac coming up as well. Just get those gates coming about, so we get that coming through, get that on the way. Then blinks halfway, Medevac popping, SCV's producing, Tech Lab's coming about as well. And those couple of gateways just coming online then, so we got our probes and our blink coming with it, and the Hellions will get to the top side. There's going to be a Reaper there, so we'll just get a few shots off on the probe already. And we're just going to get a kill. So third next is from Gerald. Tank and the Banshee from Nicoract. I mean, again, I would imagine his bread and butter still in this matchup is going to still be kind of focused on the earlier stage of the game. To me, again, that is where Nicoract typically has looked the strongest and felt the strongest in recent history, so intrigued on that. Is just have your Marines moving about as well. We just have the Medevac in the top corner. We'll move around also, so a little bit of motion coming through for now. The Stalker's going to get there. Hellion gets chased away. See the Stalkers heading down to the bottom side as well. Just going to get those moving across just initially. Again, next is about a finish charge coming up. Banshee, tank, and Marines all building through. Bring that online, and Banshee unsieges the tank just as the Stalkers walk up this ramp. It's a little unfortunate. Stalker's going to blink in for a siege tank. That's very daring. Does that pay off for you? We're going to blink for them. We don't have high ground vision. Blinks to the corner, recalls. Yeah, loses one more Stalker. That was a very daring play from... Gerald, and I would not really say it paid off at all. I don't think that was enough to justify the investment in. And now we're going to see Nicoract going across the map. Double army supply currently. Charge halfway done. I think an important part of this right now would be if you can just stop charge from getting online. Well, Banshee, super low, doesn't go down. That's actually big because we can keep that alive. That's a big damage dealing unit that we're now going to just keep alive for that little tad bit longer. That's going to be a major plus for you as well, no doubt, as the charge continues up. The gateway and the probe production continues. The SCVs will be there. The Marines stepping through. Adept will shade onto this army to keep track of it. We're going to blink to the side. We do get rid of the Banshee. SCVs not stopping to repair. Both Banshees go down. Stalkers getting away. A couple of them low. We've just lost a lot of Stalkers this game. We do now have charge. We've bought enough time. You know, Nicoract's been slowed down a little bit. First warping of Zealots comes through quickly. And at this stage as well, when Zealots show up, you want a couple warpings of them because then you can really outnumber. These Marines going to get intercepted on the reinforcement wave. I'm kind of surprised Nicoract didn't expect that to some extent and kind of, you know, come across the map to try and maybe, or kind of like halt his progress across the map because he was clearly going to kill the third anyway. Now, do we get home? I think is going to be our big question mark. We still have these SCVs. Tank's going to push the Stalkers to a blink back, so that part looks very good as well. I mean, we might be kind of making this happen, to be honest. We might be getting very close to what we need at this current point in time. Going to be seeing the Marines are going to still fight. We do see the Zealots, though. They do get their jump on this, and now these units start to go down, and everything gets cleaned up from Nicoract. So Gerald will clean up this army. Can he keep going? And next round, Zealots warped in. It's all the way at home. That's why losing the Banshee sucks so much. I feel like with the Banshees here, you still have a little bit more potential. There's no defense for Nicoract, though. How many Zealots? What can we really do with these Zealots right now? Not too much. The tank was focused on the Stalkers. These Marines are just unupgraded, though, so that's going to be absolutely brutal, and I just don't think we really have what we need in this situation right now to keep this going. We are going to get a few more shots off, a little bit more being done, continue to try and get some damage in here. Just going to be having a couple of Zealots still getting shot. The Banshees will come over, just going to get ourselves a little bit more value still. I mean, I like that we built 2 more Banshees, but we've lost 22 SCVs now, and I don't think Nicoract really has another shove in him in the near future, so I do feel like that part is probably coming to a close sooner rather than later here, as we just have, again, Storm coming up, +1 armor upgrade coming by, Stimpack Combat Shield, Concussive Shells, and the +1 attack coming up as well. All of that continues through just for now, and we have ourselves a Storm from Gerald. He is going to be able to get himself into a much more comfortable position here than what he was originally sitting in, so he's going to improve his position heavily. That's going to be a major help for him. Big positive. And yeah, I think this one really is definitely on track to go a lot better for you. Now these Banshees get caught as well. It's going to feel even worse for Nicoract, who was hoping to maybe use those Banshees, get them across the map, and peel units out of the way for the rest of this army to show up. These Stalkers are just so oppressive. You try and move out on the map, the Stalkers are there, they're backstabbing you. Reinforcements all can cut off immediately as well. And that's just going to be the Stalkers continue to pick through, and those Marines going down also. That Storm is finished as well, as Nicoract will show up to the other side to a recall of Stalkers, and that is going to be, simply put, all they wrote. The Marines pulled back. We are going to be seeing the stim onto the pylon for a couple of moments. Knock down a medevac, and again, just going to slip by. Oh, going to eat a first Storm. We have no medevac healing available here. Tanks are not going to do much. We do blow up the High Templar, but there's just no way to fight the rest of this. Gerald shuts down the aggression and is going to tie the series 1-1. We're going to go to a game 3 between Nicoract and Gerald in our second series of the day. Gerald trying to get to 2-0 in this group. Nicoract looking for an important 1-0 start in what is a very tough group, so every single game is going to count for a good amount. Going to host into Winter Madness here for game 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Ready. Let's do it. Game number 3 coming up, guys, into the deciding map between Gerald and Nicoract. Let's get this one on the go, and let's see what happens on Winter Madness as we start this off. We run into a deciding map. I mean, I like that this goes to a game 3. I like that it's going to get close. Let's see how this rounds out as we get moving. In the top left-hand corner of the map, our blue Protoss player here is going to be, to start us off, Gerald. And he takes on the red Terran player in the bottom right corner. It is going to be Nicoract. Are other matches happening simultaneously? Yes. We have 5 matches that are played live. During those 5 live matches, 5 other matches take place. And we will cast those 5 matches from replays as Series 6 through 10 on the day. One deciding game. Very exciting. We have an SCV across the map from Nicoract. This probe is scouting around for anything sneaky, and the timing is spot on. That SCV is going to get in. Engineering bay block is on the cards if that's what we're looking to do, which is going to be to force Gerald into an awkward situation early, and especially because the probe scout timing has checked for the engineering bay. He's not going to come down to try and go for kind of a denial to the engineering bay block, so Gerald thinks this is an absolutely free expand to him right now. And the reality is this engineering bay, it's not even just going to be slightly on the way, it's going to be completely up. So at this stage, Gerald's real option is to more or less go into the 3rd base location for his expansion, which is not fun on this map because it's quite out of position. It's exactly where the Terran wants to push on early. It's a much more open space to attack into, and I imagine that that will build into Nicoract's idea of what happens next in this game, which is probably going to be to show up with a little bit of aggression in his opponent's face. So there's the factory first as well, so we'll knock command center super quickly. So the engineering bay is high HP, so it's not easily denied, hence Gerald does have to basically put that 3rd base location down instead of the natural. And I think you're going to leave that engineering bay there a while as well, because if you cancel it too soon, there is a world where Gerald could cancel the Nexus and build it elsewhere. That's already unlikely, but the longer you go and keep the engineering bay there, the more likely it is. I mean, right now, Nicoract could cancel the engineering bay and start a CC a bit sooner, but he clearly sees the value in keeping that on location, so just wants to maybe even make the first unit stop and kind of deal with the engineering bay as well, perhaps. Like, if that stalker kind of stops to kill it, you know it's not coming across the map, you know what the first units are going to be at that point as well, so there's a little bit of value still to be gained from this. The stalker is going to go across the map, because I think Gerald's realizing, well, if you've got this engineering bay here, surely you want me to come and kill it, and I'm not going to waste time, because you're just going to cancel and get money back. At the same time, like I say, that money is still invested in the engineering base, so the money back aspect of this has not come into play yet, so it is costing Nicoract a little bit more, because the Marines are going to get a probe. So the probe goes down. 3 Marines, soon to have a Cyclone as well. It's going to make this pretty fun, because got to be super careful with these Stalkers, because the Cyclone can absolutely, he's going to bait them in with the Marines as well, I think. Stalker's going to start kiting back. Cyclone blocked by the Marines. Can't get the lock on if you're getting blocked. And as you lock on there, he scans because he wants the high ground vision. One Stalker turns around, but one Stalker's not enough there. And that's going to be a dead first Stalker, and a second Stalker in a ton of trouble. It goes down as well. 2 Stalkers dead, and Gerald doesn't even have Warp Gate finish right now. His second gateway is yet to complete. And Gerald is not going to be loving this for himself at all. He knows he's in trouble as Nicoract walks across the map with a Cyclone and Marines. And Adept here, there is a battery. How do we approach this? What do we do? Do we just lock onto that Adept and drain the... I think we just drain the battery of energy. Like, if you just start hitting this Adept and getting rid of that battery energy, that's a win for you already, because that's going to slow down Gerald a lot in terms of what he can do. It's going to remove the battery energy for when extra units show up. Now the Adept goes down, we energy recharge. 2 Stalkers here. We recharge that first battery, but there's a second battery as well. Both Cyclones now locked on. There's a lot of damage output. Cyclones obviously do want to pull back, try and stay away. Probes will go down as they're out of reach of the batteries as well. 3rd battery finish. I mean, even just forcing triple battery is such a big deal at this stage. We do lose 1 Cyclone. Nicoract loses the lock-on there onto that Stalker. Was that just a length of time of the lock-on? Like, I feel like he was still in range. Maybe just stepped out of it for a second. Blink is going to be done soon. Gerald is going to get a defense. I mean, Nicoract sent everything across the map, completely believing in the fact that he would be able to get more damage done. And Gerald knew what trouble he was in, so he doubles down on the batteries. And he is going to be able to make a defense out of this. After losing his first 2 units for free, Gerald finds a defense and is going to manage to hold on. Keeps this game alive. He's actually about 7 workers ahead right now. I do think there's an issue in this game for Gerald, which is that he still invested a lot into that defense initially. Third base only just coming down now. And I love that Nicoract. 2 more barracks is going to double down into kind of bio-tank. I do think there's a very good shot that a push from Nicoract could still be very deadly as well, so... Again, Marine tank building up. The Stalker's going to go for a blink in the main. I mean, harassment like this can go a long way. It's something which Nicoract does not have a lot of units to deal with right now. Going to lose Tech Lab on the factory, so second siege tank will not be able to dig in immediately. You're going to see just Marines and a Cyclone to fight this off, and that's not ideal, and that is where Gerald is going to find himself maybe with some opportunity. That blink was a failure, by the way, so he's stuck in the corner, going to have another recall. That recall coming down. We do see the Stalkers finally getting away. Another bunch of units lost. 6 Stalkers lost this game, so a good amount being knocked down over time. As we do have our Marine tank coming back across. It's going to start moving out onto the map, so we're going to head out in the other direction here initially. Good amount of Marines, a couple of tanks, so you are going to have Stim pack with this as well. Stim's a big deal because Stim actually does kind of make this a little bit more deadly. Loses another Stalker straight away. SCVs will do some tanking. Another Stalker goes low, but now we at least do have Blinks available. Blinks back. Cyclone lock on remains. He loses vision as the scan radius ended. The Stalker's low. The thing with the Zealots right now is, especially with Stim, as these Marines are a little bit more scary than usual. Tanks, do they want to siege up? What are we going to do? Catching a few Zealots between bases. The weird thing is this third base has so many batteries on it. I don't know if that we really want to fight here. 2 of the batteries already drained of energy, though, so maybe we do. Zealots are now going to have their charge. Remember, we are not going to have too much overall here as Nicoract reinforcing. The extra round of Zealots coming through. He's still pulled back. Now the tanks are going to be the focus of the Stalkers. GG gets called, and Gerald takes game number 3 of this series with a defense. Can I just request that all the people who are balance whining show up right now and start balance whining the opposite direction? How can Gerald lose his first 2 units of the game, fail a recall, and still hold on against an all-in push? Where are you guys? Where's the balance whine? Come on, Twitch chat, I'm disappointed. Ay, ay, ay. Speaking up when it favors you, and being quiet when you realize you're a heckin' idiot. Good job, Twitch chat. You're on top marks today. It's almost like it matters what the players do within the game more than just straight up, it's balance. He held because Terran took a bad engagement versus a fortified base. No. What happened was that Nicoract saw an opportunity and Gerald had a good response. Almost like when Nicoract in the previous games had a good response to what Gerald was doing. Ay, ay, ay. Like, how can we use one argument on one side, but we don't use our brains on the other side? Why don't we do that? Why are we only allowed to use our brains and initiate in the fact that the game is not just straightforward in a certain way? Come on, guys. Come on. We can do better. Alrighty. Up next for us is Nicoract Spirit. Give me a second to sort this out. We'll get ready to resume. Cool. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Let me throw some invites out, guys. Progress into this soon. It's going to take a little moment or two for that to catch up on the lag. Cool, cool, cool. I'm gonna murder players. Ay, ay, ay. I swear down, in 2026, the WardiTV rules are changing. Wondering why Nicoract never sieges tanks in the last game? I think he just preferred the DPS output, especially against the zealots of the tanks unsieged. If I had to guess. Tanks do a lot of damage when unsieged. It's just, and so he probably just felt like, well, if he sieged, he loses that damage output while they're sieging, and then they get jumped on and killed too quickly. So, and he was obviously trying to step back as well. But imagine it's a little bit like that. All right, let's get into Nicoract versus Spirit here, guys. Cool, cool, cool. All right, so yeah, I'm gonna murder the players because one guy after look, I'm just gonna go on a mini rant at the start of this TVT, so bear with me. Spirit in the bottom right, Nicoract in the upper left. So this series is a replay series because despite asking the players what days they can play and basically giving them a choice of showing up whichever day they want to, despite that being extremely lenient, not forcing anyone into anything, one of our players decided that after telling me specifically which day they could play, they would then just pre-play all of their matches. The best part was that they asked me, and before I replied, they sent me replays. So before I even replied that it was okay, I got replays sent to me. So even if I said yes, they'd already presumed it was going to be fine. Now, the best part of this is that kind of screws up the schedule a little bit to some extent, because the schedule of the games is built around the live matches leading in from one to the next very easily, very comfortably. But are you guys ready for the next part of this? Because one guy then pre-played his matches, I've just been sent literally right now, out of nowhere, I've just been sent a bunch of other replays telling me that a bunch of the other guys then decided they would also pre-play their matches. So now, instead of having 5 live series today, we're going to have probably only 2 live series, unless the schedule works out and goes the other way. That is, that's spectacular. So next year, if anyone does that, I'm saying this right now, and you guys can hold me accountable that this is not just a knee-jerk reaction. This is me stating it right now. Next time someone pre-plays without permission, they're not just gonna get told that it doesn't count. They're gonna get disqualified. So that's my new ruling, because I just can't, like, at the end of the day, like, I would let people pre-play as well, but I can't just have the entire group being pre-played without me even knowing about it. Casualty of being accommodating? Yeah, pretty much. like, you guys know me. I do my absolute best to help the players out. I'm always talking about trying to make life easy for the players, trying to make life good for them, simple, you know, the best, you know, as accommodating as we possibly can be, essentially. But, yeah, I just can't keep running tournaments where, like, you guys have an expectation, you know? It's a trust thing as well. You guys show up, and I always tell you guys we cast as much as we can live. That's not true in this scenario, because this is a replay, when I didn't want it to be. And, like, sometimes stuff comes up, but certain players just decide they want to pre-play all the time. So, yeah, it's just going to be a DQ. Don't play in the tournament if you tell me a day, and, yeah. Now, I don't blame the second guy for then sending me a bunch of replays, because he's obviously just taking the initiative that, hey, it's okay, because it was okay for this guy. But, like, not anymore. This is it. I'm making a stand from here on out, because I'm not doing this anymore. Especially not in, like, I know it's not the biggest event of all time. But, like, this is the biggest event I do. It'd be nice if some people took it seriously for a little bit. Alright. Reaper Hellion gonna fight here as Nicoract is gonna get a couple of shots coming down. Grenades coming about, some damage being done. So we get some hits in there straight away. Just gonna be seeing the Hellions getting turned down. Medevac Marine Tank continue to come through as well. And we get a rolling. Thank you, Johannes Force, for the 2-month resub on the Prime. Also, thank you, Omega BWI or BWL. Thank you so much for the sub. Also, we'll get you guys added to the tree after this. When is Reynor going to play? That's a great question. I don't know anymore because I am changing the schedule as we go because I am actually clueless. I have no idea. I don't know the schedule anymore. So you will see the games at some point because at this point we're going to have to change schedule because everything's completely off track and not the way we thought it was going to be. So yeah, I do not currently know. But I will do my best to find out and let you guys know as soon as I know. But right now I've got no clue. Spirit, another drop into the back. Couple of SCVs going down, so a little bit of damage being dealt here initially. Cyclone locks on. Marines will take some damage. Hellions will come over. A couple of Marines still going down as well. It's going to get the Order Turret coming down. 5 SCVs will fall, so just going to be seeing... I mean, that's a pretty good little drop in from Spirit. The worker count here, 36 or 32 currently, so definitely still within reach right now. We just have ourselves, again, the Raven coming up, the Interference Matrix coming in on either side, Depot coming down, Raven coming over. And we just get this Raven and the Matrix continue to come across to the other side of the map. Marines come through. Command Center about to start up in the main base of Spirits. He's going to go to triple CC while Nicoract will still just sit on the 2 bases for the foreseeable future. So, getting that into play. So, y'all going to see the Cyclone able to get the Raven right there as well. And again, the Ravens come through. Marines and the tank come through. Interference Matrix coming over. It's going to be seen after units coming down this center of the map as you just see the starport and the depots coming on in. And yeah, this barracks loads off. And I'm going to go in over to the sides. And just going to see it moving across and landing. Apparently we're going to walk into a tank siege. We're going to drop matrixes. We're going to try and siege and return. Order turrets coming down. I mean, Nicoract kind of gets cleaned up, so that just doesn't really go anywhere. Sorry, guys. I mean, one of the issues of this being a replay is the whole point of the tournament is that we do the live matches, so I don't have to observe during the live matches, and so I can handle the other games going on at the same time. But now that that's not the case, now I have to observe and somehow admin and somehow host games and all the rest, so fun. Alright, tanks, Vikings gathering up. Just going to be seeing the Ravens overhead on the natural. 1-1 upgrades, the stim pack coming through. The engineering base will build on the natural. And just going to be seeing the extra units coming about. Stim coming on. We'll get the 1-1 upgrades building on engineering base, but overall Nicoract is going to be in some trouble as well. So just continue to keep that going. Army going straight across to the upper left-hand side. The rest of this army from Nicoract will gather together. It's going to be seeing our units going to keep on pressing up. Cyclone gets in. A couple of Marines go down already. And we will have ourselves a little bit of a setup here. Tanks will just siege. Vikings overhead. I'm just going to move around. 1-1 upgrades. Going to be further ahead for Nicoract. Will that come into play here against a tank siege? Very likely that no, it just will not. So, kind of watching for that, see where that goes. Again, the 1-1 upgrades and that stim coming through. The 1-1 on the side here from Nicoract as well, coming into play right now. Again, the barracks build. The defense tower comes up. Refinery's on the way through. We just have the reactors coming in across the board. Vikings will shoot. Medevac goes down already. As we just see, the tanks will siege, and the Marines are going to try and take a dive forward. Matrixes go down. These tanks are going to get jumped on. That's a good fight for Nicoract. If there's a way back into this supply-wise, that would definitely be it. Like, he's going to win this fight. He cleans up pretty much everything. He will even be able to chase down the Vikings a little bit to some extent. Vikings realizing that they're going to be kind of important trying to save the day here, so they fly off up to the top and try and buy a bit of time. At the very least, though, Nicoract has reset this a little bit at least. Let's just have our Raven pulling back down the bottom. So Marine going to be gathering. The few other Vikings are joining up. Again, Marine Medevac coming over. 1-1 upgrades and that combat shield coming through. The armory building. Barracks on the way. We just have our Vikings going to try and get back into the natural expansion. So we'll come straight in there. A couple of Marines are going to stim at this. The siege tanks as well will continue across. We are going to be having ourselves the Vikings getting cleaned up already. So that's a shutdown. We did kill 8 SCVs though, which again, you can't really complain at as Spirit. It's going to be a question of how well does he defend when Nicoract comes across the map. TVT is the matchup of defense. Let's see, you play the... I think you have kind of a situation here where... I mean, I just don't think you're going to break through as Nicoract, is what it comes down to. And he's still down a lot of workers. Fourth base coming in. I mean, if he can deny the fourth, I think that's got to be his goal. I don't think you're playing for the win off the back of that previously decent fight. I think you're playing for deny this fourth base. And if you deny this fourth base, then there's going to be potential, right? Because then you're going to get your own fourth base up. You can play catch up on the SCVs. Right now, 79 workers from Spirit is going to be an oversaturation. And tank's just going to connect and... GC. The Vikings coming back over to the top side. The Marines, the tanks, the medevacs just going to be gathering up once more, and we just pull back up to the top once again. Still got 2-2 upgrades coming through. Combat shield and the vehicle weapons coming in. Marines and tanks building. Medevacs and the Liberator coming through as well. The rest of those Marines still coming around, and we are going to be seeing the tanks sieging. Marines are going to get underneath, and we are going to be seeing the other army trying to step forward here immediately. I mean, good denial of the fourth base. Spirit has no pressure on the other side of the map, and in trying to defend the fourth position, he's taking some losses. And now Nicoract is reinforcing with a 20 supply lead in this game. 2-2 upgrades about halfway done currently. Combat shield coming about. The vehicle weapons is coming online as well. That Liberator is going to take a turn and just go sieging up onto those tanks. It's going to look to keep that back as well. Good tank shot there. Gets rid of the siege tank in the front. Those Marines are going to go chasing. Anti-armor missile comes down. Going to chase straight through, and we are going to be seeing the tanks returning fire back on the other side. Marines, tanks, coming back down the left side here. Marines will continue to take some damage. Orbital command, going to be lifting off, pulling over to the sides, is going to be falling in the next couple of seconds. SCVs trying to do some repairing here. Marines on the top side going to get in after the tanks as well. I mean, we kill the natural. I mean, Nicoract will lose a lot of supply, but he's kind of breaking through otherwise. I feel like it's going to probably just be okay for him. I don't think it's going to be too bad of a situation. Again, CC pulling back over. This entire base has been knocked down. Spirit's just down 50 supply here, and it looks as though we're probably going to have ourselves a Nicoract game 1 victory. Good turnaround. Again, came down to this defense over here that was really, really solid from Nicoract initially. Regather in the center of the map. So we set back up in that position. We do have the rest of this army around the right side. The army of Nicoract pushing forward and looking to capitalize on what's been a good game for him so far. Medevacs load up and we get ready to boost. tier 2 upgrades will complete in those engineering bays. And the rest of the marine tank just stepping forward. Just going to be seeing the missile turret going to be there. Again, medevacs in the top right side are going to boost straight through. We'll jump on the Sense Tower. Another Liberator going to siege. Just going to get in after the orbital as well. So we get underneath. Big drop into this natural as well, so we are going to be seeing at least Spirit's going to give himself a shot by having some potential action here, but the reality is, I think, is that this is not exactly going to be game-changing because he's just so far behind in terms of a base trade. He's so far behind in what's on the map as well. Like, this base trade could not go worse. GG's, and Nicoract takes game number 1 of this best of 3. So, thank you so much, Joe, Johannes Fours, and Omega BWL. Thank you so much for the subs. Get you guys on the tree. We'll head into game 2 of Nicoract and Spirit here in just a second. Yeah, guys, I really don't think I'm being unreasonable. Like I say, the players basically pick which day they can play. Some players come back and they say, hey, I can only play Group A. Some players come back and they say, hey, I can play any day. But when you come back and you say, hey, I want this group or this group, and then you ask me to pre-play all of your matches, then maybe don't sign up into the tournament in the first place. Or maybe tell me, hey, I can't play this group. Like, if something happens and it comes up, sure. Unfortunately, the player that's done it has done this many, many times over, so it's also not their first offense. So, and honestly, I was going to let it slide until now I realized that their actions have basically encouraged all the other players to start doing it, which is just not what we want. So, yeah, it's just a thing, is all. I'm just slightly tilted, to be honest, but it's all good. I will actually just not invite them to any tournaments again, is probably the easiest solution. So we can go with that approach instead. Be a little bit easier. Alright, sorry, I'm just hosting on the other side. Why are people not accepting the lobby invite? Sorry guys, multitasking. They're all Protoss players? Yeah. It's actually my way of hiding my Protoss discrimination. Alright, let's resume on through. Let's get into this next game, guys. We are going into game number 2 as Nicoract leads 1-0. Taking on the Orange Terror in the bottom left-hand corner. This is Spirit. And we get ready to rumble and kick this off and see what will happen. So, Depot's coming down, gets set up here, and just going to be seeing the command center, cranking through a few SCVs. We are going to drop a barracks over to the front as well. Just going to put that straight into place here to start us off and get that underway. So, barracks coming down, the refinery coming up, the SCVs continue over as well. SCV will pass the other SCV. Just going to high-five each other there for a couple of moments. So, just going to be coming through, and we're just going to be having the orbital coming up on both sides. And this SCV does a low ground. It's going to go patrol about a little. And obviously we are looking for an expansion in these early stages, one would imagine. Just going to put a bit of pressure on. Just going to get ourselves the SCVs, like I say, nibbling at each other once again. Nipping at each other's heels to try and get some damage dealt. We are going to see this Marine popping, gets the SCV kill. Factory still coming through on the side of Nicoract, and the command center building up as well. So we got that all on the go. And the SCV Spirit pulling back down the bottom left side. It's going to be a Reaper from Nicoract. That will obviously take some map control here. Bit of a scary map. It's pretty quick across the sides, and there's a couple ledges to utilize, but you can go base to base without really going up and down ramps and stuff. So it's actually quite easy to send your Reaper across the map, unlike the usual scenario in TVT, which is that usually if you send your Reaper across the map, there's always going to be, anytime you go up and down a ledge or a ramp, there's always going to be that danger you take the first shot and then potentially start entering a losing fight, Reaper on Reaper. So, a couple things for us to think on just in general as the Reaper Hellion continues to move on by and we get set up for the next few moments still. So, a couple of Reapers gathered together. It's going to come over for now and see if they can put anything into place out on the bottom side of the map here. Again, Factory is producing a Hellion on both sides of the map as well, so that Hellion production has continued. And we just see our starport dropping down in the main base as well. It's just going to get that straight into place. Starport into position. Well, the unit count's at 3 Reapers, 2 Hellions from Nicoract, 2 Reapers, 1 Hellion from Spirit. It's going to be, I mean, I would say there's a bit of potential for poking for, but then the bunker's a big deal. What there is potential for is the Reapers to go into the main. And the Reapers in the main base right now could just be the play, and then if you distract with the Hellions running by the bunker, just look like that's maybe the idea. We actually have 2 Hellions and the Reaper at the front, though, so 2 Reapers in the main base I like a little less. 3 Reapers I think is just worth the commitment. Like, if you're going to do it, then do it full commitment, right? And now you lose your units as they get jumped on. And now these Reapers are just going to pull back as well. Yeah, not great. Nice moment for Spirit early on. But we do chase back through and we get a car in return. However, now your Reapers are in trouble because this Hellion is not going to give up chase. It's going to be able to go for everything. I'm pretty sure we catch on the jump down there. We do, and that Reaper goes down. So that Reaper falls, and we are going to have ourselves everything else just settling back up. Raven on the way on both sides. Cyclone and Marines come over. Just going to be seeing the tank, the Marines, the Raven continuing in production for the moment. The Hellion will get turned around. And again, just see where else we're going to go as the production continues through. A couple of SCVs coming about as well. The Hellion continues out to the top of the map. So we'll journey across just for now. Again, Raven and Matrix coming up on both sides. Just going to have ourselves the bunker. The Marine side, couple of depots coming up. Refineries on the way. Army of Nicoract heading down toward the bottom left. I'm just going to sit out the front for a couple of moments. Gonna see the Raven coming over. I'm just gonna be seeing the Matrix coming through. Tank and Marines coming up. Hellion returning back. Hellion just gets back down the bottom. So again, join up over there for a few moments. Settle down. See what the next step of this game will be. It's very passive TVT. I mean, obviously we got a little bit of Reaper Hellion aggression, but we're kind of building up into this moment right now where things will get a little bit more exciting, a little bit more enticing. Bring this through. Ravens join up. Hellions go across the map already. Just gonna see the Cyclone locking on, so just gonna be able to get a couple of shots there, getting a free Hellion already as Nicoract is threatening with the rest of the army coming toward the center right now. Spread just taking his third base, so He's kind of happy just still kind of playing the defense here, not really doing too much of anything just now. Just letting this continue by and continuing to set up at the moment. I mean, we move back to the middle of the map again, so just gonna come about here. Green tank wagon gathering about. Around that right side, again, just gonna be seeing a Marine getting picked off already. Just gonna be seeing the 1-1 upgrades, the stim pack coming through, have an hour. Defense tower building up as well, so bringing that into position right here. A little scan out, see what's going on onto that army. Nicoract's position is good, but he's not really pressuring the third yet. Like, he's ready to move on to the third and maybe do a little bit extra, but he's not actually doing damage on the third just yet, so... Vikings and the Ravens gather and settle. Just going to be seeing this army of Nicoract pulls all the way back home. He's going to give Spirit a bit of freedom. Maybe Spirit gets on the map right here as well. I was just going to be seeing that Hellion taking a couple more hits, and maybe Spirit has this chance to move out if he wants to. You can split about. A couple of tanks pulling over to the side. Again, all those upgrades coming up just for a moment. And we have ourselves the... Again, just a couple medevacs and Marines of Nicoract moving back toward the center of the map again, so... We take another position. 2-2 upgrades, starting up from Spirit, Combat Shield coming by, Marine, the medevacs, the tank coming over, just going to see Nicoract still heading down to the bottom here, so again, just going to get across for the moment. Down to this bottom left-hand side again, bunker will come through, the Cyclone gets killed, Marines will be able to grab that already. Just have Combat Shield finishing up shortly, Marines looking for a bit of a stim forward, the Raven's going to get Matrixes on a Raven and a tank. Going to slowly advance, I guess, but shouldn't be able to do too much else as Nicoract just sieges. Over in the main base, he drops for 12 SCVs already, so Nicoract going through some major damage there. Spirit still has good air control and still has Raven energy enough to probably break through this tank line if he wants to. Again, we're forward here from Nicoract, but he's not really doing anything. Like, he's not denying this base. He has the potential to move further forward, though. Shoot, Matrixes go down. Man, that's a lot of Marines from Spirit. The Ravens of Nicoract are just non-existent. They're just in the back, and Spirit is able to get a good jump there. Nicoract was not really ready to fight that, I don't think. This Ravens being so far away is not ideal. Still got the 2-2 building by. Just having ourselves this command center morphing into the planetary in the front. Out down on the bottom, it is going to be a little bit of pressure still. Nicoract coming to the forward position here right now. Going to be seeing a couple of shots coming in. Matrixes go down, anti-armor missile as well. We are going to stim into this, and Spirit still just seems like he has so much more. It's funny because you actually look at the numbers, and I feel like the numbers tell you this is a pretty even game. Spirit is just winning every fight. Obviously, he is on the defensive side of the map, so that is going to help you. But, yeah. I see that medevac loads up, builds out over to that right side. Again, 2-2 upgrades coming by, the +1 vehicle weapons coming up as well. More units into the center from Nicoract currently. Still got the 2-2 coming about, +1 vehicle weapons as well. All of that coming into play at the moment. Marines and medevacs out over to the left. The Army of Spirit comes up top. It's going to be seeing that CC going to land down shortly. Marines would like to try and push through. The CC already taking some damage right off the bat. And we are going to be having another scan coming down. Ellie, please don't do that. Water turret comes into place, and we're pushing into siege tanks. We're trying to come in from two angles. The tank's doing a good amount of damage, honestly, and Nicoract already losing the base up top as well. Is going to say GG, and we're going to go into Game 3 of this series in a moment. Guys, we'll jump into Game 3 in a sec. I'll be right back with you for Game 3 momentarily. Welcome back, guys, and thank you so much, Lumonom2, coming in with the 2-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate you. We'll get you on the tree after this game 3. One tied up in the Terran versus Terran. Top right hand side, our orange Terran player is Spirit. Up against the red Terran in the bottom left, Nicoract. Next on the side, refinery coming through. SCV will take a bit of a journey. Marine able to grab an SCV. Reaper's coming up on either side. Let's just have our Reaper going out towards the upper right, so you're gonna just journey across here initially, make a bit of a move. See if Nicoract can find any opportunity. Has been quite aggressive with this first Reaper both games now. Just happy to get across, but there's going to be Reaper and a Marine in the bunker coming up as well, as Spirit just tries to play a nice safe opening to begin with. Comboing 2 Reapers together. I'm going to jump up to the high ground. Just going to step straight through. And he's going to throw a couple grenades down as well. So a few grenades coming into play. Reapers moving back around. Just going to be seeing the orbital coming up. Starport coming in. Starport halfway done here as the Reapers and the Hellion join together. Up in the center once more. As we just have again, Reaper's the Hellion settling down. Reaper, Hellion coming through. Bunker is going to be there. We're just going to be seeing the units at the front already take some damage. Just going to be seeing another grenade or so coming down. Again, we keep things back a couple of seconds. We're all going to see those SCVs finishing shortly. Reaper and the Hellion still pulling back again. So again, getting back one more time for the moment. So Hellion's coming about, Raven on both sides, Matrix is coming up. Just going to be seeing the Reaper still moving around. CC is going to drop into the main base, so just going to get that going. Yeah, now Raven comes up on either side, a couple of units jumping back into the bunker. The Hellion's still sitting on the high ground. Again, just take a moment or two. We again have the Matrix coming up. Raven is about to pop, H-Tank and Marine still building by. A lot of that coming through for the moment. So the units pull back, we get back down to the bottom side here currently, SCVs. Already going to get a bit of repair going. Giving those Hellions a little bit more HP to work with already, so getting that back on track as well. Let's just see, again, Matrix is coming up. About 5 minutes on Right Rabbit here, and not much between the two players. Obviously, triple CC versus what is not a triple CC from Nicoract. I was wondering if Nicoract might, be seeing that kind of Spirit wants to try and play that more macro-y kind of like let's get into the game kind of situation. wondering what he might try and aim to do overall if he wants to try and get aggressive or so, etc., etc. And second starboard obviously doubles down on that idea of, hey, let's be aggressive, let's get this set up, let's get this going. Just gonna have the aliens still moving through, so they're just gonna move over. A couple shots coming about. Impact already building from Spirit as well, so bring that straight through. Those Marines coming by, engineering base still coming online as well, and this army will take a step across to the other side of the map. So Nicoract heading up toward the top, just going to be seeing a little grab there already. Spirit able to get a unit, and Nicoract with 3 Vikings on the way at a time right now, looking to get this big push going to the top of the map here. Get this on the way, get this on the go. The scan comes down, the rest of those units come about. Set up back into the center. One upgrades and stem still building by. Again, liberating the Vikings. We are really looking for this push though of Nicoract to see if it can see success or not as we press on forward. Shots coming through. Vikings hitting the Ravens already. Trying to get a little extra out of this as we just have ourselves the 1-1 upgrades and stem still building up. Marines in the tank coming through. Vikings on the way from the starport still. Shots coming by, again a couple more hits going through, the Vikings providing good vision. Spirit supply down a little bit here. Incorrect after a loss to Gerald, a win here would be massive for him, but this is the breakout moment. The Ravens come in flanking, double Matrix comes down. We try and drop all the turrets of our own, but the stim available is just going to overrun this. And it looks as though Spirit will indeed push through the breakout. That is going to take us to a GG, Spirit 2, Nicoract 1. Alright guys, we're gonna go and completely switch the schedule. We're gonna completely change the schedule. We're gonna go Reynor versus Gerald live, and then Reynor versus Nicoract live. So that we get some more live games instead of just replays. But I need a couple moments to finish my lunch, so I'm just gonna grab a couple bites of that while we get those videos done. I'll be back with you, and we'll get this group back on track. Welcome back, guys, as we get into Reynor Gerald next. So it's going to be Reynor Gerald, then Reynor versus Nicoract is going to be our schedule for the next couple of matches. Thank you so much again for the sub. Le Monarme 2. Add you to the tree. You know, I used to think the bottom of the tree was bad, but it turns out the bottom of the tree is there and very visible when Ellie cam's on, so I feel like bottom of the tree stocks have gone up lately. Alright, we're gonna jump into some ZVP, guys. As we kick this off and get into our next match. So we are gonna be off schedule. The off-stream matches were very off-schedule anyway as well. Like, today's just been going a bit crazy. So we're going to go into Reynor Gerald, and then we're going to go into Reynor Nicoract. So we're just going to go back-to-back and round the live matches up, because these are the only 2 live matches that remain. Everything else has been pre-played. So we'll do Reynor Gerald and Reynor Nicoract. And then probably just mix and match. We'll see what the scores are. Maybe it'll make sense to do like Nicoract SOS first if Nicoract's 1 and 2, see if you can get to 2 and 2, and maybe set the tone for the other SOS games. Maybe Nicoract wins, and then Nicoract SOS could be really exciting, and then set up the rest of the Reynor games. So yeah, I think just in general it's probably good for us to... We'll probably reorder the replays a bit today, because we're so off schedule anyway, so... For now though, bottom right hand side is going to be the Blue Protoss player Gerald. And in the top left, our red Zerg is Reynor as we kick off into game number 1 of this best of 3. Reynor matches are live. Yes! Reynor's actually streaming, so he's just been playing his other games as well. To have Reynor play Gerald and Reynor versus Nicoract. They're both going to be live, and once those are done, like I say, we'll jump into the rest of the second half of the group and just see where we get to and see what happens and how it goes down. Couple drones moving about, hatch, gas, and pool coming up. We get ourselves the Nexus and the Cyber Core coming up as well. Droney chasing the probe, gets pushed out the center. Couple queens, couple lings, and the drones all coming through, so we take a few moments to get ourselves set up. Probe will just go back and forth. Gonna see those lings gonna go chasing after the probie, so probe will get chased. And I'm just going to be seeing the link speed continue to come up as well. So getting that link speed on the go. Stargate coming through. Warp Gate coming by. A little bit of getting up and running for the next couple moments. Link's chasing about. Adept going to be pulling back for a couple of moments. So we take a couple seconds. Have ourselves that Oracle on the way up as well as the Adept as well, as just bringing that through. We do just have ourselves a couple of Adepts going to get chased about, so a bit of damage onto those for a couple of moments. And we just have ourselves the Adepts going to try and shade back into the natural again. Oracle going to finish very soon, so again, give it more pressure on the map for Gerald. We'll see how he goes with that as we just get ourselves into position here and up and running. Oracle activating, a couple creep teamers go down, drones are going to fall. Again, the drone's still building by, just going to be seeing the gateways, the Twilight Council, the Nexus all coming through. The Oracle activates, gets rid of another drone right there. And it's a nice little grab, another drone. Right now they're going down 2, the couple queens still shooting at said Oracles. A little bit more damage being done, the gates and the simulators coming by. Gonna drop a little stasis ward down on the high ground here, so it's gonna catch a few drones as well. Reynor getting caught up on that as we do try and counterattack, but there's no probes in position to really do much on just yet. Melee upgrade is going to be on its way, so we bring that melee upgrade up again. Hatchery coming through, drones, lings, the Overlord will continue to build by as well. A couple stalkers will get in after and pick away and kill the Overlord there. So just going to get rid of that as well, so that will also go down just for the moment. And the gates and the blink continuing by, the couple stalkers still coming through. And layering the +1 melee upgrade coming about as well. The Oracles will be there, pushing the lings back the other way. So still good defense from Gerald, not letting Reynor get through to do too much just yet. Those lings going to get a wrap on the Adepts, which are going to be shading shortly. We'll lose one before the shade, and then the other 3 will get to that mineral line. Should be able to target down a couple of workers more than likely. I imagine that will be a factor here as we do see 3 drones dead in total. And now a few more stalkers, probes, gateways continuing up. That blink is over halfway done. The Oracles around to the upper right hand side. And again, that melee upgrade is over halfway as well. Lings want to go and try and hit the Stalker. Let's push through a little bit. Just going to be having the Blink coming by. Just going to have ourselves that group of Zerglings still getting pushed away. With melee upgrade finishing, obviously the Oracles are very important because you're going to be playing Stalkers against the Lings, the upgraded Lings as well. So the Oracles are huge because they're going to be what really protects your Stalkers and allows them to be on the map against the Zerglings, because otherwise Lings could absolutely threaten wraparounds and really punish those Stalkers as well. So that's going to become an important stage of this. The Overlord speed coming through, melee upgrade finishing shortly, a few more Zerglings on the way, and the Stalkers already showing up to that topside hatchery, trying to now run through with these Zerglings. That's going to put some pressure on the front door. Again, Overlord speed coming up, most of the augments are part of this. These Lings come wrapping around, and those Zealots getting caught already, so the Zealots are going to go down very quickly, actually, so that's going to be a pretty easy cleanup there. The Lings now continue to pressure onto a few of the Stalkers, so a little bit more being done too. And as much out of this as we possibly can. The Stalkers will finish off the hatch. Oracle's activating after a few of the Zerglings too, get rid of these Broodlings. And still, I mean, we lose the 4th base, so Gerald already going to be feeling success about that. Wondering how he feels if Reynor is going to come across the map and fight him. Don't forget that this army of Gerald is pretty committed. 9 gates, pure Stalkers. He's now going to throw down Templar Archives, but Charge didn't start until just now, so that's not ready yet. And without Charge, you're also going to be without a Forge, so you don't have the +1. So there's not good upgrades here either, so Reynor losing the 4th. But like I say, Gerald pretty committed, and I don't actually hate Reynor going into the Lurker deck, because Gerald's going to have to take some time to tech up himself from here. So Reynor can tech the Lurkers, rebuild the 4th base, and I actually think it's one of these scenarios where he's going to come out of this kind of just fine. Like, I think Gerald did what he needed to do with this attack, but I don't think he did enough to really kind of throw Reynor so into trouble that... yeah, I don't think he was going to do enough to throw Reynor so into trouble that things weren't going to look any... I can't think, my brain's just gone. He did enough, and I don't think Gerald's in a bad position either. But I also don't think Reynor's in a super terrible position. Maybe Gerald's in a slightly better position. Like I say, he has to take some time getting all his upgrades set up. And right now, these Stalkers are in a little bit of trouble. They're going to blink further south. You can see the Lings are already readying to get the catch as they blink. They're waiting to wrap around. This bottom group of Lings just staying in front of where the Stalkers are. So the Stalkers are just never blinking because they don't want to blink into the Lings. But if you never blink, the Ling Hydra on the backside does a lot of work. Now we do blink as the Lings came in for a second. We're going to get a couple more catches still. My goodness, what a disaster for Gerald as he just gets punished for being on the map. And he takes so much damage there. The few Zealots still coming about. Reset for a few moments. The Zealots up on the top side going to go in after the hatchery. The few Zerglings going to be right there as well, helping us along the way. This Nexus this hatchery goes down again, so once again we lose the 4th. I'd feel a lot better about that for Gerald if he hadn't lost so much of his army in the process. Now these lurkers are ready. Does Gerald have a good enough answer to these lurkers? Like, don't get me wrong, these lurkers are not upgraded. There's no seismic spines. There's no adaptive talons. But if these lurkers spread out, I don't like Gerald's army for being able to fight them. His own 4th base gets cancelled. Lings run up from the other side as well. So they're going to apply a good bit of pressure over in the other direction. Storm still staying very strong and true to them this for the moment or so. Just going to see the Stalkers still going in after the rest of these lurkers as well. Still trying to fight Lings and Hydras at the front door, trying to again knock through those Stalkers. Like I say, if nothing else, they're not getting a 4th base here as Gerald, so that's already an issue and a pain point. And he's down 50 supply right now. Reynor still sitting just on the edges. There's a bunch of units off to the right side that Reynor's still waiting to maybe bring forward once again and use at a later point of attack. So again, that's kind of on the verge of happening soon. There's another storm there, just forces the lurkers to move a bit further along. Infestation pit finishing. Lurkers and Hydra still coming through. The Stalkers jump onto a lurker there and do not succeed. So that will not go down. We will get it with another storm, but that's extra storm energy having to be utilized in a situation that already thought it was maybe going to get cleaned up. Next is still taking damage. Lings over the far right-hand side. Lurkers keep burrowing. The Hydra step through. The Lurkers are going to do a lot right now. The Archon's still taking damage. Another nice storm onto the Hydras. Lurkers getting grabbed. Now the Lings from the other side as well, so we can get a full wraparound on this army and truly make this a very substantial ending. And I do think that we're probably going to die here as Gerald at this stage. I mean, if nothing else, that 3rd base is on the brink, and it is going to go down. We got a good storm off from these Zerglings, to be fair, but we're playing with 9 army supply, and that ain't going to do it. Gerald with some good moments, but like I say, he did have to stop and tech, and Reynor found a great counterattack avenue in that time of Gerald having to stop and tech, and got back on track with that. GG's. Alright, we're going to go into game number 2 of this best of 3 series, guys, as Reynor takes the 1-0 lead here. Second map will be Old Republic. Let's get this started. Boom, 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 boom. I get stuff for free. Gerald, Reynor, should be good. Gerald 2-0 in this group would fall to 2-1 with a loss here. Reynor would open to 1-0. Spirit at 1-0. SOS 0-1, and Nicoract 0-2 currently is the layout of Group C. As everybody readies, and should be able to kick this off. We got 2 players at the very least. Good enough for me. Some casters, I mean, the caster count keeps changing today. I can't keep up with it, so it's just gonna have to be what it is. Let's kick off into another game here. So Old Republic coming through. Let's go, Nicoract versus SOS. Let's go. Jump into Old Republic and see what we're gonna get up to. Bottom left, it is going to be our blue Zerg. It is going to be Reynor. And he takes the 1-0 lead in this best of 3. As we have in the top right, our red Protoss player, Gerald. Across the map to play a little bit of a blockade initially. Yo, Bitter Melon, thank you so much for the 5-month resub on the Prime. Get you on the tree after this game. Thank you so much for priming us up. Appreciate it. Hatch gas and pool coming over for the moment. Just gonna be seeing that probe pulling along, and just gonna relocate around a little bit. Yeah, what's up, Melee 2B? How you doing? Thank you so much as well for the resub. 3 months on the Prime. Thank you for priming us up. I will also get you on the tree after this game. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's just have ourselves the hatch gas and pool all coming by. The Cybercore Nexus and the Simulator coming up as well, so a bit of all that coming up for the moment, getting that underway. You're going to see the drones pulling through, and you're going to jump on the probe for a couple of seconds, so that's set up right there, and a little bit of pressure out. Yeah, next is coming about, the depth coming through. Get set up for a couple of moments and figure what we want to do next. Moves over, Stargate's still building, currently about halfway done. Early game PvZ being the peaceful matchup that it usually is. So yeah, we'll see as the Stargate finishes, if Gerald wants to maybe go Void Ray instead of the Oracle. That's something you could maybe talk about a little bit, but in the grand scheme of things, things really are pretty regulated here initially. Oracle Adept and the Warp Gate all coming up, a couple probes coming through, the pylon upgrade. The pylon coming down. My brain's not here today, guys. I'm sorry, my brain has left the building. Not ideal when we've still got this series and then 6 more to cast, but we'll do our best. It might come back at some point, to be fair. Sometimes it does that, you know. Wanders off for a couple of series, comes back. So, you know, there is a possibility in that regard, if nothing else. Again, Oracle and Warp Gate still coming about. A couple of Queens coming through from Reynor. The Overlords in production. Zerglings want to maybe poke up this ramp as well. The Oracle going to be there on the other side. Queen in a good position to keep the Oracle pinned back. As the Adept's going to hold out, the Zerglings get turned away. And again, Twilight Council and Forge both building up at the moment here from Gerald. So we get that going. We get that started. The Zerglings back to the middle of the map again. The Nexus is still coming through. The probes in production. Drones and Queens building out as well. Add an evolution chamber onto that on top of everything else. So again, we just get a little bit of everything on the go right now. The Zerglings went back down to the bottom of the map. Again, Twilight Council and Forge both building through. The Nexus still coming online. Going to be done shortly. And there's the blink from Gerald. So it's 2 Oracles straight into the blink and the Forge, but actually has a Forge this time, so we'll be a little bit less committed as he was last game with the ton of gateways and then into the, you know, stalker, go, go, go kind of scenario. See that melee upgrade still coming about for just a little bit, and obviously Reynor going to try and get into that. Gerald not doing anything to really punish Reynor going into a melee upgrade. That's been kind of true in the last couple of games, so that will be definitely something for us to think on, as well as those Queens staying after the Adepts. The Zerglings trying to get toward them as well. Drone's still pulling to the side. The Adepts actually going to shade over to the far right as well into that third base. Lings will play cleanup. And we are going to be seeing, I think, overall, those Adepts going down. Going to be a nice clean out as well. So that's going to be both those Adepts dropping. The Ling's able to get some good KOs, good cleaning out being done for the moment. Yeah, melee's about halfway done. Temple Archives, Gateways all coming online. The probes coming about as well. Ling's at the front. Going to go from the natural over toward the third base. Bring that straight over the other side again. The upgrade's coming through. Melee upgrade is going to finish very shortly. Overseer building up a couple hydrogen on the way as well. Let's see the Queen's hitting. The Oracle taking some more damage. Queen's going to get underneath, and the Oracle's going to take a few more shots once again. Hydrogen about to finish. Extractor coming up, and the Oracles will go for a drone. She's going to be able to take that down. Oracle's going to fire up again. A couple more drones going down already. Good Spore Crawler plus Queen. We actually kill a Oracle, which is again always going to be nice because anything less to play against there. You know, less queens, less oracles you're up against, less stasis wards, less pressure, less protection for the stalkers if it became aggressive. Although this is not really getting aggressive at all, so that's not really an issue for us to really talk about at the moment. I mean, Reynor's just continuing in. He's going to get the missile upgrade now as well, so that's going to be his next step. Continue into that here for the next few moments, so we bring that straight on through. See, the thing is trying to move up. Stork's going to be there, pushing the Lings back around. Let's wrap around. Stalkers go down. Again, the Arc and the Stalker is still going to be about right there. Charging +2, coming about. Overlord in the main base goes down. A couple changes that'll go down as well. That might be an Overseer, not an Overlord. As the Fleet Beacon is also continuing into play, we knock down some rocks in the center. Ling Hydra still joined up, and Reynor with the chance to maybe still push toward the upper right-hand side. He's about to be maxed out, doubling the army supply right now. We'll see if the Storms and the defensive stack defense can indeed bring you where you need to be here. As Gerald, a lot of Banes morphing in, 40 of them coming up at this current point in time. We get ready to dive in onto this forward base. Ling Hydra on the right side. Some pressure in. The Banes are not going to find an easy access point over there unless they just come down the ramp and go for the surround on everything else, which is exactly what they're going to do. The Stalkers pulling into those Bane lanes. High Templars all go down. The Bane lanes make their way through the storm. Top left, the Bane lanes do die to the storm, unfortunately. And that was I mean, the High Templar, I feel like, had storms remaining when they went down. They all went down at once. As the Hydra's just going to sit here. We see the Arc and we see the Stalker absolutely still in some trouble. The cannon's going down. A couple of Zelds are still being cleaned up. And yeah, I think it's fair to say that this one is probably going to be all they wrote, because that base is in heavy fire. Now some Pains get through as well. It's only really the Hydras left from Reynor, but Gerald has 6-4-2-0 army supply remaining. Reynor smashes through for a big win on Old Republic and a comfortable 2-0 for what we see as his first games of the day. So Reynor will go to 1-0. Gerald will drop to 2-1. Spirit at 1-0. Nicoract is 0-2, and Nicoract will be up against Reynor next. We're going to go Nicoract, Reynor next. If Nicoract goes to 0-3, what we'll probably do is we'll probably go directly into the Nicoract SOS series after that, because if we know Nicoract's 0-4, that is something we can already just settle in the group in terms of what's going on. That's obviously not a bad thing to know, because it just makes figuring out the rest of the group a little bit easier in terms of what needs to happen, and so on and so forth. Thank you so much, Bitter Melon and Mela2P. Thank you so much for the resubs, guys. And we'll get you added to the tree here. And let's get ready to go. Let's put you guys on the tree. Alright guys, Reynor's going to be taking a few minutes. I'm going to throw us to a break screen for a second. We'll come back. More StarCraft after this. Welcome back, guys. So Reynor's just on a couple minutes break. He was meant to have a break now, but like I said, the schedule got scupperinoed. Didn't realize Gerald only has one match left to play as well. Gerald's Spirit, so maybe that's something we look into. Thinking about what order we might do things in is all. But, yeah, I think Spirit SOS might still be our closer of the day. I'm not sure. We'll see how Nicoract Reynor goes, and I'll make a plan for us to go through the other replays. Obviously, I'd like to try and keep the group interesting as long as possible. So like I say, if we know Nicoract's probably going to get eliminated, we would do his match first. I mean, obviously, if Nicoract beats Reynor, then maybe it'd be cool just... I mean, I guess after this, Gerald and Nicoract are both at 3 matches played already, so maybe we just go and finish up their series initially, because that could just give us a bit of information and like that wraps up their scores, and it gives us a little bit of a baseline to kind of cast the other replays from, knowing what needs to happen for other people to make it out. So maybe regardless of the result here, Nicoract SOS and then Gerald Spirit would be like the next couple of matches. It might make sense. Then we get a couple Zerg matches at the end. Maybe keep Spirit SOS to the end, because I think that might be important. Although I'm just guessing a little bit. You want Nicoract to win, but you want Reynor to win. What the heck do you do? Cheer for them both. You can't lose if you want them both to win. You know, someone you want to win wins no matter what, you know? So just roll with it. Just go wild. Believe. Believe. Alright, yeah, we're just waiting for Reynor to come back. Should be a couple moments and we can kick this off, guys. Get this all going. Alright, guys. Thanks to the patience. Say we'll take a couple moments longer. We're just waiting on players, so I can't really speed things up. It doesn't make sense for us to do anything else, because it's the only live match that's left to play in the group. After this, the live matches are done. We'll be going into replays, like I say, and figuring everything else out. Yeah. Cool. How's everyone in the chat's doing? SOS next? No. Schedule had to get changed a bunch because of issues, so it will be Reynor versus Nicoract, and then most likely after that we'll go Nicoract SOS, and Gerald versus Spirit. Probably makes the most sense for us to do as the next games. So that's probably what we do. Do. Right now it's now being 10 minutes. So hopefully he's back in a couple seconds. Is Nicoract SOS live? Nope. It's pre-played. Do, 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 do. Sorry, back says Reynor. Alright, let's get this on the way. Let's get some videos done. And kick this off. Thanks for the patience, guys. Thanks for sticking with us while we reaffirm different bits and pieces. Ruby Rock gonna be our first video. Just waiting for Nicoract to drop his video down. 0-2 in this group. We're gonna turn it around. We'll see if he can do so. Very, very shortly. Alright, Ruby Rock, Celestial Enclave, couple of videos down. Players are all here, so from this point onward, we should just be speeding up and getting a bit more back on track again. Thank you for the patience, guys. Appreciate you all hanging about with us and waiting while we get things sorted. So I appreciate the support for being patient, like I say. Should be able to go soon. Bang attorney today. That's what we aim for. Yeah, Groups A and B were great. Group C so far has actually been pretty fun as well, to be fair. I've been a little bit off, but otherwise it's been a lot of fun. I mean, we're kind of not even at the halfway point yet, right? So, but if nothing else, hopefully things will speed up a bit, because after this we'll have less downtime between games and sorting stuff out. We can just go and speed on with the replays. So, yeah, should be good. Should be good. Should probably some of these things around, actually. And getting us ready to host, guys. We are a map pick away from knowing what we're going to be playing on, at least. So get that on the go, and we can kickstart this. I'm going to just run some ads on Twitch, guys, because it's just been a hot second. So, because it's just taking us so long, I'd rather run them now than they potentially hit during the game, obviously. So, it's just because we've been waiting so long for the games to be ready. It's just, the best thing we can do is just to run them. So, apologies. You have to sit through another round before gameplay, but I'd say there's only so much I can do. Winter Madness gonna be map 1. Alright, we got a map pick. Get this on the way, and let's get ready to party. Thank you for your patience, guys. Really cannot say that enough. I'm bored waiting for these games to start, so and I'm not being very entertaining today. I don't have the time filler kind of energy going on, so it's all good. Sometimes it's like that. Just gotta do what we can. Alrighty. A couple of players join us here. Just need a couple more casters to get this lobby into this lobby, and we should be good to go. I think we're waiting for one more person to accept. Double check everyone's ready, and we can go into Reynor versus Nicoract, guys. Kick this off, get this going, and into some more action. Boom, 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 boom. If Nicoract are ready up as well, and if Nicoract's ready, we are completely ready. Set to begin into next stage of the game. Why did they use this LLL, this nickname? The barcode. The barcode is basically a way of staying anonymous on the ladder. And a lot of people just have barcode accounts and they play on them. Not many people play on them in tournaments anymore, but sometimes they just have a barcode on a certain server, so... Man in the Moon on the 56-month resub. Christmas tree time, Bog. I will get you written up and on the tree after this game. But for now, we are finally ready to jump back into some StarCraft. So I got you after this game. Thank you so much for the 56-month resub. Appreciate it. Thank you so very much. As we kick off into this TVZ, we're going to start in the bottom right corner with the red Terran player. This is going to be Nicoract. Takes on the blue Zerg in the top left-hand side. Will be our big favorite to take first place this group today. We'll see if he can deliver on that. He's 1-0 right now, looking to go 2-0 with a win here. While Nicoract is looking to avoid going 0-3 and to try and keep himself alive in this group, because being at 3 losses is very difficult to advance from. You need a very specific kind of layout of results from there that is oftentimes just really out of your hand as well. So, see what happens as we kick this off. And we'll see what our players have in store for us. A little bit of ZVT style, see what Nicoract has to take on Reynor and potentially create a bit of an upset. We shall see very soon. Hatchgasm pool coming up, Reaper in the orbital coming through. Going to take an SCV across the map to start us off here, looking for a little bit of information in the early stages. Going to patrol about again. Lings and the Queens continuing through. Hatchery coming over. Getting that underway. Reaper is going to start putting some damage out. So a few shots coming straight through. The Lings take a turn around. They're going to back away from that as well for a few moments. I'm just going to see our CC still coming up also. Double command center build from Nicoract straight into an eco game from him. See where this goes. The Reaper going to come settling just outside the front. The few Lings going to nibble at a few rocks as well. And orbital coming through. Stop when the command center building by. A couple drones and the Lings coming up as well. It's going to be there. Maybe taking some shots. Just going to see the Zergans gathering about. Still got that Ling speed about halfway done currently. Comes and pokes. The Queens will play defense. It's going to be a Banshee on the way from Nicoract, so he's going to have some better ways of dealing some pressure here coming up soon. And that's a couple of Hellions, the Reaper moving about for just a couple seconds. They're going to cruise about again. Queens on the way. Evil Chamber and the drones coming by also. single Marine is going to go in after the Overlords. Just going to go tear that down for the next couple of moments. Put a little bit of damage in there already. And yeah, cloaking coming up. Hellions, the Banshee continue to come through. We'll see a couple of barracks coming into place. Just going to get those put in position. Again, the Banshee on the way. Cloak coming up. The Stim Pack going to be a part of this as well. So all of that coming through right away here. Get that up and running. We have our barracks continue to build into place. The engineering base coming up as well. So all of that coming straight through here. Get that underway. Barracks building, engineering base coming through. Overseer is going to start morphing up. Carapace upgrade building as well in the evolution chamber. Still just seeing the queens there to push the Hellions of the Reaper back the other way. And 2 barracks still coming by. Just going to see both those Banshees getting up top as well. We do have them ready to go. Pushing into that natural in the next few moments here. The queens will be there. Poke the Hellions around a little bit. Also, Banshees sit, the Spore Crawler fires, the Banshees take a couple of shots, 1-1 upgrades, and the Stim Pack continue to come through. And yeah, a couple of drones already beginning to go down, so good damage dealt so far. Just going to see those queens getting straight back over. Banshees in trouble once again for the moment. Hellions poke up to the front. 1-1, combat shield coming by, the melee and carapace upgrades come up, the Baneling Nest is finishing as well, so we get that completed. Hellions and the Reaper still poking forward. A couple more of those Crypt Tumors continue to go down, so just going to clean those out immediately. Crypt getting cleaned up straight away there. And it's going to be a pick-off already. 1-1 upgrades and combat shield all continuing through. The Banshee's now over to the far left-hand side. That tree in production. And yeah, I mean, Nicoract kind of being pretty gentle with his early pressure. We'll see if these Banshees can find more. 3 drones, 5 lings lost so far. He hasn't lost anything in the process, and he might cancel up a Spore Crawler, which is always going to be nice. So yeah, forces the cancel on the Spore Crawler. Again, not bad with the Banshees, but they're kind of a little bit stuck in the background now. They do have cloaking, but not really going to be that impactful when there's Overseers around. So the Banshees might just have to chill out there, and maybe they will free themselves by this army pushing onto the map, right? Maybe that gives you the chance here as Nicoract to potentially come through and to get something done. The Hellions, the Reaper, into the middle. Just going to be seeing those Zerglings start to run towards said Hellions. They get turned around pretty quickly. Nicoract on a supply lead currently as Reynor tries to get into an infestation pit. I actually like those Banshees showing up, but what I don't like is the fact that they're obviously showing up and the lower HP Banshee was leading the charge. If the higher HP Banshee was in the front, that might have naturally been an easier kind of scenario. That said, we are going to cancel the 5th base. We're going to take that down. 5 drones killed off the Banshees. They are both dead now. We are going to get a good scan to clean up some creep spread as well. Marines are going to get up toward the high ground. Just going to be seeing the rest of those queens still coming over. Yep, a hive building up as well. Plus 2 melee, plus 2 carapace. Now the 2-2 on the side of Nicoract all coming through. The Ling's looking to get a wrap around here. Bane's looking to get towards this. Reynor is going to force Nicoract into the lift up and back away. For the next couple of moments, just going to be coming over to the left side. 2 Zerglings going down. And these Medevacs do not get anywhere. They're low HP, so just going to have to pull back for the moment. Again, melee and carapace come by, the burrow starting up, Lings in the hive continuing through. We do see creep spread continue to spread out for the moment. The hatchery coming about. Marine tank will regather on the right hand side. There's going to be a hellbat right there with everything else as well. It's a nice scan. We knock some creep tumors down to begin with. Building back into those medevacs. Those Marines pull back away, so they're just going to go elsewhere. We are going to be seeing some more units pushing in at the front, and the Lingbane starts to run back. Reynor still on kind of the back foot a little bit against this aggression. Nicoract is setting a 4th base behind this as well, so this is not like a one big push when it's over that Nicoract is done. Nicoract has kind of a, a bit of longevity in his game plan at the moment. Knocking down a bunch of creep tumors again, still looking to remove just some of the vision available and some of the speed available from Reynor on that area of the map. Mention the front councils, again, adrenal glands, vipers all coming through. The Ling's going to move about, the bio going to be there, a couple of tanks are going to be nearby as well, so all of that gathering together, the SCV's got to pull in to play a bit of cleanup as well. I'm going to drop a hatchery down on the bottom left side, these two Marines get toward the Queens, going to stim at them. First Queen going down very shortly. Not quite, good transfusions, and we actually got rid of the first medevac very quickly too. On the right side, there's a ton of Ling Bane, there's also a ton of Nicoract who's not pre-sieged. Maybe Reynor wants to jump on this before the siege has happened. Still not sieged. Still not sieged. I mean, at some point, surely it's just worth sieging the tanks. He does get that base once more, though, so if nothing else, he is going to deny that location. Hellbats and the Marines get rid of a couple more creep tumors. We pull back around to the top with the bio units. Viper getting chased away. A couple more Zerglings going down. The Ling's going to try and flood through. A couple of tank shots are going to be decent. We actually target fire down one Viper with the Marines there. The other Viper is good enough to get the Blinding Cloud on the two remaining siege tanks. Nicoract will lift up what's left over and just back away, but I imagine he's got a much bigger army elsewhere. Still equal army supplies here in Game 1 of Winter Madness. Viper stop to consume, adrenal glands, +3 carapace. Little bits of everything coming by at the moment as we just have those Marines and the medevac coming over as well. 3-3, still producing Marine Marauder tank in production. Ultras coming up, Spire hatcheries coming through as well. A little bit of bio heading over the left-hand side. Creep tumors we can get rid of as well. Bio continues to push across. Just going to see the Lings looking to get a jump onto these Marines. It's a big army in the center, and Nicoract pushes straight into position with this. It's going to get rid of a couple of the creep tumors again, knocking down the Overlord. Now we're going to wrap around this, and again, Nicoract is just unsieged. And now the Ultras are going to show up too. I think there's going to be a much better fight from Reynor from what we've seen before. Parasitic Bomb and the medevac is also just splashing through and doing a lot of damage. And Nicoract's supply really does take a plummet there. This was a case of like he just needed to actually start setting up in some positions. He felt so free to kind of keep on just doing as he wished. In the end, that kind of got the better of him, and his units able to wrap around him. Again, no tanks pre-siege, so you don't get any splash off onto the Banes to begin with or anything either. I'm not even sure the Banes were that big of a deal. I think just the fact there's a massive wraparound and Nicoract was kind of still on creep. In general, I think Nicoract was kind of playing... Don't get me wrong, like Nicoract had a good game, but I think he was playing as though he's kind of, 30 supply ahead. And the reality is that it was actually very equal in the supplies. Even though he's had some good fights and so on, really not ideal. That's a lot of SCVs that there's zero protection for right now. 28, 29, 30 workers killed already on the side of your screen, and that's just going to put Nicoract into even more trouble as he gets into an unrecoverable wreck position. Viper's going to throw the Parasitic Bombs forward onto the medevacs. And we are going to see GG getting called. And that's going to be Reynor taking game number 1 of this best of 3. That was I actually felt like a very good game for Nicoract for a while, but once Reynor hit his tech, it did come to a close. Man in the Moon, thank you so much for the sub. Welcome back. Hostum on the 10-year resub as well. Almost 2 years. Crazy business. Well, we're going to put you over here. And I'll host this game, and we'll get Hostum on the tree 2. Old Republic, map 2. Get this hosted, get started. Reynor's server preference for map 2 as well. Mr. Takua, thank you so much for the 14-month resub. Appreciate you also. Thank you. Players are ready. and get ready to rumble. I'm not meant to stand up, bend over to put things on the tree. Yeah, that feature only unlocks when we actually hit 1,000 subs, so yeah, we're nearly there, but not quite. As everyone's ready, let's jump into game 2. Custom and Mr. Takua, welcome to the tree. Alright, you get you on the tree, we'll go in game. Has the dog messed with the tree yet? Every time she walks in the room and walks over to me, she wags her tail and knocks like 4 decorations off. But yeah, if you fall victim to Ellie's tail, you just become a pile on the floor. You become a floor decoration. It's just the way it goes. But hey, you got blessed by Ellie's tail if nothing else. How did I get indoor snow? Yeah, no holding back this year, guys. You guys have been so generous, I decided to spend all the StarCraft 2 budget for 2026 tournaments on an indoor snow machine. Which, yeah, is very, very important, you know. In this day and age, we could either look Christmassy or have more StarCraft. We all know what the most important thing of that combination is. Right? Yes. Alright. Bottom left, our red Zerg player is going to be Reynor. Top right, blue Terran is going to be Nicoract as we get this underway. Barracks in the SCV coming through, hatch gas in the pool coming up, and get that underway for the moment, so we're bringing that along just for now. SCV heads to the bottom left side. Again, Reaper about to finish. Command center coming about. Drones on the way. Couple queens and lings. Like I say, Nicoract had a good start in that game, but needs to find a way to keep up that pressure to kind of deal with things as we go a little bit deeper again. Definitely something to look at there, to think on. Let's just have this Reaper heading down to the bottom side and trying to see a little bit of what's up for a couple of moments. Going to ping away at the Zerglings for a couple of moments as well. So just going to put some damage out over here. It just stays back, and again, the couple CCs coming through. So just going to get a good bit of eco going in that regard. SCV coming back over. Lings will be there. Reaper gets turned back to the low ground again. Again, Ling speed, couple queens, the drones going through for the moment. Orbital command center, and the barracks continuing into play as well. So just all of that coming online. We have our CC barracks orbital coming through. The couple queens and the Ling speed coming up as well. The overlord's on the way. Drones in production. The grenade goes down, and we'll take our chance at that creep tumor. We'll not get it though. The queen's going to be able to clean the Reaper up in return. And there is a lair on the way from Reynor as well. So just going to bring that lair up. Drones and the Overlord on the way through. This drone going to get down and build a hatchery on the third base in the next couple of moments. Get that started. Get this moving. Ling's moving about. We do have that lair coming over. Ling's still producing through. Just going to be seeing the hatch coming up. Extractor's still coming by, so bringing that all into place. Let's just have the Hellions. We'll poke up this ramp. It's going to have a third hatchery coming into place there. Going to get rid of a creep tumor already. Take that down straight away. And that Stimpak's about halfway through. Starport finishing shortly. Refinery still halfway done. Hellions actually going to get in, but the Lings are going to be quick to grab these Hellions. We got 2 drones total on this little onslaught, so not ideal as the Overseer double checks and sees, okay, triple CC, Starport done, reactors ready for that medevacs to produce, so you get a good read on what's going on here right now as Reynor. You get a good idea of what's going on. Stimpak still coming up, the engineering base still producing through, and the Lings in the top of the map still moving about as well. Spire's halfway done. Again, drones and overlords still producing by. Group team is on the way. The rest of all this coming about. Stimpak about to complete. +1 attack on the way up. Lings on that top side moving around as well. Orbital command will come in and load onto the third base in the next few moments. The Marines get there, picking off another Zergling for the moment. That Spire is about to complete from Reynor. Marines going to get there. See a couple of Zerglings going down already, so a few shots coming straight through. We do have the Mutas, Hullings, the Baneling Nest, all coming about. 1-1 upgrades and combat shield is a part of that as well. And those Lings continue up to the top. Again, missile turret, the barracks, and the reactor coming through also. Reynor has the Bane Nest finishing. We'll now start the Evo Chambers for the next step of this, but obviously already on Lair and the Spire. He's got the Beam Mutas. They're going to start striking around as well, so we'll see how well these early Mutas do. We are seeing a lot of the earlier Muta builds lately, and that's going to be an example of exactly that. Fly in. There's Marines nearby, as the Mutas can't really hang around too much, and a little messy. We lose 2 of the 6 Mutas straight away. Lings run to the third base. A few Marines pulling in over there quickly, but no, maybe not enough to actually fight against those Lings. How much are we going to lose here as Nicoract? A few more SCVs beginning to go down. There's still actually a lot of Lings that are picking through the missile turret on that third mineral line as well. As Reynor does start the melee upgrades and that Baneling speed and everything behind this, so we'll continue to invest into making this army comp as good as possible. The Marines and medevacs gather up. The orbital command lifts off, pulls off over to the sides. Again, melee upgrades continuing through, +1 flyer attack on the way, Baneling speed in production. And a couple extractors on also. And yeah, the Marine tank medevac will sit out front for the next little bit of time. Let's see what happens next. And this will take a few moments. Just going to be seeing again melee upgrades coming about, +1 flyer attack on the way through. Just move to that upper right side. Still got the 2-2 upgrades coming over. Factory again building up. Again, melee upgrades. +1 flyer attack. We'll see if Nicoract can recover from this first kind of onslaught. Going count is fine, 52 to 66. Main thing right here is going to be to maintain that these Mutas don't do too much extra. If we can stop these Mutas from doing too much extra, that would be brilliant. So we'll try and do that to the best of our ability. That would be fab. That's got to be our kind of priority here at first, as we just see. They're just still lingering about and trying to do whatever more they can. Here's back to the middle. Go on the way up. 2-2 upgrades and the vehicle weapon upgrade coming on in. Marines are going to be there to push the Mutas back the other direction. So we see a few Mutalisks getting turned around already. We've seen the Mutas coming across. The Marine's going to be there. +2 flyer attack upgrade. Going to be a part of this production as well. So we just get all of that coming through. Now the Muta's going to swing over to the other side here. And we have another couple shots coming about. Still Marines just looking to try and hold their own for the next couple of moments. So again, doing what we can in that regard. Driven Claw is going to be a part of this as well. pulling back across, 2-2 coming up, +1 vehicle weapons, and again, concussive shells coming through also. So again, we get that all set. Marines, Medivacs, Thor, stepping through. Just going to see the meters getting pushed back a little bit. A lot of Lingbane is going to come back as well. Just going to be seeing the Thor coming about, the Water Mines coming in. We're going to go make a dive into that upper side, so we are going to commit into this. This army going to get jumped on here for the next few moments, and that's going to be a good fight from Reynor. Nicoract not really having enough to really withstand against this one. Do you think that one's going to go a little bit of the wrong direction? Now these meters get onto the command center. Water Mine's going to connect, going to hit the rest of those Marines. Now the meter's still flying through. It's going to be seeing the Banes crashing in toward the Marines, the tanks as well. And we're just going to see SCVs getting crashed into. That's going to be GG's. And that's going to be Reynor taking game 2 of this best of 3. Alrighty, so with that done, guys, we're going to be wrapping up our live games. So we are going to move into some reps. We're going to start. So Nicoract, unfortunately, 0-3. I think we'll just start with Nicoract versus SOS because that makes the most sense. So yeah, well, let's start up with Nicoract versus SOS because that, like I say, gives us a chance to move into a yeah, I think that gives us a good chance to move forwards here and just see what we can do. So let's do that to start us off. Get this ready to go. Just run some ads. And yeah, unfortunately for Nicoract, man. I kind of believed, I mean, he took Gerald to 3 games. I actually really felt like he had it a little bit against Gerald at points. That first game against Gerald was crazy too. And then obviously he was 3 games against Spirit. Now he's 0-3 in the group. So Nicoract just not quite good enough in this group right now for 2025 Championship. Like I say, we'll go Nicoract versus SOS. And from Nicoract SOS, we will move from there. So this is going to be... I think it probably makes the most sense to Nicoract SOS than Gerald Spirit, because that probably gives us the best idea overall of just where the group is at. Alrighty. In the replay lobby, we'll just take a couple seconds and we'll get this ready to go, guys. Alright, let's do it. Let's jump in. Let's get into Taito Citadel as we go into SOS versus Nicoract. Let's see how this turns out. Can Nicoract get a win? I mean, there is a very mild chance if Spirit loses out, SOS loses out, and Nicoract wins this series. Like, there is a very, very mild chance that Nicoract could still advance from this group. He's not officially eliminated yet, but obviously would need a win here, and preferably probably a 2-0 to do as well as possible in the games that he does win, so let's see what happens as we kick this off and get this into play. Cool. Alrighty, let's kick this off then. So, we have Nicoract in the bottom right-hand side, our red Terran player taking on SOS. Our blue Protoss to the upper left corner of the map. What server they're in? I mean, I would imagine they play NA, but I don't know if they play West Central West or Central West Central, because they pre-played this, and I wasn't there to admin it or anything. So, I don't know what they decided on in terms of server. I just know that this is obviously, I mean, I would presume they played on NA, is my presumption, so... outside of that, I'm not too sure, though. We've seen the SCV, just going to be nibbling at the probe. Inside corner next is continuing through. Reaper in the orbital coming up. Probe going to come around. It's going to be nibbling there as a couple of SCVs will fight back for the foreseeable future. Just getting some damage back onto the worker, pushing it back out the other direction. Shove that away just for the moment. So we chase that out of here. And next is Cybercore both going through. Just going to see that SCV coming over. Probe will wander by. Probe comes over. Twilight Council comes down. Reaper hops back down to the low ground again. It's just going to escape out of here. I see the Reaper coming back over, so again, trying to see what else is going on for a sec, and we just move about. Twilight Council on the way up, Warpgate coming by. Just going to be seeing where we go. The Reaper hops back to the high ground already. So let's get a couple more shots. Depth coming through, firing up a little bit extra again. Just going to see the Adept going to go shading. Stalker is going to be there. And again, that blink coming up. Warpgate continuing through. Just having ourselves the Stargate, the Orbital all coming about. Wouldn't mind the Marines coming online also. Just take a few moments. Now we do have the Alien coming back over to the left. Hellion will just shoot. Probe will take some damage. We're all going to see the Stalker and the Adept both going to get there. Hellion will go back the other direction just for the moment. So we're going to chase that on away. And we will have ourselves the extra barracks coming up from Nicoract. So you will have this kind of double rack setup to play with here at the moment. Medevac going to load up a couple of mines. Going to take those across the map to begin with. So Medevac just goes up to the top. Just going to be seeing the Banshee and the tank coming through. Barracks still coming in. Let me see what else we can get to. I see those few Marines continue to come about. We will again gather together just for a couple seconds. Marines in the tank gather. I'm just going to be seeing the Adept going to hit the Hellion in the center and actually get a kill. This Medevac will be poised to maybe try and strike here shortly. Not going to strike just yet though, so not going to make that commitment. Again, just going to see the charge coming through. Extra gates coming over. The Banshee tank and the Marine still building up as well. So continue to get that going. Army comes out to the left-hand side. Marine tank Banshee coming across. The SCV is still producing through. This army of Nicoract will begin to press on forward. Again, gates in production. The charge is already finishing up shortly. And it's a good group of units here. Nicoract's 48 army supplied to the 23 of SOS. Sorry, the Wooden Mine drop came in. Looks like SOS lost a Stalker, but otherwise handles it well, doesn't lose probes. Losing a Stalker when you have Blink feels a bit bad, though. That's kind of the point of the game where you feel as though you shouldn't be losing anything to the Wooden Mine drop, which is why you don't usually expect it to come through so late on. He's going to shoot. I mean, we're going to get the tank sieged up. There's no batteries nearby either now. We are going to finish charge. We are going to finish the Immortal on that Robo facility as well. So that at least comes out as we do hit the supply block from SOS. Now everything depowered, man. This charge and Immortal, lucky to finish. This was a few moments earlier. That would have been nice. Tank's just on siege again. How many times is that going to happen a day from Nicoract? I feel like tanks being sieged is one of his worst ways of playing, as we do see the Immortal at least going down. Robo gets repowered, but will we get to finish it up? I mean, we're going to put the tank back on that other side this time. This is why I kind of feel like we need the tank siege, because we need to have a better way to fight these Stalkers realistically, and the tank is probably one of the better ways to do that. So I'm going to finish off that Robo facility on sieges the tank to add the damage from that onto the Zealot that shows up. And now we're going to try and push these Stalkers down the right-hand side, which are still taking some pretty hefty damage and are definitely still dropping thus far. And so as a few Stalkers going to blink forward, gets rid of the tank there. The Banshees are still going to be there as well. Marines and the SCVs continue through. Extra Stalkers warping in. We turn back to the right. Battery going down. Other battery taking shots as well. We scan once again. Just going to see the Nexus continue to take some damage. We will see workers still dropping off at the moment. So, I mean, this seems like a success from Nicoract. He will kill the third base. A lot of these probes over here just not mining right now. So SOS is going to be missing a lot of the income from that. Shoot. Banshee and the siege tank continue to gather together. Observer overhead. Going to be seeing the Zealots charging through. Stalker's going to be there, picking away at the siege tank as well. Just going to be seeing the Marines just continuing after the Stalkers as well. Still shooting, and that is going to be a cleanup on the army. So Nicoract in the end goes down. A lot of SCVs went down with it. He will now gather back up to the bottom of the map. So Stalker stepping forward, a couple of barracks coming up. What's funny here for SOS is now he's building 3 Nexus at once. He's rebuilding here. He already started to build over here, and he decided to expand over here too. So he's spending all of his money on Nexus. Does obviously push Nicoract into a little bit of a tougher spot right here as... Yeah, I think Nicoract starts at 3rd CC. He's going to go Stim and Combat Shields. It's going to be forever until Nicoract gets back on the map, and that's not a good sign. I think that's going to probably put him into a very rough position overall. And Banshee comes back over. Banshee moves about, Stalks and the +1 attack upgrade coming through. Just going to have our 4th base. 5th base, like I say, it's kind of crazy, but we suddenly are just a 5-base Protoss. We don't really have the eco or the probes to kind of make use of full 5 bases. I imagine he was just floating some minerals, and this is just what he built into. Stalker shoot, Banshee going to get taken out, so that will fall. Rest of the Stalkers out down the bottom. I will step up. Just going to see the Observer right there. Going to keep an eye on things. A couple of Marines begin to go down already. Just going to be seeing the command center here as Nicoract tries to take his 3rd base as quickly as possible. His army supply is still okay, but that's going to fall off very quickly with the income that SOS now has available. So I do think Nicoract's on a bit of a timer. I think he needs to kind of go. I know he just got his 3rd base, but I actually think it's going to be better for him to try and attack than do anything else. This is both the medevacs to an unfortunate rally, and that's going to be just a nice catch from SOS. Quick to recognize what was going on there, and quick to pick those off as the Bio takes a chance. And again, the Stalker's already taking damage. Bio now pushing through the center of the map toward the upper left-hand side. A little bit of damage there. Just going to be seeing the siege tank going to be taken out again, so tank gets cleaned up. You're just going to see the rest of this army from Nicoract is about to get onto that third base, so that's going to be some trouble in the next few moments. There's a lot of zealots. The tanks are going to tank against the zealots initially. Stalker's behind. Tank's not dying very quickly at all. SOS. He has some zealots from the top side too, though. I mean, hey, the tanks did decently, but the issue is going to be reinforcements. I don't think Nicoract has a realistic way to deal with reinforcements here. We're just going to be seeing the bio continue to fight. A few more zealots going down at this stage. I think this is probably just going to be about all they wrote, as Nicoract has to say GG's, and SOS will take an opening game of this best of 3 series. So SOS gets off to a 1-0 start. And again, SOS looking to recover from his earlier loss against Gerald. That was the start of the day. Still have a bunch of the SOS games to go through, so we'll see what that looks like as we head ourselves into game 2 here, which will be on White Rabbit. That ready to roll. What's up, Patrina? How you doing? Good to see you. Thank you so much. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think we only need 5 invites, so that should be everybody. Just need them to click it, and we will get into game number 2. Yeah, win this is SOS. I mean, if Nicoract ends up 0-4, unfortunate for him, I actually think he did play pretty well today. But if he loses this series, SOS goes to 1-1. This group is really up for grabs at that point still. Guess we'll see what happens overall. Is SOS versus Spirit after this series? It will be at some point after this series. The problem is that the schedule is kind of completely messed up because of how things went, so we do not really have a set schedule right now. We're probably going to do Gerald versus Spirit after this, because that would give Gerald, finish off all of Gerald's games and give us a pretty clear pathway in terms of what means what with the final 3 players that still have matches left. So we probably will not be doing SOS Spirit until a bit closer to the end, if I had to guess. In the bottom left-hand corner, the red Terran player here is going to be Nicoract. Taking on the blue Protoss in the top right-hand corner, it is going to be SOS. Right, Rabbit here for game 2. You can see how Nicoract's dangerous. We saw another example here of a match again. Pretty close, I think, to being kind of scary. Just not quite good enough overall to get it done at the end. Get that barracks build up and get settled down, see where we go. Savico, Assimilator next is coming through, Reaper and the Orbital coming up. Get that ready to roll. So Savico and the next is coming through. Just going to be seeing the probe coming out over that right-hand side. I see a little probe over here hiding away. I guess there's a Reaper poking around as well, which is a little bit exciting too, so we move on in with that to see if there's anything of particular note. We do have the sentry and the warp gate building up as well, so all of that coming through. Let's just have the battery still building, a couple of probes coming through as well. Getting that on the go right now. Sentry will nibble at a Reaper, and that Reaper just gets pushed away. Again, Hellion, Reapers all on the way up, Command Center on the way through. Warp gate halfway done, Twilight Council, and a couple of probes continuing by as well. The Reaper will get rid of that probe there, so the probe goes down already. And again, the starport building through. The Hellion still in production. Gateway and the Twilight Council continue to produce by as well. There is the first Hellion of Nicoract already going straight across the map, so just going to go and again join with the Reaper and look to apply some pressure in the early stages. The pros go down, just going to be seeing the charge and the Warp Gate still coming about then. You have the Marines, the Medevac, and the Wood of Mine coming through. Reapers hop to the high ground, stalk a sentry, and will be there to push the Reapers back the other way. And charge coming through on the Twilight Council. The Reaper Hellion will just sit here and look for maybe a little bit of possibility of poking forward right now. Just going to shoot. Hellion going to take some damage. Reaper's diving forward. Just going to see that Stalker in some trouble. Is going to get back to the battery, though. The second Stalker, he's doing his best, but he will get back to the battery as well. So no pickup for Nicoract. He wanted it. Stalker hurt at least, but not necessarily anything we can do immediately to really capitalize on that. So not ideal. We'll see this Medevac now over to that far right-hand side. Looking for a chance to move up into this main base in the next few moments to get that in position. Stalkers are right where they want to be, though, so no initial drop for this Wood of Mine play, which is obviously great. The more we can deny that, the happier we're going to end up being overall. So yeah, the Medevac and the couple mines chill out. The Reapers and the Hellion out over the far left. And we do have ourselves the charge and the obs. Continue to come through. Had that stim pack on as well. Get that one underway. And we have ourselves just the couple of units gathering together. The few units in the far right still moving. Medevac on the right side with those mines. At this point in time, we've got ourselves another dive. Man, he really wants to kill that freaking Stalker. That Stalker's lucky. He has a target on his back. These Reapers and Hellions do seem to have a hatred for him, but not allowed to develop any further than that just yet. A few more Zealots warping straight through. And we just have ourselves the Medevac on the left side. We'll try and come around as well. But again, just denied it. SOS's defense is honestly very good. Just maintaining control, not letting this go anywhere more than that. Yo, what's up, Maximus Black? How you doing, man? Thank you so much for the prime. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing great. Thanks for dropping by. The Zealots are going to take a chance to dive at the Reapers, by the way, so Reapers getting scared off a little. Back along that right-hand side, a couple observers move through. The Medevacs are going to be right there as well. Just seen the Widow Mines going to be chilling out. The SCVs will get underneath. Medevac will settle. Have ourselves just again the stim combat and the +1. Going to be done soon, so that's going to be Nicoract's power point in this game. Definitely a bit more of a focus toward getting toward this kind of setup, which is obviously going to be like, I am going to get my bio upgrades up, and then we're going to go from there this time around. So instead of like trying to do damage super early, it's going to be more based on when these bio upgrades are done, as that's a good pick off in the observer. Shove coming from Nicoract. Getting across to the other side. Again, the Medevac's overhead. A couple Widow Mines leading that charge with the Reapers that remain. We don't have Thermal Lance yet, so this Colossus is not the most ideal. We do have charge, so the Zealots are pretty powerful. Combat shield a few seconds from being done. +1 finish. That's going to be the advantage Nicoract going into this fight. If these tanks can siege, the Colossus is going to be in a little bit of trouble, as that's a miss micro from SOS. He kind of wanders forward with the Colossus, everything else pulled back. It loses a lot of hit points already as we start a fight. Now we're going to siege up those tanks. The Zealots go down. We don't even need to use the Widow Mines on the Zealots. Maybe now the Widow Mine will go off. The second one, it did not. One Widow Mine hit the Stalkers in the end. We're going to kill the other Colossus super quickly. Good target fire. And all of a sudden, there's not much left over. SOS says GG. And Nicoract will take a 1-1 scoreline, tying us up. The best of 3 series, just like that. And we are going to go the distance. And Nicoract taking a map in pretty much every series he played, apart from against Reynor, which you can really not blame him for, right? Crazy. Let's throw some invites out. Much love, just lurking and watching a bit of SC2. Hell, yeah, appreciate it, mate. Welcome to the tree as well. I'll get that done while I get some invites in, and we'll jump into this game 3 of Nicoract and SOS. Tree is getting beautifully full. I feel like this is the best part of the tree, where it's like full, but not overly full. And then this time next week, it's going to be like, there's just going to be like so much on this tree. It's going to become ugly again. It goes from being barren to really nice. It's like a bell graph. It's like really crappy, really nice, and then way too much kind of crappy again. But part of the fun. Alright, let's jump into game 3 and see what happens. Exciting map here between Nicoract and SOS. Hey, if SOS loses this, he's in a world of trouble. He's got Reynor and Spirit left to play, and he would be 0-2. So this is a really horrible situation for SOS. If you lose this matchup, you need to probably get a little bit of a win right here, to be honest. So let's see if he can find that as we go into game 3. Like I said, Nicoract is still not technically eliminated. A win here will keep Nicoract alive in the tournament. Theoretically, it would really screw SOS over, though, more than anything else as well. Alright, so in the bottom left, it's Nicoract, and in the upper right, it's SOS. Game 3 of our best 3. Old Republic coming through, we get that on the go. Ho ho ho. I'm excited to see what comes out of this. Excited to see what the players are going to get up to here. Been kind of a fun one. I mean, that last one, SOS kind of started to fall off and die pretty quickly toward the end, but it's definitely pretty interesting up until that point. As I kind of felt like he was not far away from having a better fight. He did miss Micro the Colossus a bit, and that was definitely a bit of the issue that came around. It's about a complete Cybercore coming through. Be seeing the Reaper in the orbital coming about. Next is on the way, and we have a couple moments of calm before whatever storm might come up in this final map of SOS Nicoract. Figuring out how this Group C lies. If Nicoract loses this, he would be eliminated, of course. Then we know one player at least who will not be moving toward the playoffs. We do have one more group of this, of course, on Thursday as well, by the way, guys, just in case you weren't aware. So on Thursday, we have one more group of this competition, and then we also have the seeding matches on Friday and Sunday. So you can tune into those with Clem, Max Packs, Hero, Classic, and so on and so forth. See where we're gonna go. Just getting settled in. And a couple of Reapers and the Hellion coming about as we get set for a couple of moments. Figure out what we want to do. And Reapers and the Hellion coming about. We get settled in right now. Warp Gate and the Gateway is coming through for a couple of moments. Get that all underway. And see where we're gonna take things here, as we do have Adept moving through for a couple of moments as well. So just gonna bring that straight across. The Reaper coming back over as well. Probe is going to get into the main, actually just get a pretty decent scout off, sees the factory built in the tech lab, for example. SOS has a pylon here, but not going to use it just yet. And I see him probably having to play a bit of defense in the next couple of moments, so pulling back over to the other side, in position, and see what we can do. The Hellion start a fight, so just going to come straight through there. And put some pressure on. The Reaper Hellion will take a couple of hits. Nothing too major just for the moment. Again, Twilight Council and the Adepts come up. Banshee and the few Marines coming by. And it does look like Nicoract will go for a bit more of an aggressive stance in the early stages here. Okay, that's on the way initially. Again, Banshee in the tank going on through. Just going to have ourselves the Hellion Reaper moving about a little bit as well. So still just moving about. Again, Robo Facility and Probes continue to come about right now. Banshee tank will come in. The Adepts apparently shaded up into the main base and then got caught, forced into a recall. We killed 6 workers because I have done a horrible job of observing. Apologies. Yeah, that's not ideal. So we lose 6 SCVs as Nicoract. It's not ideal from him. Not ideal from me. My apologies, guys. We do see the bunker coming up, though. A little bit of defense at the front, but I do feel like you generally want to kind of go across the map right now. So intrigued as to what that's really going to mean for us as we see the Reapers and the Marines getting rid of the pylon. Do we end up with a push coming across the other side, or where does this go overall? That'd be a good question. Stalkers coming about. Again, tank and the Marines coming up. It's going to be seeing our barracks coming through. The units getting back to the top side as well. You're going to see these Stalkers at least catching some of these earlier game units. They're going to go down. A Reaper and a Hellion dying immediately. Drop a Nexus onto that third base. Get that put in position straight away here as well. Just for the moment. Good damage right there. Just seeing ourselves. The charge finishing in a second or two. The Banshee is making its way in toward the main base. It's going to be going down in the next couple of moments. That Banshee will go down. The defense from SOS is great so far. The supply is horribly, horribly wrong at the moment here for Nicoract. He is down 20 supply in this game. He obviously lost SCVs early. His harassment has been shut down kind of across the board so far. And SOS sharpening up for this game 3 and making this a very difficult scenario for Nicoract, who is on the verge of elimination. And it's not looking good in terms of trying to maybe possibly recover. Forging the gate coming through. Nexus on the way. Thermal lance coming up as well. All those bio upgrades will give Nicoract at least a chance to maybe put some pressure onto the map again. So we'll see if that turns into much of anything. Again, Stim Combat and +1 coming up. Thermal lance coming by. Just going to be seeing a few of the Adepts still heading down into the center, and they may try and get a bit of damage done. Not sure how successful they will really find themselves being. As the Adepts hang about, like I say, the bio over here. Just going to get a scan off for the Observer right away, so just going to take that down already. A nice little catch and a little bit of a cleanup there at the moment as well. Now we do see the, again, Blink, the Thermal Lance, +1 attack upgrade. All of that coming through too, so it's a good position for SOS because all of his tech is really coming along online very comfortably so far. Again, the Stimcat Combat Shield will finally be done. We'll see if Nicoract can move out, but equal army supplies, a Protoss who's already on a good amount of splash damage. Thermal Lance will be done this time as well, so that's going to be a much more comfortable situation in comparison to what we saw previously in the last game. You can see SOS even feeling confident enough to start moving out himself, so he's going to bring that straight over for the next couple of moments, and we will move that along. Stalker Colossus just gathers up. Just going to be seeing those couple of gates coming by. Blink on the way. Do we want to walk up here without Blink? I mean, honestly, I don't hate it. Like I say, the Colossus are going to be pretty strong in the back, as long as they don't walk in a tank range. And these Marines, yeah, the Zealots are in range of the tanks, but the Colossus and the Stalkers on, so we're not losing major units here while putting on a little bit of that pressure already, so I don't mind that too much. Just seeing our medevac still coming online. Again, the armor upgrade coming through, the bunker and the starport coming up as well. So we'll continue to get that moving right now. Again, +2 attack, blink, armor upgrade coming online. A little bit of everything there. SOS, I mean, anytime you take the map control like this as a Protoss player, I always love it because it really feels like you do just take control of this situation. You put yourself in a good spot, you give yourself a good setup to play from, and it just becomes very difficult for the Terran player because now he feels contained. How do you ever do anything in this scenario, right? Like, it becomes a very weird place of, like, you know, if you want to try and get yourself out of this position, you kind of have to find a way to drop across the map, but if you drop too much, then you're very exposed back at home. Your bases are in trouble because the Protoss army is right there waiting to jump on you, so... yeah. A couple Stalkers getting jumped on. Bio-units trying to get rid of a couple units. The Thermal Lance, again, going to give those Colossus the range to really just fight from afar for a little while, and doing very well with their trades up until this point, at least. It's going to be seeing a 10+2+1 upgrades continuing by. Extra Zealots coming by. The Colossus coming up on the Robo facility. I'm going to take a chance to turn for a second or two and just put a little bit more pressure on. So, a few more shots coming about. Knock down some rocks, just opening space. SOS, again, still just feeling confident and comfortable on Old Republic here. Only thing I'd say from SOS is I wouldn't hate if he threw a 5th base down already. I mean, he's going to throw it in the top left corner now. Yeah, I mean, that was basically my only complaint. Like, we've got full map control. Let's expand, you know? This one's going to dive into the main, which is going to maybe give you a chance to run up here. So SOS is kind of forcing the issue. I mean, honestly, just cancelling the 4th would be nice. It's a decent amount of Vikings. They are going to spread their damage on the Colossus, though, so no target fire is going to be one of the big storylines there. With a bit of target fire, that obviously could have maybe gone a little bit better for you as well. But that was not the case, so that's not how it's going to be. As you now have those Zealots continue to cause some trouble up in the main base. Stalkers pushing through, Colossus there, the siege tank goes down, the rest of those units getting turned around as well. It's going to see the Colossus still gathering up, Stalker's still there again to push the bio units back in the other direction currently. This bunker goes down, these Marines still falling. People are going to be next on the list as the Colossus get back to work. So it's just going to get GG out of Nicoract. He cannot hold on, and unfortunately for Nicoract, today was not his day. It will be 0-4 for him. Genuinely very sad for Nicoract, because I think he's had some great games throughout the year. He actually came into this, like I say, definitely as an underdog, but don't get me wrong, but I think the great thing about all these groups is that I feel like anyone has a chance to advance. And I actually really think that Nicoract had a chance to advance here as well. And I mean, his map scores say everything that needs to be said, right? Like, he might not have won a series, but he won more maps than Trigger and Ryung, who did win a series in Groups A and B. So, yeah, he might not have been able to get a full best-of-3 against the opposition, but he was able to take a map off of 3 out of the 4 guys. So he was right there with the players that he would have had to beat to make it out of this group. And with that, we do see the advance of the advancing maneuver of SOS to 1-1 and Nicoract being eliminated. So I think what we do next, guys, like I say, my logic here is that Gerald's already played 3 matches, whereas Reynor, Spirit, and... well, Spirit's also only played 1, so if we do Spirit Gerald, it gives us a bit of a better idea of where Spirit is at, and it finalizes where Gerald is at, and like I say, that gives us a good benchmark of what people maybe need to do better than if they want to advance over Gerald, for example. So I think that is probably the approach we take for this next... yeah, for this next match in terms of what we do, because we are completely off schedule, so I'm just freestyling right now, trying to figure out what we can do on the fly, so don't mind me. Sorry guys, just need to move some things around a second, give me a moment. Cool. Right. Right, Spirit versus Gerald. Awesome. Let's get that ready to go. Throw some invites out and we can pick this off, guys. Thank you for your patience. I just got a couple things sorted. So we'll go Spirit versus Gerald, like I say, and then we'll just see where the group is at and we'll see what we want to maybe do next in the other matches. I mean, we only have 3 matches left after this, so we're not going to be crazy. Far from being done. Yeah, let's do Spirit Gerald and we'll just see where we're at in this group. Seems like a reasonable place to be. One, two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're good there. We'll just give it a minute because ads are playing, guys, and then we can go into the next one. Yes, perfect. Alright, so I got 4 series left. Yeah, alright. Let's do this. Let's just jump into Gerald versus Spirit and get this underway, guys. Let's get this moving. So do Gerald Spirit. I'm not sure what we're going to do after this. We'll just see what the scores are, and we'll see what makes sense. Let's jump into this, though. In the bottom left-hand side for game number 1 of another best of 3 here. In the WardiTV 2025 Championship, we do have ourselves the blue Protoss player. This is Gerald. In the top right, our orange Terran is going to be Spirit. Alright, so get this one underway, get this started up already. See where things are gonna go. Take a couple of moments. Spirit is going to start with a proxy across the map, but it gets scouted immediately, so Gerald is going to be on top of said proxy barracks, so the proxy is going to be in trouble, and that's probably just a cancel. He's already building another barracks at home, so Spirit's going to be working off of a little bit of a weird start in this, and that's going to give him a little bit of a tougher startup than what I'd imagine he was looking for, so he's going to leave it here because it kind of scares Gerald maybe the teeny tiny bit that it might be resumed on, but I can't imagine it's actually going to be all that scary. I think Gerald's very aware of how this is playing out. There's the cancel. The Nexus already came down. The command center starts across the map as well. And like I say, Spirit, not the ideal start because he obviously wanted more out of a proxy than what he actually got from this thus far. And we do see the SCVs coming about. It's going to have ourselves the SCV chasing that probe a little bit. Going to have to make sure that SCV doesn't die out of the refinery. Oh my god, that was scary, but we do save it. A couple workers from the gas are going to go and mine minerals, which means you kind of waste a bit of your gas there. So yeah, a little bit of a hit on the income for sure in the early stages. Not ideal, but such is going to be the way of things pretty much. Reaper orbital command coming through. Command center building on the natural. Nexus probe and Stalker building by. There's Twilight Council coming up from Gerald as well. It's just going to bring that straight on into play. And yeah, that's going to be his tech choice to start us off here on Old Republic map 1 of this best of 3. Stalker moves past the probe, going to step onto the map a little bit. Just going to be seeing the bunker coming down at the front of the natural as well. Just going to get that going over on the other side too. Reaper moving about. It's going to be seeing the Stalker, going to take a little bit of damage, so 2 shots coming through right there. As we just have the unit, the Reaper jumping back into the bunker there, so just going to get to a bit of safety. I mean, the bunker necessity considering the way that things were going in this game thus far. As we just have, again, Factory coming up, CC and the SCVs coming through. Sentry, Blink, Walk Gate coming online, add a gateway to that as well. That Stalker still getting pushed around a little bit by a couple of shots at the front, so that's going to get taken away nice and quickly. And that'll be that for the next few moments. Again, Starport coming online, the command's in the building, the Adept is going to shade and attempt to move in somewhere. We can raise those depots, that should not be able to do anything. Triple command center from Spirit, so he's very happy to start playing into a later stage of this game. When the Marines jump out, the Adept and the Stalker is going to be there. Stalker pings, the bunker has to fill up. There's going to be that hallucination flying across here from Gerald as well, so that's going to be getting into the main in the next few moments right now. So hallucination coming over, Reaper is going to be right there. Just again, bring that straight across for a couple of seconds. Get that underway. Yeah, Blink coming up as well, so again, a little bit extra. Coming by just for now. Left-hand side, that Adept are going to be pulling back a little bit. Yeah, the Widow Mine just popped out. Now the Medevac's about halfway done as well. Adept will shade. Just going to get into the main. Just going to be getting that on the go, so we get that rolling again. Couple of barracks coming through. Marines coming about, Shade coming over. Just going to have ourselves that Adept. He's going to commit for the SCVs. It's always nice to get an Adept in the main base. And Gerald behind this. He's already got the Blink. He's moving into the charge, so that's going to be his next step. This Nexus finishing up on the third base, so we get that finished up already. Stalkers on the way over. They're going to gather over here. The Medevac down the bottom side, ready to drop in toward the main in the next few moments. So we'll get that into position. Stalkers will gather, Medevac into the main base shortly. Again, a couple of barracks still coming up. +1 attack upgrade coming through. Seeing so many Widow Mines drops just not really hit the mark today. It's a little funky to see them be as unsuccessful as they have been. Because Widow Mine drops are usually at least decent, you know. Again, barracks will build. Temple Archive is about to complete. We will just see ourselves a little bit of motion over there. Again, Storm on the way up. That armor upgrade coming through. High Templar building as well. Just going to be seeing the orbital command going to drop down over to the third base. Just going to get that in position already. Medevac just going to sit there with a couple of Widow Mines. Again, armor and the Storm all coming through. Just seeing the Stalker's moving back along. Just getting back up top. A couple of the SCVs go down already. Gonna blink over. Marauder and Marines will continue to get picked away at. Stalker's gonna blink over the rest of that Bioforce and then just pull all the way into the top left-hand side. Gonna drop the recoil down. One Stalker falls already. And we will have ourselves going back home. The Widow Mines come in. Actually gonna just not get that Stalker. The blink was right on time in the end. Actually thought it was a bit late, to be honest, but no, we got it right on time, and we are going to be able to just dodge that mine shot and minimize damage taken from this whole ordeal. So that will chill things out for the next few moments, as we do see, obviously, all the upgrades about to finish from Spirit. So he's rebounded well from what was obviously a bit of an ugly start, considering the proxy that went wrong. So rebounding nicely from that, getting back on track. And do you see that Bioforce still gathering? A couple tanks will spread. This Medevac in the top left will take a chance to boost around a little bit also, and decide where it wants to go. When that Medevac pulls back, we do see the Stalkers just going to be settling for a couple seconds. And gates going through, robo facilities coming about as well, so we bring a lot of that up and online. +1 armor, concussive shells building as we speak, so bringing that straight through here. SCVs go down, but the Stalkers, for the most part, are going to be backing it off. Gerald's in this very cozy position, right, where he's on 4 bases, now going to go to 5 bases. So his base count is going to grow rapidly. So we get that all up. As you see, a couple of Marauders on the upper right side moving around a little bit as well. Thanks for siege. Sends down missile turret come down. We are going to be seeing the Stalkers trying to push in on the top side. Just going to have that 5th Nexus in the center. Just going to come straight into position right away there, and we do see a few extra Zealots. Just going to go and warp in by that as well. Stalkers just going to shoot. We do deal a little bit of damage right there, so a few shots coming in. We do have the Ghost coming about, +2 attack upgrade, the +1 ship weapons. I mean, Spirit's just playing passively because he knows he had a rough start to this game, so he's not in any rush to move to the other side of the map. He's in no rush at all to make this an aggressive situation. He just wants to sit back, chill out, and calm down for a little bit. Because again, he got slowed a little bit off that initial opening. His pressure hasn't done much, and now Gerald is set up on a ton of units that are going to be moving around here and looking for their opportunity to dive in and maybe, if possible, get things done. Let's charge up that ramp. Deepos will take hits. We do see the Zealots going down already. Big dive in. The High Templar are so far behind this that they're going to struggle to kind of get in reach. Now they start getting targeted by siege tanks. I love the, hey, I've got storms and I want to find a way to use them, so he just eats one onto that mineral line. It's always going to be a fun little situation as well. Love that to kind of mix it up a little bit, as we are going to see everything else still moving through. A couple more storms by you and still taking some big damage already. So a few more shots coming about. Ghost still in production here. Again, 2-2 upgrades, +1 ship weapons coming around. We are going back down the left side. Zealot, Stalker, Sentry, Templar making their way over as well. Seven SCVs died in that attack, and I imagine Gerald is going to take this approach of just, I'm going to be aggressive and stay in your face. But we saw him, doing that a little bit earlier on against Nicoract, and it did not exactly go in his favor. It did not exactly end well for him, so it's a little bit of a quirky situation for sure. Bio gathers, just going to be seeing the rocks going down. Nika taken out immediately here. Again, 2-2 upgrades still coming about. Stalker will push in. We will see the dive up to the high ground already. Couple depots dropping to try and just get a repair on the wall, but we still find a gap and an entrance way in here from Gerald, so he gets through. Sells into that mineral line. 8 SCVs going down already, so a bit of damage being done right from the start. It's going to be seeing that storm is still sitting tight and tidy, as we just see that continue to kick through. And we do have 4 extra High Templar building up. On the top side, we've got the Zealots joined together. We've got ourselves a Dark Shrine over halfway done. It's a little bit of army from Gerald on that right side, going to relocate around a little bit as well. The Zealots gather up. The Zealots join. Again, the Stalkers and everything else will get ready for a push through again. I mean, again, just basically consistent pressure here from consistent pressure here basically from Gerald. Just wants to go one side and the other, but when you look at the supply, you can see Spirit is just holding on super comfortably. Like, his position is not being moved at all. He is not being shifted from a very solid supply count. He's in a very good place, and I don't imagine he's going to be falling away from that position anytime soon. Dropping a Sense Tower into the center. There is the Prism Fleet, sorry, Gravitic Drive finishing up as well. That's why I like to see another Stargate coming down from Gerald, actually going to get some better tech on the field. Again, how he played against Nicoract earlier left him in a lot of trouble because he just couldn't really ever fight the army. So I like something that can maybe help us out with that as well. Well, +2 ship weapons, +3 attack still coming by. Just going to move over to the right-hand side. For a couple of moments, these units go on a little bit of a journey, going over this direction. So again, just move over here for a couple of seconds. I'm going to try and step in once again. Spirit, defensively, again, so far has been pretty good. There's a little bit of aggression on the upper left-hand side. We'll check in on that in a moment, see how this goes. The storms have been decent. Yeah, over here we deal with the run-by of Zealots warping in from that prism very nicely as Spirit looks to hold on to a 5th base. Again, we break through a depot, but nothing really comes of it. A few SCVs go down, but a very replaceable amount. And Gerald is still a very rich Protoss player fighting against Spirit, who still feels like he's got the army that can trade a whole lot better. And I feel like Gerald is walking into the same issue he had when he playing against Nicoract earlier. he has no real good answer to this current situation. Like, he has no real good way to deal with this army. Like, yes, the harassment is good, but even in that regard, he's doing way worse harassment-wise than he was doing against Nicoract earlier on as well, so that's definitely also going to become a problem here sooner rather than later. 3 upgrades coming through. We are nuking as well, but this base is going to be able to sight the nuke, so we will watch the nuke land in excitement, but will not do too much, just a little bit of damage onto the Nexus, and nothing more for the moment, but more nukes will line up. The Spirit looks to keep nuking his way to an advantage as best as he possibly can throughout this, so nuke after nuke will line up for the moment. Again, the +3/+1 vehicle weapons coming through. We just get ourselves the 3 more command centers. Spirit just walks in and kills this base in the end with this bio army. It's going to pull away, and then there's a base over here we can kill too. There's a few units behind this, which is also going to be a problem. I mean, if they're just going to fight on their own, they're going to end up in a pretty doomed position. DTs show up and they get rid of one of the base on the top side, and these building command centers might be in some trouble. The Spirit turns back and he gets himself a pylon as he moves, but SCVs are falling quickly as the Dark Temper strike, and they strike hard, so doing a great job thus far. Stalker's going to blink across. We will see the Ghost taking some shots, damage being done. And 4 more Liberators coming about. 24 SCVs, 15 probes, all being killed thus far. As we just have, again, the extra Zealots coming around. We're going to drop another nuke down. Trying to hit this base over here. We'll see if Gerald identifies that in time. So far, no. So far, no. Probes are going to die. And the workers fall. A little bit of a skirmish happening at the same time, but we got to see the nuke landing. As, like I say, knocks a lot of the workers down. So even Gerald's economy this game is not going to be that crazy good. Yes, he's got the bases, but he doesn't have the workers to necessarily put on those bases. That's going to be his issue for the foreseeable future as well. 4 more Liberators in production, +1 vehicle plane, the 3 armor upgrades. Spirit just really kind of maxing out his upgrades in general here. Is Gerald doing a similar thing. It's a lot of Zealots on the right-hand side, and this time we'll actually open up more of the wall off and then see where we get to in terms of doing some damage, but we are going to hope for a lot of eco damage here, I'd imagine. If not, I mean, getting up into the high ground and, you know, maybe getting through some of these structures, you know, picking up some production would be good, although it's Zealots and they're going to get walled off again. Spirit deals with this very well after it initially, you know, begins looking decent on the side of Gerald, and now this command center burns down. But then Spirit also just said, I don't think you can fight my main army, which I think is actually a very good statement. I think it's very true. I think Spirit's army is amazing, and I think Gerald is not really ready to fight this size of a Terran force because, again, his entire army comp is built around being this kind of aggressive, mobile, I'm going to be on the map army. That's great, but if you get forced to fight, it's going to be an issue. And again, so far, Gerald's not taken fights, but now he's kind of forced to. It's going to be very problematic, and it's a very similar vibe to what we saw of him versus Nicoract, but he just can't seem to quite figure out how to get an answer to clean up this Terran army. It's all well and good getting to this point and harassing and kind of taking all these bases. If you can't actually kill this one Terran army the one time you need to, it's always going to end up in a very, very rough scenario for you. Fire comes across, pylon the robot facility will both be going down. So that will be a cleanup as well. Still got the +2 shields on the way, but that's not exactly going to save you in this scenario right now. Spirit continues to look great across the board here as the Stalkers and the Immortals take some more damage. Just going to dive into those Immortals. The DTs are going to try and blink on this. I mean, even if we clean up this army at this stage, it's just killed so much in the process. A blink forward gets the 1 empty medevac, now a full 1 of Ghosts, and 1 medevac gets away on low HP. That might even still be in some trouble, which at this point, you're going to grasp that if you get the opportunity to. Any chance, I think, right here to kill units right now for Gerald would feel great. He's down to 90 supply, like I say. Took so much control in this game, and again, just struggled to figure out what army do I actually need to build at the end game to truly be able to fight off the Terran. Because, again, it was a similar issue against Nicoract in that game 1 they played, which was the longer game that they played. And this is going to lead us to this scenario now where Spirit up about 70 supply, and yeah, looking very good to close out game 1 here on Old Republic. Liberators are going to siege as we step through. There's no storms available. The Archons are going to go down. The Stalkers are going to melt. Everything is getting cleaned up very quickly. One more storm coming about. Marauder medevac coming by. And 6 SCVs haven't fallen, and 6 probes haven't fallen, but that's not really the story here. The story is the army supply not being good enough for Gerald. Spirit takes game number 1 of this best of 3. He surprisingly killed a lot of libs. He did, but I just don't know how much of a situation that really lands you in anyway at the end of the day. Like, was it anywhere near enough overall? Not really. Alright, we're going to head into game 2 here of Gerald and Spirit as we keep the games rolling through. Thanks for joining us today for the WardiTV 2025 champs. Looks like we're good to dive into this next game, guys. So, game number 2, Spirit versus Gerald. Keeping the games rolling here as we enter Group C. And look to figure out who's going to be advancing out of this Group C as well over the next little while. Getting this on the way through already. In the top left-hand side, 1-0 lead for our Orange Terran player. I mean, where we're at in the group as well, obviously if you win this as Spirit, you go 2-0. Him versus SOS might become a deciding match later. Depends how SOS... I mean, depends on the Reynor games as well. Gerald, if he loses this, is going to end up 2-2. And if Gerald's 2-2, that's a position that gets you out of this group, but you can also be eliminated by map score in a tiebreaker. So that's going to be a big one. I really think Spirit SOS might be, in my eyes, just looking at it now, I think Spirit SOS has a good chance to be kind of the really important match at the end. Presuming Reynor looks good and kind of wins out otherwise as well. Interesting. We do obviously have just 2 SOS games left. 2 Spirit games left after this. 2 Reynor games. They all have to play against each other. That would be, like I say, what we have to watch through to figure out how this all wraps up. Gerald with a probe. We'll step forward for a couple of moments here already. Typical coming through, Orbital and Marine coming about. Just gonna see the SCV chasing after the probe for a couple of seconds. Green will be that. Probe just going to get turned around for a couple secs. Just going to get that turned away for the moment. Not going to get too far just yet. You can see our refinery building up. The factory is going to finish very soon. Again, the Adept coming about. Nexus building from Gerald on that natural expansion. The probe coming back down to the bottom. Take a few moments and get set up initially. We do have the Adept going to take the shade out toward the top side. Will shoot. SCV is going to go down already. He's just going to get a cleanup right there. Do have the Marine just going to be chilling out there with the SCV. A couple of Hellions coming about. Starport going to finish very shortly as well. We're going to get that done. Adept just trying to roll up that ramp. You see the couple of Hellions. Going to be a big part of this defense. And actually going to lose one if we're not careful. Pulls it back, saves it. Good job. And we're even going to have an SCV pull towards it for repair, which I love to see. Always think keeping your workers alive, or Hellions alive in this scenario is nice because you give them a bit more HP. Way better chance that they find some success when they do run across to the other side of the map, when they do commit through and try and find some more value. Stalker does see that this is 4 Hellions, which is in itself very good information to have, so get some pretty good info to work with on that already. And let's just see again, a couple Hellions coming through, gates coming about, Sentry and the Blink coming through as well. Hellions still gathering together, the barracks will float across, land onto the reactor, factory to a tech lab, and drop that straight down into place. As the starport continues in, the medevac and the Hellions both pulling all the way to the bottom side, so we're just going to get this wall off up in time now. That's a pretty fresh gateway. Can we just DPS it down? We're going to give it a go. 6 Hellions is going to be scary to be allowed in. Oh, the force field's not good enough, and this next sentry not really ready to force field just yet. Hellions will try and pressure through. The force field there doesn't do anything, and now the probes are going to start falling. The damage will be done, as you can see. Serious work being found here, and that's going to be 9 workers. I mean, a mess of units. We're going to target down the other sentry here, stop the medevac. We can target down a couple more probes. 12 workers, 2 sentries, and yeah, okay, a bit of an investment early from Spirit. Yes, 6 Hellions. You don't usually build 6. That's a lot of minerals to invest into early game, but it finds the damage this game to absolutely make this worthwhile and to absolutely justify what we've been seeing thus far in the game. So great job there. Medevac off to that right side. The Marine's going to gather up inside. Stalkers take a chance to go up top. Again, Banshee tank coming through. Barracks, Engineering Bay, Refinery as well. Robo Facility, probes, and Stalkers building from Gerald. As those Stalkers still gather up to the top. Oh, and it was one more force field. He just panicked that last force field especially. It really went down, and like, that force field needed to go down just anywhere else. Like, that force field would have been great if the Hellions were here in the mineral line chasing the probes, but they just weren't. So it was very felt very out of place in the end. Marines come back in, and they're going to find a probe transferring, for example, so again, just a little drop play is going to be successful. I mean, probably don't get too much more done here. The battery's in position. That's just going to save the medevac by boosting in the corner and just let these Marines fight. They're probably going to go down. Let's watch these Stalkers then, because that's more likely to be the play here as Gerald looks to get into this base. He's down 5 workers still, though, which is really not ideal. It's a lot of workers to be down this early in the game. It's going to keep you in a very weak position early on. That's obviously not great at all. Just going to see that starport lifting off. Stalker shooting through it. A couple more units going down. The Marines are going to be there to help push everything else back as well. Impact Combat Shield +1 continue to come through. The Command Center building up from Spirit as well. Again, Temple Archives coming about. Gates in the Nexus coming over. Prism on the way from the Robo Facility. I'm just going to be seeing again all the upgrades continue to come through. Our Stalkers will come over for now. And yeah, Temple Archives is about to finish. As we get the bio upgrades up, we'll see how Spirit plays this. We'll see how aggressive he wants to be off of what has obviously been a very good start. So there's definitely likely going to be openings for him to try and get aggressive with here. Do you see that Prism loading up? And is going to begin to head out to the upper side of the map. It's just going to go straight across for the moment. Try to see what we can do. Banshee gets feedback. Does the sentry? It's not going to go down. So the Banshee actually dies. We did get 4 probes overall, so honestly not a bad bit of harass. Let's see if the Prism can pull something back here from Gerald. Down a game in this series, and definitely not the prettiest of starts. He's going to get some SCVs, and he actually lifts up and loses nothing, so that part's not bad. Prism will linger in the corner, and no anti-air currently from Spirit that can reach that far. Starts to build a Viking, which is an obvious choice at this point, obviously. Because if nothing else, it's going to stop that Prism from lingering. And you don't want that to be kind of behind your base, because that feels like a forever threat. If you ever move out, you're in trouble. So for the sake of -1 medevac +1 Viking, absolutely worthwhile there. Stalker's out on the right side. Actually going to see the Prism. Trying to make an escape, so no recall. It's actually just going to die. So we get the Zealots out. We do lose the Prism, which means that has to go back on the production tab. Prism's coming up next, in the Forge coming in next. We do see the couple of units here. A lone High Templar just out on the map as well. Spirit scans that and says, cool, that's always going to be something we stim after. It's a storm on a few of the units, but they get back to medevac healing, and because there's no other units there, there's no follow-up really. That's going to be huge. Since we do have storms out, that's something that Gerald could obviously, in general here rely on to kind of help him a little bit. Let's see what Zeld's trying to charge forward. The Bioun's gathering back up. Zeld's still taking some damage. The Bioforce gathering back in together as well. Nexus +1 armor upgrade coming through also, so just all of that coming online. Zealot, Stalker, High Templar back around the bottom side here. A few more Zealots get warped in. Just going to come around the left, and this army in general in the center going to gather back up as well. Stalker's going to get a Vikings, just going to take that out as well, and now just going to chase everything else over to the left-hand side. Zealots and Stalkers continue to back away. High Templar goes down. We are going to have ourselves Gerald up in the top. Little scan coming down over there. It's going to move over to the right-hand side where the bunker is going to stem up and help push things away. Those few Marines inside are going to do a lot. And Gerald is being hunted. Spirit sieges some tanks, but they're out on the open on their own. Gerald doesn't realize just how open they maybe were. He could have probably got rid of those before everything else showed up, but then he would have been kind of committed onto the fight, I suppose. So drops the recall, gets out alive. Gets the army back home is probably the best case scenario for Gerald, because now you can reposition and figure out how he deals with a Terran army that's actually starting to pressure out onto the map as well. It is looking to kind of get across here and look to try and make a couple of plays already. So it's up through the center. They're going to get a couple of catches. Some of those Bio units already in trouble. We're going to stop. We're going to EMP, and we're going to try and trade. Wouldn't doing that part. The storm coming down, this army over on the right side backing away as well. Bio gets in, pylons get get killed, and that depowers a bunch of the gateways. Now this Nexus taking heavy damage as well. It's going to drop. Will be cleaned out. The rest of the Zealots still going to be there. Bio still fighting on the left-hand side. Nexus goes down as well. Bit more being done already. In the bottom left-hand corner, we will see another Nexus taken down once again, so we just take that out. Main base now dead. What a disaster for Gerald. All of a sudden, you're a 2-base Protoss. And this base coming online, at least long distance mining that currently. But yeah, what a great couple of moments from Spirit, who just becomes the base sniper and is going to be maxed out before Gerald even gets back on his feet here, I think. So this feels very, very difficult to play back into right now. I'm not really sure what we're going to do from this point. It's going to feel, like I say, I think very tough to get back on track with. Going all the way back over. The Prism trying to move around. Storm comes in. SCVs will be taking some more damage. 18 workers dead already. And Twilight Council. Nexus all coming through. Zealots, Immortal Stalkers coming about. +2 attack, +2 armor. There's the ship weapons coming up as well. We do see in the bottom left-hand side the Nexus drops into place. Probes are going to pull back toward the central base here. The Stalkers blink out over to the right side. Ghosts in production. 2-2 on the way. Ship weapons on the way. One storm comes down onto that Bio army that's just going to get forced back already as well. Another storm coming into place. The army back over that right side. Not sure where we're really going to go from this sort of a point. We do jump onto the Archon at least, so we're going to be able to take that down. That gets picked off immediately, and again, 2-2 upgrades, all the upgrades coming about. A couple extra Vikings in production as well. This part of the army still pushing through. A couple of Zealots getting jumped on. Good storm. Zealots taking a bit more damage once again there, and we are just going to be seeing still this force still fighting. Spirit is 160 to 120 supply. As the storms dissipate, it's just no splash damage left, and then these Immortals are not exactly looking super hopeful. A handful of Zealots that just showed up probably ain't going to do it. And Gerald definitely doesn't feel like he's going to do it either. GG's, Spirit 2, Gerald 0, as we take ourselves to a very, very fun little scenario in this group then. So Gerald will end at 2-2. And what we have left to play is Reynor, SOS, and Spirit all against each other. So I think what we're going to do first is... So Spirit and Reynor are both 2-0. So I think we should do the SOS games first. So let's do Reynor SOS first, and then we'll do Spirit SOS, and probably save Reynor Spirit till the end. Because at this point, it feels like Reynor and Spirit are in the best positions, but yeah, we'll see how the SOS games go, and we'll see if he can... I mean, we'll see if Oh, well, we'll just see how they go. Let's start with Reynor SOS. I don't feel we need to justify it any more than that, to be honest. Just give me a second to get this sent over, guys. You ran off the raid. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Alright, guys. It's going in a second. Thanks to the patience. Just sorting this out. Alrighty. Is Gerald qualified? It depends if SOS or Spirit wins. He's 2-2, -1. It's not a great place to be. It really depends. If Spirit and Reynor both beat SOS, then he's through. But if SOS wins one of those matches, there's a very good chance he has better map score, depending on how it goes as well. Gerald does have the head-to-head over SOS, and that helps a lot, especially because Gerald went 2-0 over SOS. That was really useful at the start of the day for him, so it really just depends on results still. We'll do Reynor SOS, and then we'll kind of see what needs to happen maybe for Spirit SOS, and by then we'll probably know who's through the group and who isn't. I think Spirit is 100% going to advance, and Reynor as well, because Reynor and Spirit cannot possibly fall behind Gerald in the group. So it's basically Gerald or SOS. So we know Reynor and Spirit will advance, so we're going to do the SOS games first. Like I said, we'll do Reynor SOS, then Spirit SOS, and then we'll end the day with Reynor Spirit, which is the most likely matchup to have impact on the first place finish. I would guess. So yeah, let's jump into some ZVP and see what happens. Get this ready to rumble. Alrighty, let's go in the game. On the top right-hand side, our blue Zerg player here is going to be Reynor in the WardiTV 2025 Championship. He takes on the the Red Protoss in the bottom left-hand corner. It is going to be SOS. Thank you for joining us and being here and enjoying some games with us today. Appreciate it. Thank you as we get ready to go. Prep currently boosting along, gateway coming up, hatching a few drones on the way. It's going to be seeing the overload of Reynor heading down to the bottom left-hand side. So, game number 1. Important series for SOS. He needs to win at least one matchup. The problem is I feel like he needs to win. I feel like he needs to. If he loses, he probably can't afford to get 2-0'd. Because then a 2-0 for himself. I think he needs at least a map here to not be eliminated, actually. Because if he gets 2-0'd, he would be 2 map scores behind Gerald. And then he could only ever catch up 2 map scores. But is there... Okay, but I guess if he beats Spirit and Spirit also loses 2, so say they both... Spirit loses both 2-0, he'd be -1. SOS would have to head-to-head over Spirit, but then it'd be a 3-way tiebreaker, so... yeah, it's kind of a little tough situation. I mean, that's why I think we should just see how this game goes, and then we can figure out from there how the whole situation looks. See how Overlord moving about, Stargate in the Nexus coming through, the Adept coming about, Queens in production as well. We'll take our Lings to move on the map. Also, guys, just a quick moment to say, of course, if you're enjoying the stream today, do consider supporting. I don't think we've even sold out once today, so if you're enjoying, don't forget you can Prime sub, like and subscribe on the YouTube and all the rest. Also, don't forget that it is also going to be any donations on the stream. They go directly into the prize pool of this tournament. We're trying to double it. It's probably not going to happen the way that we're going right now, but we can try. Again, it doesn't matter if we double it or not. Anything that does get donated will add to the prize pool, if nothing else. So, if you're enjoying the tournament, enjoying the players, and want to support them further, do consider donating to the prize pool by donating to the stream. Any donations will go toward that. Couple Lings will nibble at those rocks. The rocks will take some damage. The Adept there on the top side picks off a Zerglin already. So just going to take that down already as well. Hey, late Chrononaut, thank you so much for the 4-month resub. Appreciate it. Thanks, Wardy. No worries. Thank you so much. Next coming through. Cordray. On the way up, we do see a couple drones going down the other side. Queens will be there. Oracle gets turned around already. He's just going to push that back over to the other direction for the moment. Thank you, late Chrononaut, for the 4 months. I will get you on the tree after this game. As yo, Black Bear, thank you for gifting a membership on the YouTube as well. Going out to Captain Dan. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. I don't know why they come through twice. Not gonna lie. It's very confusing. Oracle turns back around, just following this Oracle for now, guys. It's going to be a second Stargate and a Fleet Beacon from SOS, so he's going to get kind of aggro with techie Stargate units early in this game. That's going to be his plan. As thank you also Ploval coming in for the 5-month resub on the Prime as well. Super appreciated. Thank you so much. We'll also get you on the tree after this game. Well, there's the Fleet Beacon, there's the Stargate, that continues through, and Reynor right now, 41 drones, taking a lot of Lings, and he is already running into that third base with a lot of Lings. I wonder if he's just looking for a cancel on this third with some immediate pressure. Just feel like that is very likely the goal that we're aiming for right now. Third will survive. Nidus Network coming up, so Reynor going to get very aggressive. Very aggressive against the Protoss, who obviously, like I say, fast attempt to get into the Fleet Beacon in a second Stargate is very likely going to get some work done very quickly here. So he's not going to be ready just yet. He'll have 2 carriers soon, but not just yet. So this Nidus has potential. Get the Queens across the map, some anti-air against those carriers, and we're going to be in with a shot. And back over that left side. Going to be seeing the Nidus starting on through straight away. Just going to get that going. It's an immediate denial on the first Nidus, but the Lings on the right side will get through the third, and we will kill a bunch of probes over there, if absolutely nothing else. So we're already making some progress. Oracle activating up in the sky to try and get onto the Nidus network, and we're going to deny another one. Reynor is... I mean, he needs to get the Queens out. Oh, the Queens did get over here. I thought it was going to die, but it doesn't. Queens get out, the transfusion comes in, and it is saved. The Queens are fighting the Interceptors, some damage onto the carriers too. Lings get rid of the third base just in general right now. Queens obviously can't step too far off creep, but they want to be able to keep on transfusing. We are going to start losing some Queens here as they're a little bit haphazardly fighting. The Zerglings make a run to get on toward the natural here. We drop the force field to try and buy some time. We're going to be able to keep this safe if that force field fades away. The lings that are in the natural already have just about now been cleaned up. Now the rest of the lings are going to get through. And those lings are going to run straight on through this. And yeah, I mean, United's into the natural as well. Now lings up in the main base. SOS is just bleeding workers in every single direction. He's got 13 workers left. The carriers are just not doing enough damage fast enough. And I was going to say, maybe you'd get one single counterattack as SOS, but you're going to have 0 workers to do it with. And that's going to just be a GG right there as SOS taps out of a game number 1. Going to go to 10,000 feet for map 2 as SOS looks to try and get back on track. But Reynor putting himself in a very solid position, and Reynor going to be up to 3-0 if he wins this. Obviously has a lot of potential. Throw our invites down and we will go in just a second, guys. Thank you so much, Late Chrononaut and Ovel. Thank you for the subs. I appreciate you very much. We're very close to the 1,000, guys. Like I say, if you're enjoying the stream, do consider subscribing to support or priming if you have a prime available. Also helps out a whole bunch as well. Let me put this in the tree. Shouldn't SOS technically always lose against this if he's going carrier build? Probably. I think carriers just really suck against the early queens being across the map, to be honest. So yeah, I'd kind of believe it. Yo, Benosaurus, thank you so much for the Prime sub as well. Super appreciate it. Thank you very, very much. We'll also get you on the tree, but it'll be after this game. Thank you for priming us up. Appreciate it big time. Thank you for supporting the content, guys. Obviously, we could not be here without you all. So thank you so much for subbing if you do. And if not, then thank you for watching, because that helps as well. Reynor hatchery onto the forward location after SOS gets a block off immediately. So this hatchery location comes down. That's going to be our starting point in this game. Get that underway, get that started, and away we go. Seeing the overlord coming through as well. Did I change my secret lab? I thought it was a TL one. Yeah, my TL one, I broke the arm off of accidentally. I landed on it a bit too hard. No, I think I'd also had a lot of use out of it, to be fair. I would sat on that thing for like 4 years straight, basically non-stop. 4 years, maybe even 5 years. Probably 5 years or something. Yeah. I enjoyed it enough that I got a new one, though, so... Yeah, because I got the TL one as part of doing the TSL broadcasts. Because they were sponsored by Secret Lab, so we got the TL one as like part of, like, I just got gifted it, and obviously I used it on the broadcast. I mean, that's some great advertising if you ask me. You send me a chair and I literally use it on every broadcast I do for the next 4 years. Yeah, I think it was the arm fell off of it. It is pretty ragged anyway. Like I say, I sat on that thing a lot, so I got a lot of use out of it. First speed Roach Ron coming up as Reynor gets into some aggression here on 10,000 feet. So early link speed into Roaches. Get that going. Twilight Guns coming about. Just going to get those Roaches on the way. Just bring that straight through for now. So just going to get that set up. See where we go. See what happens. We'll see the Glaives on the way from SOS. Going to give him a good position to play from. See those Zerglings coming across the map. The Roach is going to gather together as well. Just going to be seeing a Ravager moving in. I mean, Glaives is not going to be ready yet. If we get to Glaives eventually, then that would be great, but I'm not sure we're going to be able to get to that sort of stage, because obviously these units are going to be hitting in the front. There are going to be 2 batteries now, a 3rd battery coming up as well. So we get that ready straight away. Just going to see the Versatile coming down. The Ravagers knocking their way through this. Obviously damage being done pretty decently just for the moment. We do see the gates going down at the moment. So again, damage being done. I'm going to continue to put some pressure on here as opening up the wall is big, because now it lets the Lings flood forward more easily and give them a real chance to get involved here. So you got to imagine that's going to be a big factor in this. As the wall off is still good though, because of the batteries behind this. The secondary kind of layer of this wall is decent. We're going to lose another gateway. Or are we? No, the battery keeps it alive for a few more moments. Should go down now though. Yo, if he finishes Glaives, it's so big, because it means that these Lings are going to be way less impactful. So that could be absolutely huge. Seeing a couple of Biles coming down. The battery's already taking some shots there. We are going to dive forward with the Zerglings. The Roaches and the Ravagers are going to commit to this right here. Like I say, Glaives is done. It's the Roaches that are maybe the bigger issue. We are going to finally break through with the Lings to get on top of this army. The probes will pull. There's a good amount of batteries here. We dodge away from the Biles very effectively as well, I would say. I think SOS doing a good job of making sure that these units take as little damage as possible while letting the Glaives do the work. The Zerglings are melting away. And Reynor's supply is soon going to be dropping below that of SOS's. And he's going to decide that that's GG right then and there. So there you have it. Reynor says GG, and SOS will take game 2, tie us up 1-1, and we are going to go to a game 3 between SOS and Reynor. So game 3 is going to come through here, guys. I'll get that going in a second. Going to be White Rabbit for our 3rd map. Thank you so much, Eureka58 and Benosaurus coming in with the subs. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for supporting. I'll add you guys to the tree as well. You guys really not going to focus? There we go. Bam. Put you guys on the tree. Alrighty, let's get into game number 3 here, deciding map of this one. Like I said, this would put SOS into a tough spot if he loses, but a much more comfortable spot if he wins. If he gets a win, Reynor has to play Spirit, Spirit has to play SOS. I mean, feels like the group is a bit more in his hands at that point. He still has a bad tiebreaker situation versus Gerald, though. I do think that's something that's likely going to come back and kind of bite him a little bit more than likely, so we will see shortly as we go into this game 3. Let's see if we can get a dub here. It is going to be in the upper right-hand side. The red Protoss player, SOS, with the defense in that last game. Bottom left-hand side, our blue Zerg player is Reynor. Alright, away we go. Probe coming up, hatch gas and pool coming in. A couple of drones are going to come about as well. It's just going to get that set up and ready to start here. As you do see the overlord heading toward the upper right hand side. Overlord just going to move about, just going to be heading up to get some scouting done. Link speed on the way early. The rest of this looking pretty regular for the next couple of moments, which is not too surprising. Just waiting to see a tech structure, really, from our boy SOS to see what he wants to do. A bit of a weird choice not to wall off at all. We'll see if that comes to bite him in the butt at all. See our depth shading out and look to see what's going on. And the Overlord coming through, Queen of the Link speed coming up, Drone Hatchery coming by, Twilight Council will be building in the main base. We just see the Adept shading down to the bottom left hand side. It's the Adept on a little bit of a shade right there. Trying to see a bit of what's going on for the next few moments. This up and rolling. Again, Twilight Council about to finish. The gateway's coming through, Probes, Adept, and the Warp Gate continuing into play. There's the Resonating Glaives that's going to start on the side of SOS. So he's going to go Glaives a second time here. Reynor just going to play a bit more standard this time. Obviously a bit more of a naturally timed Roach Roaring than the all-in variation we saw previously. And that Roach Roaring's still kind of early on, but it's going to be nice for use against the Glaive Adepts. Means you're going to have access to those Roaches from a good point in time to ensure that we can make this a defense and not let these Adepts run rampant in this game. Soul Shade just going to move about. Adepts will shoot. The damage being done. Just going to be seeing the Glaives coming about. And Roach will continue through as well, as we're just going to see ourselves that Glaives finishing shortly. A few more of the Adepts coming through. Just have ourselves, again, Roachling in production at the moment, bringing that over. Adepts will gather in. Just going to go pushing. And again, Ling Ravager building through. So lots of units here from Reynor. He builds with 3 Roaches. He morphs those into Ravagers. I believe this used to be the Dark defense against the Glaive builds. As we're going to be seeing the first Queen going down quickly. Oh, he actually has more than 3 Roaches. Actually, he's got 5. So 3 Ravagers, 3 more Finny. He'll have a couple of Roaches on top. The Adepts get their second Queen moving into the main base. Now going to try and shade around elsewhere. With the Corrosive Power coming down. The Adepts still taking some big hefty damage. A little bit more being done in that regard to try and shade out back the other direction for the moment. Lings will try and chase. Again, the Adepts will take a few shots already, so a couple of hits coming through. Damage being done. Immortal on the way. Gateways coming online. Again, Lings, Queen continue to build as well. The rest of the Zerglings coming up across to the top of the map. 3 Adepts and the 2 Sentries coming up as well. Going to see both those Sentries nibbling away at the Overlord already. They'll take some damage. They'll recharge on the Sentry. The Immortal will be there as well. Let's get across that left side. Pylon gets cancelled. Next is going to be in some trouble. So Reynor's taking this defense all the way across the map and is now going to turn this into offense. He just have 8 more drones on the way. The last still coming up. Just going to be seeing the couple of barrels coming down. The Immortal has to step back again and keep on viling away. The Immortal is doing a good job of stepping away from those barrels, but the problem is it can't just stand there and fight. As now the sentries eat barrels, and we're going to lose one of the sentries, both the sentries, without spell casting on them, so they die with a bunch of energy available. That is less than ideal, obviously. We do see a few more Zerglings just running in at the front there, and the Adepts will shade back to protect themselves as best they can, currently at least. Again, a couple of biles coming in. The rest of the Ling Ravager pulling back down. Still got ourselves the Baneling Nest producing. Roaches and the Roach Speed coming up. Evolution Chamber will start as well. A Gateway will produce from SOS, so we get that going. Adept just building through. Again, Roach Speed coming online. Ling Roach continues to produce on in. The Ravagers gather. The Ling is going to escape up to the top side, put some pressure on also. They're going to move straight over in that direction. Adept's going to shade. A couple of biles. Going to land in for some Adepts. We're actually going to shade right on top of this army. Well, I don't know if I love it, to be honest, because now the Lings show up. Most of the Adepts are dead, so the Lings are going to have a great time. Biles will get rid of the force fields. And you can just see the Lings wrapping around and doing extremely well. Reynor is going to take this 2-1 over SOS. And he is now going to advance to 3-0 in this group. So, losing some maps on the way, but overall doing what he needs to. Reynor 3-0. In a great position to take first place, but that could still come down to him versus Spirit. That kind of depends on how Spirit versus SOS looks, which is what we're going to go into next. So we'll go Spirit SOS. I think I'm going to take a couple moments here, guys, and we'll be right back for more StarCraft 2 with Spirit SOS and then Reynor versus Spirit. So we'll do it in that order. So Spirit SOS first. We'll go into that in just a few moments. We'll be right back. Welcome back, Arenos, everybody. How we doing? We're diving into more games here. It's going to be Spirit SOS. We try to figure out where we're going to take this and how it's going to go. Let's get in. Alrighty, guys. Kicking off into the bottom right corner of the map. This is going to be our red Terran player. It is going to be Spirit taking on the blue pros on the top left-hand side of the map. SOS as we get into this TVP BO3. Big one. I mean, so basically, SOS is 1 and 2. So if SOS loses this, he's eliminated. In fact, if SOS loses a map, he's eliminated. I think is the unfortunate reality, because again, Gerald has the head-to-head. So SOS needs a 2-0 over Spirit to advance. So yeah, unfortunately, it's one of those scenarios where it comes down to just a map. If Spirit wins this, he will be tied with Reynor at 3 and 0. They are the last match of the day, so it's a very good chance that becomes a battle for first place. Now, first place in these groups are very important as well, because you actually start like 2 rounds deeper in the playoffs if you get first place in your group compared to if you get second or third place. So there's actually a big deal breaker difference on first place. So that could be very interesting later, but obviously Spirit still needs to win first to get there. So that's something to think on as well. Silent Knight 190, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Loads of Primes today, guys. Appreciate it. We'll get you on the tree after this game. Thank you so much for priming us up and choosing this channel to share your Prime sub on. Appreciate it big time. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Engineering Bay block being an annoyance in the early stages, which is not too much of a surprise based on what we'd already been seeing for a little bit, so nothing too wild about that, as we just have the Nexus coming into place, so we're just going to get that settled down as well. Moving across. I'm just going to get the Nexus now on location. So we do build the Nexus on location, so we don't go elsewhere with it, so that's going to remove some of the potential aggression that we might have seen from Spirit otherwise, in terms of like relocating, you know, the Nexus and then kind of attacking early. Just trying to stay clear of all of that sort of shenanigans, as we do see this Reaper arriving at the front in the next couple of moments. That's going to be arriving here. Coming straight through, and the Reaper just going to go poking at the pylon for a couple of moments, so some damage being dealt. The Warp Gate and the Adept continue to come online as well, so we continue to get that going just for the moment. And yeah, the Warp Gate coming about. The Reaper pulls back over to the right side. And we'll actually go back home to help deal with the Adept. That is obviously on the map and moving across the map as we speak, so that's just on the way, happening. And we go and try to handle it. So Reaper goes moving across. The Adept is just going to be right there. It's going to be seeing some shots potentially come through, but we save the unit in the bunker, the SCV and the Reaper. Let's see if he can jump back out. There's one SCV high ground that's going to do the little wiggle, as you can see on the screen there. And we'll get back on control of this over the next few moments and see what exactly we can do. The Adept going to try and shade out as the Hellion and Reaper together are going to poke in towards that Adept, put some damage out, and the Adept will just shade away, so SOS gets out of there without too much trouble at the end of the day, for now at least. Adepts and the Stalker still going up to the top, and you see that gateway coming into place there. The Stalker still building, everything else coming through, looking pretty cozy early on. Drop down the gateways. Again, the Robo Facility coming about, probes on the way through. Again, the Marines and the Medevac on the way by. The Widow Mine is going to be producing from Spirit here, so just going to get that going. This is where Reaper is going to be moving in, and we do have the Hellion with that Reaper going to be coming about as well. A couple of Stalkers just going to sit there, move around a little bit right now. And we just have, again, Reaper and the Hellion joining together for a moment. We'll just sit there on this. Do you take the chance to move with these couple of units? Again, Blink is well on the way. The Raven producing on the starport. We do have the tank and the Marines coming up as well at the barracks, at the SCVs. The medevac around the top side will have a couple of widow mines inside of it, and just be looking for the chance to drop into the main sooner rather than later. A few stalkers still building up, that blink still coming by. Again, Reaper and Hellion at the front door will come and knock, and, oh, very rude. They didn't even knock, they just barged right on in. To be fair, the door was open, and they're not going to get themselves a bunch of workers here. So 23 workers, really not a bad start, especially when it's just one Reaper and one Hellion. The Widowmine drop tries to relocate around to a different direction. Widowmine drops today. I don't know what it is. I feel like every time I see Widowmine drop, I've just not seen it having an easy time of just diving a mineral line. I feel like it's been a really awkward day for Widowmines. Not going to force the workers to pull away here. Medevac half HP already, so that's going to be a little tough. As you see the Raven on the right side getting back to the top as well. It's just going to relocate on that one. Stalkers try to blink for the medevac. Nearly got it, but it survives with a few hits to spare, so it doesn't go down just yet for the moment. Medevac chills in the bottom. And again, the few stalkers moving about. Stimpack +1 upgrade coming about. Just going to be seeing the prism and the charge going through. We do have the auto turret in the back. Going to get a couple of probes as well. Stalkers back up to the top. Again, Colossus coming through. The charge on the way. Forge and the Nexus coming by. Again, Stimpack combat shield M+1 building. We're just going to be seeing the Widow Mine. Oh, gets dodged from. Very nice. Now you blink in, clean up everything. Medevac goes down. It's a very cool cleanup from SOS. Get the Prism lift on the Adepts. Still some lost mining time. It's not like Spirit gets nothing from this, but it's still nice not to lose anything at all, right? It's always it feels good when you dodge that mine shot using the Prism to get it done. When we get over to the edges, just going to have, again, +1 thermal lance charge. Continue to come through. We do see Stimpack combat shield and the upgrade from Spirit as well. So both players are heading into their next step of this game, getting cozy. Medevac going to boost down to the bottom and then cut across down that bottom side as well. There is going to be the Prism nearby, which we will see with the Medevac. So Spirit sees the warp and knows what's up. Scans for, I can only imagine, an observer here. I think he got the kill on it, so didn't see it going down, but it does look as though an observer was died, and I would imagine it was right there on that play. So the Prism sets up, a couple more Zealots jump inside of said Prism. Oh, I didn't realize he'd unloaded these Marines, but he unloads and he runs in. Prism actually goes down, so Spirit actually getting a catch right there. Because of Shell still coming up, Marine Marauder coming through, Viking Widowmine in production as well. Need to get that on the go. So Spirit actually going to step out onto the map at the moment. Just going to be seeing the 125 to 113 supply at this current point in time. So just going to bring straight across with this right here. And do you see the Concussive Shells finishing soon, the Ghost Academy building from Spirit, Bunker, Viking, Marine Marauder, all on the way. And a couple of Colossus still gathering up for the moment. Spirit feels pretty confident pushing forward here. You see those couple of Colossus still trying to laser beam in return. SOS is going to be able to hold Spirit back, but I'm a little afraid. I feel like we're not far away from SOS's army being in trouble. That said, there's only the one tank left over, and with only the one tank, there's probably not a good enough answer to these Colossus, really, to kind of go pushing in and trying to fight and everything, so I imagine that's going to be a factor as well, as we just see, again, a couple of Ghosts, the Vikings, the Marines, all coming up. The army's still pushing down that bottom right side. Another tank will get sieged up. Bio unit's going to gather together. The Vikings overhead as well, just going to be a part of this. Again, that Temple Archive's already starting up from SOS. +2 attack, +1 armor. Both continuing to build on in as we make our way around for the moment. So again, getting this all set up. We're just going to be having the army of SOS coming over to that right-hand side. The Observer flying overhead as well. Nexus taking a scan. Prism loads up, we get over that right-hand side. Bio units, Vikings just gathering together. Command center going to be right there as well. back over on the left. Just going to see the Zealot Stalker Colossus coming through. Again, a couple of ghosts coming up. The starport coming by. Just going to be seeing still the army settling in that side. Bio moving down the bottom. Vikings and Medivacs join together. Command Center will move across to that 6 o'clock position. Raw Minidia, how you doing, mate? Thank you so much for the 105-month resub. Appreciate it. Thank you very much indeed. As we are going to see this big fight breaking out. Vikings doing their best to chase in after the Colossus here, but they're going to get jumped on by the Stalkers. The Zealots trying to move through. SOS supply not looking pretty. Warps into the main base, though, and the warping on the main might be the big deal here. Gets rid of some of these SCVs during this, and maybe you can recover and bounce back nicely. The Colossus is still alive, and again, the Viking count has been lowered, so the Colossus is going to do a lot. And the tail end of this fight looking a lot better for SOS, but there goes one Colossus, and there goes two. The Marauders darting forward. I'm finding value, man. So many of those units were so low HP. Thought we were going to lose a couple more there, but it doesn't happen in the end. Wow. That was a pretty crazy little sequence of events overall, I would say. Fair to say, I think so. Roman here, thank you so much for the 100 bits as well. Happy day to you as well, mate. Thank you so much for the resub. 105 months is crazy. 100 bits as well. Thank you so much, and I will get you on the tree after this game. Thank you so much for supporting and subscribing. I appreciate you big time. Do you see the Zealots on the right side are going to make their way through the depot right now? So you start off, pick off that depot, take that out, get rid of that option already. SOS. When this was played, obviously he didn't know the situation of, like, he can't drop a map, but we know that that's the deal, so it is very tense for him at the moment. Let's come back down. Yo, Kayo Kankem, thank you so much for the 33-month resub as well. Similar story, mate. Thank you for the resub, and I'll get you on the tree after this game. So it's back down the bottom. Just going to be seeing the rest of this army moving across. A lot of Zealots warping in. I like what SOS is doing. 4-5 base setup. So we got a 5 base setup. You started putting yourself in a good position. You start just kind of getting ready to attack it on both sides, and you keep the Terran player busy. That's going to be the main goal of all of this. You see Zealots already charging straight in at the front there, so they're going to try and knock down from the front door. The bunker will fall, and then on the left-hand side, Stalker, Colossus, Zealot all gathers up as well. A bunch more SCVs going down once again, so it's going to be the Zealots in the main base that are finding the success over on this side, and in the natural too, so just damage all over the place. These Zealots are working a lot. We are going to dive onto the army. The Colossus goes down. We're not going to have a lot of splash damage left is going to become the issue. Still feel like overall we're pretty happy with where things went. I mean, you still got Zealots in the main and natural. Spirit loses 36 SCVs during this, so that is a significant amount of damage. I was going to say serious, but it's also significant. Going to be seeing a lot of workers going down. We do have Zealot Stalker still gathering up. +3/+2 coming over. We're going to see a bunch of additional Zealots on that right side. 10 of them being warped in. A couple Colossus coming through. +1 air weapons. And the +2 armor upgrade building by. Try and drop an EMP down onto the Zealot Stalker force. Doesn't happen just yet. Now we're going to try and stim into this. EMP's coming down. Zealots are going to melt away. A lot of damage being done quickly. The Vikings overhead. The Zealot's trying to get into the natural once more. It's another 9 SCVs lost, so I mean, the damage really does just keep racking up right now. You are taking so many losses here as Spirit currently. Well, the Zealot's just getting straight back into the SCV. SCV taking more shots. Bio gets in to clean up the Zealots again. Resources lost-wise, it's actually very even as well, so that's something that we didn't see earlier with Gerald's games, is that, you know, in Gerald's games, he was trading very inefficiently. So in Gerald's games, it became very awkward because he was trading badly, and because he was trading badly, it kind of meant that, you know, he wasn't really able to kind of keep it up against the Terrans. Whereas here, SOS is trading fine, and trading fine plus the good economy should mean he's headed in a good direction. Vikings will shoot Colossus. Very nearly going down. Colossus will go down. The Zealots now falling as well, though, as we see a lot more going down once again. The Zealots can pick their way out one more time. I mean, this natural expansion just kind of completely ransacked point, we don't even have a command center here right now. We've got a CC floating over elsewhere. More zealots are going to leak on through. And again, I mean, we see a Ghost Academy up for grabs. My issue is going to be that we are maybe still at a point where, despite the efficiency, we still need to figure out how we're going to kill the Terran army. There is still going to be that one big question mark of how do we kill it. And maybe you just do enough here that you can just go with one army, lose it, go with the second one, and just play cleanup. That's not out of the question at all. Colossus coming through, +3 armor, +1 shields. Upgrades still coming in galore from SOS. So back to that Colossus count is lovely. I mean, you look at the unit count, there's no Vikings in the game anymore. So as long as we don't sit that Colossus in the front, which we did there, EMP plus the Marauders make a quick death, then this should be pretty reasonable. Now this base just in trouble as well, though. These units are going to zone this ramp, so you just can't protect this location. The units can try and come across from the right-hand side as well. We're going to blink in, get rid of the bunker. Again, just got to be careful here, because there's not a lot of Zealots to protect this army from the Marauders that chase on through. 10 Zealots warping in from the upper right-hand side. I feel like SOS is about to lose everything on the left, though. He's going to keep running, but there's no way that Spirit doesn't keep chasing this. This looks way too tempting to just shut down everything off. On the right side, the Zealots come charging in once again. Spirit has a Widow Mine that'll go off on a few Zealots. The Marauders and the Marine take some chances to get some damage done. Also, those Zealots keep dropping. The Zealots over here going through the depots. I mean, we've actually taken this army that was chasing down the army before. It's going to go all the way across the map, kills 2 reinforcing Colossi. So they go down very quickly as well. So you're missing even more of your tech units here as SOS to what you maybe would have liked to have seen. And now we run into this natural, and the robo facilities are found, denied. Not going to kill the robos, but we do kill the pylons attached to them, so we can repower them. I actually wonder if killing the robos would have been just better, because like we're going to repower those and Colossus production can resume. I think we probably should have killed the robo, to be honest. I mean, I understand getting the pylon first, but there wasn't that much that showed up. It was a few Stalkers, and this army probably could have turned around and fought a few Stalkers, you know? So that's the kind of situation I feel like we're in. Do you see the Zealots and the Probes getting rid of a Ghost there? A few more shots coming through. Probes still going down. Stalkers still taking heavy hits. Vikings pulling back over on the third base. We are going to see the Zealot Stalker here going in after the rest of the Bio Forces. Lots more damage still being done. Bio pushing through. Just going to see the Gateways in some trouble. Going to try and dive in. Colossus. One goes down. The Zealots are going to be there to keep the Marauders at bay as well. And the Bio units are just going to stick around in that main base and give him hell. Seems to be the motto right now. Jeez, it was SOS being super aggro the whole time, and then you know, Spirit comes back, and this counterattack has done so much. That said, he's still a 28 SCV Terran to a 70 Pro Protoss. And yes, right now his army supply is larger, but if that income sticks around for any amount of time, once the production gets back online and we're spending the money, I can't help but feel that Spirit's army is just not going to be competitive. The Marauders here will be the one thing that can probably kill that Colossus. The Marines, you could see, were already melting as the Colossus took a chance to jump on it already, so already a sign of where that's going. The few probes pulled back into the center of the map. The Bio going over to the right side. Gonna jump through. Pylon will fall. Next is about to drop. Stalker's in some trouble. Gateway's getting jumped on as well. See the rest of the Vikings building through here from Spirit. And we will just have this orbital command lifting off and moving elsewhere. Medevac still coming by. CC will just land in position over there. Again, the rest is out. Stalker coming through. The Colossus gathers in. Archon's in production. Nexus on the way. Just going to be seeing double expansion. I mean, obviously SOS lost bases here, so has to reestablish control as best as he can. Spirit obviously is settling onto these 4 bases, which are heavily mining out as well. We're almost 20 minutes in on Ruby Rock here. Single Marine steps over that left-hand side. Just going to be seeing the probes will take some damage. Can Spirit jump onto that base? Army supplies are even right now. I like what SOS has. He's got a few Archons in there, the Colossus as well. Just has to be careful of the EMPs. They can still absolutely ruin your day. I love they still not got Storm. I mean, felt like maybe you should have probably got Storm up earlier, but at this point, I don't think you can kind of take the chance to try and afford it, as the Bio is going to chase through and a few of those units going down, getting pushed away for the moment. Hummy255, thank you so much for the 35-month resub on the Prime as well. Appreciate you. Thank you so very much. Again, Nexus coming up. The Zealots are going to be on the way. 4 Vikings producing as well here. Just for the moment. Again, all of that online. Army settled into the center of the map. And yeah, a couple of Vikings come through. Get all of that on the way right now. Just going to be seeing a couple of the Zealots going down as well. It's just going to clean those up. Just coming straight through. That pylon goes down on the bottom left side. We do lose a base, so I mean, we're going to base trade here. I mean, obviously SOS is stupid far ahead when it comes to base trading in terms of infrastructure available. I mean, I think Spirit might actually just get every single building denied, apart from if he floats one into a corner, because he's going to lose all the SCVs. He doesn't have any SCVs on the map, if I'm not mistaken. So he's just going to be in a very doomed position. We're just going to make sure that this SCV doesn't get away. He doesn't even have the money, to be fair. 36 minerals. He doesn't even have a chance to build anything else on the map. This is really just about kind of getting a structure away into the corner. At the very least, you're hoping to be able to force a draw here. But that really relies on what SOS can end up building himself. See those flying structures should be a very good reminder to the fact that this is, you know, something you need to be able to deal with at some point. There's a Stargate, but there's no way he gets a Stargate unit out when the units are so nearby. There are a bunch of Vikings too, so Stargate unit in itself, you know, just one Void Ray doesn't save you here because the Vikings could go after the Void Ray. Oh, we're going to recall? Okay, not to the main base. I was going to say that'd be crazy. But he's wiped out Spirit's main. SOS has about a 30 supply lead in army. Obviously, has workers where his opponent does not. 10 batteries and a bunch of cannons down in the bottom left corner. That'll help to do it for sure. As you see, this orbital is going to get found on the move. Look to deny that over the next few moments. Stalkers and Archons still coming about. Orbital taking some damage. Will be going down soon. It is going to be burning. Bio Viking coming across. The Ghost is going to be there as well. A couple of those probes already beginning to go down. There goes our Nexus as well. 11 workers falling so far. Army of Spirit looking to still chase down into that bottom left-hand corner. EMPs coming through. The cannons are still coming back over. Again, this army moving about. We do have the Stalkers pulling their way. The Vikings just going to be kept back as well. A couple of cannons continue to move through just for the moment. I just don't think Spirit can break through this force. I mean, if you ever wanted a YouTube thumbnail, this is a good one, isn't it? Whoa. YouTuber's eyes light up as you are going to see Spirit trying to dive through. Vikings jumping onto said Colossus as, hey, the Colossus is starting to go down. I mean, SOS, like I say, his reliance is going to be on the batteries and the cannons, and so just kind of need to work his way through this. Get a couple more of the Vikings, and the Colossus will be a lot more difficult to kill. Supplies from both are going down pretty equally here. I mean, the problem is the cannons are all the way up to the top, so it's a little awkward. Obviously, the batteries are putting in a lot of work. Wow. SOS genuinely wouldn't have won this without all of these structures here in the end. There's going to be enough, though. SOS takes game number 1, and that's absolutely massive because, again, if he doesn't 2-0 in this series, he does not advance from this group, I'm pretty sure, is how the tiebreakers play out. So, winning game 1 is massive, and it means going into game 2, he is still on board to potentially advance and get out of this group and go into the playoffs. I'll run some ads, guys, but while we do so, thank you so much. Well, actually, first of all, let me get some posting done so I don't have to worry about that when I sit back down. Thank you so much, Silent Knight 190, Raw Minadir, Kaio Kankem, and the most recent Hummy255 for the resubs, guys. Appreciate you all. I'm going to go hang you all on the tree, and we'll get into game 2 of SOS and Spirit. Alright, we're gonna throw game number 2 on and get this underway, my friends. It's ready to go, go, go. Top right side of the map, we're going to start things off with the red Terran player. This will be Spirit, who is down a game after the base trade does not go in his favor. So he is down 1 map in this best of 3. Again, a map win for him would eliminate SOS, but Spirit's already safe. Spirit's already through. He kind of needs to win this series to be in with a chance to challenge for the first place finish in this group. Alright, just gonna see the engineering bay. Coming up, barracks on the way. Pro's gonna get over, SCV will get chased a little bit. So next is Cybercore, continuing by, just going to get that into place. You see the probe chasing after the SCV for a couple seconds as well. Just going to chase that through, and as we do have ourselves the next in Cybercore. Going to get that going. What's up? Cynicus Me, thank you so much for the 5-month resub on the Prime. How you doing? Usually when I sub, I get a shirtless picture, just saying. Brilliant. I will contact our shirtless picture department, and I'm sure they will get back to you within 5 business years. If you don't get it within the 5 business years, you can send me a message and I'll give them a poke. Thanks so much for the resub, mate. Thank you so much for priming us up. Solid customer service. Yeah. Hey, I haven't had anyone message me yet saying they never received it, you know? Just gonna see Orbital Starport coming straight online. Hellion and Marines coming up. We'll get on the way through. There's a couple probes early as SOS getting into this Old Republic map for our second game here. I just have ourselves the Hellion heading down the right side of the map already, just trying to see what's going on. When did I start sending the shirts? Well, I didn't send any shirts. It was for shirtless pictures, right? Look, you're gonna have to contact the shirtless picture department. I'm not in charge of this business. I focus on the StarCraft nowadays, you know. I'm just a StarCraft guy. The rest isn't up to me. I just relay the information when possible. Phoenix gonna be the choice. SOS playing that Stargate is obviously something you don't see too much of, but we're gonna get that going now. Let's just have Robo Facility coming up, Gate and the Phoenix all coming online. Just seeing the store coming about again. Robo Facility just coming through. Phoenix on the way. And Robo started coming about. Probes and the Phoenix come through. Just going to see the Medevac is going to boost in with a couple of Widow Mines. They're going to get burrowed just initially. And we are going to lose a couple of probes overall, but obviously the Phoenix will get the cleanup. It's a shame, though, because I feel like when you're opening Phoenix, you are really meant to be, you know, unstoppable when it comes to defense. Like, the defense is meant to be really good for you, and in this case, it just isn't being, so not ideal. As the Phoenix get across to the upper side. The Phoenix obviously now not having to defend can at least get a few workers in return, so we can put some damage down onto that. Get some work done. Damage dealt. Nice, got locked onto again. Just gonna be seeing the Cyclone getting chased for a couple moments, pushed away. In those early stages against Impact, Combat Shield, and the +1 upgrade coming through. The few Phoenix are still up in the skies. The Zealots and the Adepts, everything else going back together for the next couple of moments still. Plus is still halfway through. Plus one attack, Combat Shield, building about right now. Marine Marauder Medevac coming online as well. Marines, Cyclone, the Viking, heading down to the bottom of the map. I don't think Spirit really has enough here to do much of anything. I mean, this looks like a very pathetic army. When you consider there's a Colossus here as well, I mean, the Medevac showed up with 2 Marauders. That makes it a little bit scary, but not really. Yeah, Liberator gets 4 workers, and the Phoenix get pulled out of the way, which does mean you're a bit safer with this Medevac drop, because you know the Phoenix is going to be chasing that Liberator out to the left-hand side, so you do actually get a much better chance of coming in here. And that's exactly what we will do for the moment as we drop into place. And we do get ourselves after a few of those probes, so damage being done right off the bat. And get those workers chased away. That's going to be a nice start here from Spirit. We do see the Sentry getting jumped on, the couple Stalkers, the Zealot, and the Immortal stepping through as well. The Phoenix still going to get back over, and they will get rid of the Medevac. That's only because the Liberator actually got away alive as well, so the Lib actually lives through this. I'd say that's a pretty successful little ping-pong effect from Spirit. You hit one side, you hit the other, you keep your opponent distracted, you get away with some of these units you maybe shouldn't have gotten away with as well. Can you pay to not get a picture? Is that mandatory? No, it's a special part subscription, so you have to use the code word when you subscribe. So if you haven't used the code word, or you didn't know what the code word was, you don't have to worry about it. You know? Our Medevacs will load, and they will go for the boost across the left-hand side. There's going to be the couple Phoenix getting through, a couple of SCVs getting lifted right away there. This Medevacs will come down the left. We will see the Stalker already able to ping on through, and just that's cleaned up pretty quickly. We'll unload over here. We killed 6 SCVs with the Phoenix, which is not bad, but that's all of that energy gone. And Spirit unable to break through onto that natural because of that Stalker pre-warning, so we'll not be able to do too much there either. I guess what we do wonder about is kind of where we go next. Medevacs load up, gonna head down in toward the natural here. Phoenix gonna try and come across the left-hand side. A few Marines will unload. Some damage out. First Phoenix goes down immediately, then we load back up. It's kind of weird, because it's not like SOS lost Phoenix this game. That was the first one he lost. He only ever built 3. I almost feel like if you're going to build 3 Phoenix, let's build 6 or 7. Like, let's actually build enough to truly shoot down a Medevac and to truly stop him from dropping. Because if you can drop into Phoenix and then pull back and get away and not lose anything, like that's an issue. So is are 3 Phoenix really doing anything for you here? Probably not, honestly. Once it goes down, just going to get a couple more units. Stalker's coming through. Widow Mine is going to aim and kill the Sentry off. Everything else still gathering back over as well. We continue to push to the upper side of the map currently, so getting back to the top for now. Let's do attack, +1 armor, charge on the way. See the bio actually getting back over here, going to jump onto this Nexus. That's going to be a kill, not a cancel. One of SOS's issues right now is 100% not getting a fourth base up, but he does at least get some medevacs in return for losing the fourth this time. Stalker's getting underneath, the blink good, and Spirit will be pushed away. SOS keeping his tournament hopes alive right now as he tries to secure this game too and get a 2-0, which would give him the chance to advance. Reliant, I believe, on Spirit then losing to Reynor still, but you see the Stalkers, the Phoenix and the Colossus coming back around. We just see the charge and 2+2+1 coming up. Vikings on the way as well. A little bit more gathering together being done again. That prison popping, so we're going to get some reinforcements across the map more easily. SOS will try and come up here with the Stalkers, and I like that. Just going to get Sense Terror and Blink away. That's a really good way to just get a little bit of cleaning up done. So nice and easy on that one. No problems, really. Like I say, that's a big positive. Just getting rid of a Sense Terror. It removes some of the information and some of the comfort of this game as the, as the Terran player, who was beforehand just being able to say, look, I see everything. I see everything that's going on. I know exactly what's happening. Obviously now nowhere near the same kind of situation. Stalker's going to take a Widowmine shot in the face, and actually do eat that Widowmine shot as well, so a good little bit of damage being taken right there. Going to turn back around. We're going to go in after the set of rocks here as well. It's just going to open up those rocks on the right side. So Stalker Colossus gathers together. Knocking down some depots up on the top. Zelds are going to come through. A couple of Widowmines going to get in after this as well. Colossus will pull back a little bit further here. Garden Shield pops up. Stalkers will get in after the Vikings. The Vikings taking a bit more damage too. Feel those Vikings just going down. We're actually going to drop a recall on a Colossus, Sentry, and everything else there. So we recall back. A few Marines coming back over as well, trying to see just what else is going on. The Zelds are going to dive into this main base. A couple of Vikings already going down. The Marauders also dropping here. Marauders get through. The Zelds will fall. We do have ourselves the planetary on that top side, so that fourth base set up currently. And that's where Spirit is holding on to. I like that SOS now double expands. Finally, it took him long enough to get to 4 bases, so I love that he just instantly says, cool, base 5, base 6, let's go. That makes a whole lot of sense if you ask me. So you see those couple of Zealots just going to come back around, and again, we're just going to have ourselves the Nexus hanging around over on the left side for the moment. Open up some rocks as well. Don't hate that, just gives you more access points. If the Terran sets up somewhere, you can kind of come in from 2 angles, which with higher Zealot counts is pretty much always going to be seen as a positive. Army just continues about. Just going to be seeing the bio coming back through. The couple of ghosts gathering together right there as well. So, again, just setting up. Just going to see the bio getting across, and the pylon will indeed go down. So the pylon falls already. It's going to be a cleanup already, and again, +3/+3. Oh, sorry, +3/+2, I should say. Will be next on the list of things here from SOS that he's currently investing on into. So, getting straight into that. Again, Ghost coming about, Medevac and the command centers on the way through. Missile turret and the Sense Tower coming up as well. Let's see the units get across here. There's going to be seeing the bio units going to go down. The Phoenix will get rid of the Medevac as well. It's just going to be getting that cleaned up, and we just see the rest of this from SOS will take a chance to step forward. So just moving through for the moment. A couple of EMP potentials. Got to be careful. SOS's army is okay, but I'm not sure if it's actually good enough to fight this overall. I'm going to try and move into this, but those EMPs were great, and the Archons are melting immediately. So they're just getting absolutely shredded right now. And a few Marauders, Vikings, and the Ghost coming up. 3/3 upgrades still coming through. The rest of this army from SOS over on that right-hand side. It's going to be that 5th base top left. I mean, again, Spirit just has a good setup for the moment. Lions coming through. A couple of Zealots going to take some shots. Colossus is going to turn back around. We blink forward, looking to get in on toward those Ghosts as well. The Zealots keep chasing in. All those ghosts going down immediately. SOS has to pull back once more. Getting on out of there. And yeah, guys, sorry, I didn't realize, but we dropped like frames for maybe like 15 to 20 seconds or so it maybe got a bit laggy. So that was on me, but it looks like it's fixed again. So I don't know if that was just a little bit of a Twitch connection or what, but yeah, maybe got a little bit laggy for a few moments. Sorry if you saw that. As you do see, SOS just can't really get onto that army and do enough right now. The Zelds just are not able to find enough value. I'm going to be seeing a couple Zelds in the natural. I mean, we killed some SCVs, but SOS doesn't have Spirit kind of held, you know, dead to rights like he did in the last game by just knocking down the economy and forcing him into such a horrible spot. It's a bunch more SCVs go down. They transfer between bases there, and the Colossi are just there to splash. Stalkers will take that opportunity to get rid of some Vikings, but we already are down to one Colossus. So again, SOS's splash damage is limited, and I don't love, I mean, there's no Storm here, right? He's going to go Shadow Strike, which I think is a big plus. But without Storm and just reliance on these Colossus being at an all-time high, I find it so difficult to be a believer in this situation right now, to be honest. So yeah, I think this is a problem, to say the least. Resources lost 17.2 to 16.8k. Again, SOS is actually trading well. That's one of the things that's giving me a bit of hope, because after seeing the games with Gerald earlier, he was trading badly, and that, I think, was, you know, a big part of this. In this game, he's getting these extra bases up, and he's trading well. Although in this case, I mean, Spirit's been very good to get to his 5th base quickly as well, so he's also not had too many issues in that regard. So yeah, I mean, obviously, if he could have denied this 5th base a little bit more, it would have felt a lot better for SOS, but again, that's a lot to ask. If it was just so easy, everyone would be doing it. We do knock down the gateway, we do knock down the pylon, and up to the top we do see Zalstorg Colossus looking for a bit of a move through, looking for a bit of a dive on in. Okay, we're going to get rid of the 5th base, but what does that mean? You've already used your recall defensively, by the way, so you can't recall to the bottom of the map right now to play against this army coming your way, and that's exactly what Spirit knows. He knows his opponent recalled, so he knows he can run across here, and I mean, it looks like we might just go for base trade round 2. This time around, Spirit's in a much better state of the base trade. He has a lot more structures and buildings up, so he has a lot more places to build from. I love the DTs for SOS, though. If you can keep some of those up, that would be great, especially because he's already using some of them, but if you scan, you know, if you don't get any of the orbitals just yet, that could be an issue. Spirit has a lot more army supply. He's actually going to pull home. He kills a couple bases, leaves some units behind to kill another one, but he's mostly actually looking to say, hey, actually, I want to kind of fight, because the situation is that you're set up in such a way that, you know, you feel the need to keep on base trading, but I actually just want to fight. And if you're committed across the map, maybe this is the fight I'm looking for, and you can see why Spirit wants to fight. Everything is getting absolutely destroyed, and whilst SOS has a ton of money in the bank, I don't think 2k, 1.5k is going to save him in rebuilding when Spirit is now almost at a double or 2x army supply lead. I think Spirit has done what he needs to here in this game too, and this definitely seems to be stabilizing in his favor, which would, if my math is correct, eliminate SOS from the WardiTV 2025 Championship and give Gerald, who's had some good runs this year, I mean, finalist in the WardiTV October event, for example, would give Gerald the chance to advance into the playoffs of this 2025 Championship. We've obviously not got this game decided just yet, but and maybe my math's wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be elimination for SOS if he loses this game. Obviously, again, at the time this was played, they didn't know that. They obviously go into Game 3 with everything to fight for as well, so we will still get a Game 3 between these guys. If you see the Vikings going down, Spirit just has so much. He can just run up here. The Colossus are not doing enough because it's a Marauder-focused army. It's so Marauder heavy, I almost wonder, like, would a couple of Mortals go a long way at some point of this? I mean, the Archons can do great in this scenario too. I just wonder if, like, a couple of Mortals just to hit the Marauders when it's in this sort of a situation. Like, obviously now we're base trading, so it's a bit weirder as well, but like, we have just no way, in my eyes, to get rid of these Marauders. That's the consistent that the Terran player has that the pros just doesn't seem to get rid of. 24 dead probes. Some DTs across the map have been annoying, don't get me wrong. Spirit didn't take no losses at all himself, but the difference in army now, 84 to 20 army supply, is obviously undeniable. Quadrupling the army supply pretty much means that you're probably in a very good position. I don't think we need any expert analysis on that one. I think Spirit was so smart to return home as well, because we have DTs as SOS. If Spirit doesn't return home and he loses all these missile turrets and he loses some orbitals or has to lift some, the DTs can really take over control of this game, right? They really can just take control of this game. So I think it's very smart that Spirit chose to return home. I think that is an absolute must do in that scenario. I think that was a big positive for him. That return home call was such a smart one to make. He identified he did not need to fully send the base trade, and that by fully sending the base trade, he might just give his opponent more options than he takes away from him. So, yeah, I think Spirit played this one smart. Again, double supply just in general right now. Over triple army supply count lead. There's really not much else to say as we just pull back around. Just going to see our Nexus into the top left. Probably going to get jumped on as well. As the DT will swipe onto the bio unit. Just going to get toward the upper left-hand side. Aim for the Nexus here. Going to take that out. Just going to see the bio jumping straight through. Nexus goes down. That's a cancel. On the bottom side, these few Marines are going to get through a few probes as well. And SOS says GG. And we are going to go to a game 3 of the series. So we're going to go to the deciding map. Thank you again to Cynicus Me for the sub. Right at the start of that game. Took a while, but you will still make it to the tree. Thank you so much for resubscribing. I appreciate you. Thank you for the support. We are still on the road to 1,000 subs, guys. So if you're feeling generous, you consider subscribing. Also, Mindforth level 12 on the Star Trek Fleet Command. Guys, we have a sponsor right now. You can support the stream for free by downloading Star Trek Fleet Command !star in the Twitch chat. Downloading and playing through the levels does support the channel directly, so do check that out. Appreciate it if you take the time to. As Azakai, thank you so much for the Prime as well for 2 months. Appreciate you. Get you ready for the tree as well. And M1478965. Thank you so much for the 5 month resub as well. Thank you so much. Cool. Alright, we're going to get into game 3 here, guys. Just got some ads playing, and otherwise we will go. And I'll get you guys on the tree as well. Let's host up the game so everyone gets their invites already. Alrighty, let's count down in as well. Azakai and M numbers. Thank you so much for the subs. I will add you to the tree. Figure out which of these branches needs a bit more love. Alrighty, let's get into deciding map between SOS and Spirit. I do, unfortunately, like I say, think that it just means we're eliminated already here as SOS. But we'll see what the final result is still. Like I say, I mean, that isn't something that they played with the knowledge of, so it's not like SOS is like, well, screw it, it's over. This game means nothing. And he can still ruin Spirit's day a little bit. Like, he can take away the chance of Spirit playing for first place in this group, maybe, if he beats him. It's kind of a big deal as well, potentially, so seeing what happens in game 3 of our matchup. White Rabbit, our map. And get this on the way. Alrighty, just going to be seeing the barracks coming about. any production probe to the low ground is going to end up nibbling at the SCV and trying to cause a little bit of trouble here already. Just gonna get that straight underway. Cybercore and the Nexus all coming through. Get that started. And get this under into our third game. Again, Reynor versus Spirit. After this, going to be our closing match of the day, guys. Hopefully a banger. It's been a fun day of games. Again, I'm actually going to be off tomorrow because tomorrow we're going to be playing the WardiTV Christmas Day game. So I'm going to be adminning that off stream. So there'll be no stream tomorrow. But I will be live on Thursday with Group D of our 2025 Championship. And then Friday and Sunday I'll be back as well with more games from the WardiTV 2025 Championship, this time from the seeding matches. So look forward to that. Basically over the weekend should be a ton of fun. Very excited to get us into it. Be awesome. Twilight Council, Gateway coming through, Stalker and the Warp Gate coming about, Probe just chilling. Last game of the day, nope, Reynor versus Spirit after this series. So we get this, then Reynor versus Spirit. Very exciting. So we'll get after the probe. Again, Blink coming through, Warp Gate coming up. Robotics facility will be building. I'm just going to be seeing our gateway coming about with that blink on the way through. It's about halfway done. You see the alien getting straight across there is just going to be joining and gathering. A couple of the probes getting escaped away from as well, so we just deal with that right off the bat. So nice handling of this so far, no problems just yet. Again, Tech Labs coming through, SCVs and the Marines coming about also. We do see the medevac of Spirit will take a journey out across to the upper right side and look to try and put some pressure on. One of mine's going to get sitting in that medevac, not going to do anything just yet. Let's see a bit what else going on. Just going to be seeing the Widow Mine burrowing. It's going to crash into the assimilator, unfortunately. It's not an ideal setup. Widow Mine on the low ground. It's going to unburrow and reburrow to try and waste some time. This is going to be the general consensus of this one, so we just try and waste as much time as possible, as I say. And eventually we'll fire. Finally SOS deals with that, we will kill it. And it's going to be a pretty full cleanup as the Obs gets across the map to try and see what's going on. Marines and the Raven just going to get there, observe it. It's going to get taken out already. We do see the rest of the Stalkers of SOS heading back down to the south. Stalkers come by. Just trying to see what else is going on. Stalkers actually blinked up into the high ground there already. It's going to come straight through. Shots coming about. Just going to see SCVs falling for the moment as well. So a bit of damage being done. Stalker's going to fight. Damage being dealt. It's going to see Stimpack, Combat Shield, and +1 all continue to come through here for the moment. As we see, again, upgrades coming about. Charge on the way. Colossus and Stalkers building by. SCVs and probes will be continuing to produce and pump on through, but 3 workers going down. SOS with these Stalkers wants to keep on the aggression. These Marines are just on their own, and we blink forward aggressively to chase them down and to get a few more units, to get a bit more value from this. So we are going to get in and again get a few more kills already. SOS just going to hang around at the front there. Tank going to shoot. Stalkers have to blink away. One Stalker went down, unfortunately, there. So a little bit of damage dealt already for now. SCVs pull back across. Coming back through. Tank just going to be setting up right there, just hanging about for a few moments. So chilling out for now. And tanks will settle. Just going to see the Biounts gathering up. There's going to be the auto turret across the map, so that's the Raven if you're looking at what's on the mini-map. So that's just going to be trying to find some damage. Honestly, pretty well dealt with so far. A couple of probes only, but that obviously can add up over time if you're not careful. So got to be a little cautious on that one. Let's see, the SCV is still moving about. So again, we get into position here. Just going to be seeing 1-1 upgrades, thermal lens all coming through. Just going to be having that Ghost Academy building as well, so we get that on the way. And a couple of Zealots are going to come across. They're going to get in after the SCVs. The bunker going to be there to fire up in return. Colossus, first one goes down already. Now the sentries are going to jump on as well. Oh, are they? Force field's just not good enough. Too much getting through, and that's scary. SOS is trying to posture on the map as we've seen him do in previous games, but it just goes wrong. Spirit with a lot of stuff. And the sentries are meant to keep you safe, but that's super reliant on you landing the force field, so you're going to lose 2 Colossus. We actually are honestly fortunate so far, I'd say, not to lose more. 2 Colossus, 1 sentry, the couple of Stalkers are kind of whatever, but like, man, the Colossus reset is going to be massive, and that maybe opens the door for Spirit to stay aggressive in this game now, because now you can kind of push forward knowing there's nowhere near as much splash available. And also, just again, the sentry reset is, I mean, I guess the sentries aren't reset, but they have no energy right now, so it's like not a bad opportunity to push on forward. Spirit is going to hang back. I would say he's playing very cautiously. Like, you look at this army, I think he's afraid of charge perhaps, but I actually think he has plenty, especially if you get the tanks in a good place. If you end up here straight away and got the tanks in position over here at first, then you can kind of control this area in general. Then I actually think you're going to be in a pretty good spot, but he did not really, zoop over there super quickly. Just going to see the Zealots will be there. The tanks move the other way. Just scan it down, auto turret down, a couple of probes already being picked away at once again. So that Raven's still doing its job. 10 kills in total right now. The Medevac and Marines gets up to the top. IO back around the left side again. 2-2 upgrades going about, +2, +1. I mean, it's going to be +1, I guess, from Spirit. But he is already still on the +2, but he is going to be trailing. The upgrades are there from SOS. That will give him some efficiency. And some of the trades, again, that's why I think it's such a shame to lose those Colossus. Colossus with a full set of upgrade lead right now would have been incredible. And don't get me wrong, we still have 3, but this could have been even more. Or it could have been, an addition to the army rather than just having more Colossus as well, right? Because he's had to rebuild the Colossus at this point. Now the 2-2 is about to finish. We are going to work our way through the rocks and again open different angles of attack, especially towards this 4th base. So it opens the avenue to move from this direction down into this direction down. Tank's going to siege up. Going to be tough to get rid of those unless, well, actually right now a few Zealots over here would do it. The SOS isn't thinking of the flank. Well, Spirit runs in. The SOS is going to be afraid if the Terran comes running at you. You got to believe he has good reason to, right? So he's going to believe it's like, uh-oh, that doesn't feel great. And now even worse, a drop across the map, and so you're taking damage already. 10 probes going down, and that's not going to be fun. A couple of Zealots will play cleanup finally, but that's another 10 workers lost that you just didn't really want to be losing at the end of the day. Sensor Tower will come into place. Again, the Medevacs, Marines, and Marauders coming through. +1 ship weapons, 2-2 upgrades. And the army from SOS sits in the center and thinks about, at the very least, a chance to move down to that bottom left-hand side. So imagining that is something we want to try and perhaps make happen here. The next in the top left comes into place. So another base coming through. 11 minutes in game. Had what, 2 20-minute games from these players so far? Wondering if we'll have more of the same again, or how this might resume as we just have Medevac's going to go down to that bottom right-hand side. The pylon going to be here, the probe going to be there. Units of SOS again just gathering in the center as we do drop a little cheeky scan on top of this army, just checking to see if we're being spotted by an observer or so. not the case. Next few moments, I think, are going to be very pivotal in how this game turns out. Because the next few moments are going to decide how easily do you get to 5 bases of Spirit. Like, does this command center get to float into this central area? Fusion Core coming up. I feel like Spirit is very happy on this map to actually play a very slow game. We've seen this a little bit. Because you can control the center base very easily, and it's very choky, Liberators and just playing late is a dream on this map. So I think it's super important for SOS that he starts, like I say, doing something. He's adding a Dark Shrine and a Robo Facility, but I do not love this going later for SOS. More so than on the other maps. I feel like he's going to be in more trouble than he's been in previously if he just lets this kind of play out as it is right now. So not feeling great about that, as we do fire a couple shots off. A couple of SCVs going down. Bio Viking trying to come through. Maybe seeing the Marauders. Going to get cleaned out. Going back over to the right. 3 coming about, plus 2 ship weapons coming through. And the army gets down to the bottom. For the moment. Skulls get underneath. A couple of those Vikings begin to go down. We do see like a Colossus falling there as well. You see an EMP coming down. Colossus going to have to be careful. You can already see SOS's army supply slipping away a little bit. He's trying to run from this. He needs Zealots. He needs a counterattack probably. He needs this gateway to warp in Zealots and hit this base. But man, Spirit is so fortified defensively. Okay, there's not a lot of units in the bunkers necessarily, but 2 bunkers alone is kind of a scary factor, so it's a little bit of an oof as it stands. Plus 3 armor, plus 3 attack, both building into play. Let's look at that nuke on the way up from the Ghost Academy. We do see the Caduceus reactor on the way. Funny that he goes Caduceus before he goes into the he goes Caduceus before he goes Lib Range. I actually find that kind of amusing because I would have thought Lib Range is almost always the priority, but not today. Wants that Caduceus, wants those medevacs to be powered instead. How do you pressure a side base when it's got 2 bunkers? It's a very good question. To be fair, like I say, it's only 4 Marines. If you run 8 Zealots into this location, they don't die quickly, right? So the problem is if you run 8 Zealots in, the SCVs run away, so then you just have to run away with the Zealots too, so it doesn't feel like progress, but at least it maybe forces a reaction from Spirit, which right now I feel like we don't really have otherwise. Ghost just going to drop an EMP on everything because there's no Observer here, so easy kill, and now we're just going to get through. These Colossus are going to be easily picked by the Vikings. Got to run away from the Zealots, so let's watch the Zealots because the Vikings are going to kill the Colossus no matter what at this stage. Colossus goes down. Yeah, I was wondering if the Zealots would keep chasing, but they decided not to. And again, I think we're just missing Splash from SOS. The reluctance to build Storm. Like, at this point, like, don't get me wrong, Storm nowadays is maybe not as be-all and end-all as it used to be, but I do think it has such a role to play in some of these later game armies. It can add damage over time, right? It can be a threat. It can manipulate where the Terran moves to. Like, you have no army manipulation, basically, as SOS, right? Like, you've got Colossus, Zealot, Stalker. Like, even Disruptors. I don't think Disruptors are in a great place in the current meta, but at least the Disruptors force the Terran army to move and respect what you're doing. Same with Storm. It forces the Terran army to respect a bit of what you're doing. The current army of the SOS has neither of those, and hence has neither of those factors, and I think that is a major issue. Going to try and nuke onto this base. Spirit, not the first time he's been nuking a Protoss today, as Cells do get a wrap around here. Good fight as we clean up the siege tanks as well. SOS sees the nuke a moment late for a few of those probes. Most of them get away, but a couple, like I say, were just a little late to being pulled out of there, so still not bad overall, as we just have the Zealot Stalker moving back around as well, so they're going to come back across. Again, just seeing the Marauders, Ghosts, Liberators, Marine coming about, +1 vehicle plating coming over too. Fire units over here, trying to see what else is going on. Pulling back down, there is the mothership producing from SOS, so we get that on the way. Scan into the bottom corner. The one Marine's going to get down onto this pylon that's going to get jumped on immediately. Continue to go back and forth. Stalker, Zealot, Colossus, left, right, figuring out where we're going. SOS Nexus on the far left-hand side as well. Blink down. Libera's going to siege. They're kind of on their own, which gives SOS a chance to fight this more comfortably. Oh, that's a double Libera there. But the Libs actually did more damage than I thought they would, especially that one being doubled up on top of each other. I didn't quite see it was double circle. These ghosts in trouble. We don't have any stalkers left, so we can't punish the medevacs for lifting and getting out of there. I do feel like SOS is still taking some weirdly good trades that he's finding from places I didn't really expect him to find trades in. I see the resources loss is much more favored to Spirit this game. 7k in his favor, and that's something that hasn't been true in SOS's PvT so far. He's actually been very good at trading somewhat effectively and efficiently, so him actually being down in that regard is a bit concerning, because I think it's really a sign that this game is slipping more so into Spirit's hands than any of the previous games, including the one Spirit already won as well, so... Loss is still building through the army of SOS to the bottom. We'll just see the chance to maybe jump onto this planetary. I don't think there's really a chance, but... I don't know what SOS is really aiming for right now. His army sucks. Zealot Stalker, 2 Colossus are going to do nothing. The Mothership's a nice addition, but it would be nice to add the Mothership into an army that could do something in the first place. Yeah. Feels pretty doomed. This ghost is going to kill some probes as they pull away from the nuke. I'm going to see the rest of this army stepping forward again. It's just going to take the chance to come up and into a base. So this time it's Spirit who's just running across and basically just saying, I have no respect for your force. I don't think you can actually justify a trade into me or anything right now. So just going to handle that very well. Bio continues to pull out. Zealots keep chasing. The Stalker's going to be there. The Mothership is going to be there. We drop a little time warp down. The Bio from the bottom side. Viking's going to be there too. The Mothership now taking some damage. The Bio continues to close the gap. Colossus are fallen, and I think we might have ourselves a GG for SOS. I don't think he's going to recover from this army loss, and he's going to lose everything. A few Zealots show up. He has some money in the bank, but he has no gas, so he can't rebuild anything other than Zealots, pretty much. Obviously, that's not great. GG. Spirit 3-0 in this group right now, so it is going to come down to kind of what we thought it might. With Spirit and Reynor going to be fighting over first place directly in this series. This is a big game, actually, because this is essentially like a playoff match, because it's a playoff match where you get twice the bonus of winning, because in the playoffs, like I say, you usually start in round 1 if you finish 2nd or 3rd place, but if you win the group, you start in round 3. So basically, if you finish 2nd or 3rd place, only 2 out of 8 2nd and 3rd place finishes will make it to round 3 of the tournament in the upper bracket, and that's where the first place finishers start. So it is so beneficial to just do away with those first 2 rounds and just start instantly in round 3. And then you don't have to play any of the seeded players until at least round 4 as well. You've played another first place finisher, which could be tough. I mean, Kira, Scarlet, Reynor or Spirit, and then whoever comes from Group D as well. That's going to be fascinating to see this bracket. I'm so excited for when we set the bracket up and actually see what matches are going to start happening, what possibilities there will be. I think it's going to be so fun. For now, though, it is advertisement time, and after the advertisements, we are going to go into our final series of the day. We're going to make it all the way through to Reynor versus Spirit. So, get this posted up and ready to go in a couple, and we'll kick this off. I'll give it about a minute for ads, guys, and we're going to dive straight on through and get into our next matchup here. Ooh. White Rabbit for our first game of this best of 3, so like I say, both these players are fighting over first place of the group right now. This will be our last series of the day. Oh, man. Been a long stream, no? 6 hours, 20 minutes we've been live for. Crazy business. Crazy business. We're good. Let's get started. Let's get this TVZ on the way. Let's go. In the top right-hand side of the map, we are going to have ourselves the blue Zerg player. This is Reynor. And in the bottom left, our red Terran as we get into game number 1 of our final matchup. It's going to be our red Terran Spirit. Casting pool getting set up. Overlord is going to take a bit of a journey for a few moments, so we get that rolling. Hey, what's up? KSteel88, thank you so much for the 11-month resub on the Prime. Spirit win against SOS? Yes, he did. Thank you so much, KSteel. I will get you on the tree after this game, man. Sorry, I'm just taking it easy for a moment. My voice is giving out a little bit after a long cast. I'm actually glad I'm off tomorrow. I was going to think about doing some replays tomorrow, but I think I'm really just going to enjoy the day off and rest the voice up, especially because obviously we've got a lot of big days coming up with 2025 championship stuff, so I'd like to try and stay as fresh as possible when I can. Overlord just coming across the map, making a little bit of a move here initially, coming out to the other side to begin with. Getting that underway. And yeah, it's going to be CC first from Spirit, so he's going to take a little bit of a greedy approach to this one, attempt to be a bit greedy early at the very least and see how that can do. And a couple of orbitals coming up right now as well. Queens will build, third hatchery coming down. We do see the couple of Zerglings coming across the map, because obviously there's no Reaper showing up, so you can go across and put some pressure on with these Zerglings instead. So that will be our initial thought process. As these things come right down toward the bottom left, there are going to be Marines there already, and the Overlord will begin to take some damage. Zerglings show up, Marines will begin to deal some shots. Now we're going to be seeing those Lings really trying to get through for those Marines. Some Marines taking a bunch of damage so far. Ling will nearly get cleaned up. The other Ling coming back up the high ground. Ling will just fire. Marine will just fire again. Ling still taking damage. And 6 more drones producing through currently. Again, the SCV is on the way. Command center and the reactor building up also. There's the starport that is just now going to start also, so we get that on the way. Bring that up. Is this Overlord dead? Out in the open. Boom! High ground vision to save it for now, at least. Staying alive a little bit longer is nice. Keeps you from being supply blocked for a little bit of extra time. The later you get supply blocked, the better, typically, I'd imagine. So, pulling speed will build from Reynor, finishing soon, and that gives him the chance Obviously taking more map control, but he is up against Hellions now as well. Just going to see those Hellions going to split up and just do some initial checks around. See if there's any corners of the map that there's a Ling or two hiding in. Hellions just join up. Just going to be seeing the Overlord coming through. Still got Banshee Hellions and the Cloak coming through. A couple Queens on the way. The drones as well. Getting set for the moment. And we'll just see again. Drones coming up. Evolution Chamber coming by. Have ourselves the Carapace and a few Queens on the way up as well. So a couple Queens coming by. Stimpack and the Cloaking coming about. Hellions will make their way to that other right side. Queen's going to be there immediately to bop the Hellions back the other way. More Hellions. I'm going to get up the left once more. They're just going to hang about. The Zerglings are going to move a little bit back and forth here. Banshee, Marine, Stim and Cloaking on the way. Had those Engineering Bays and Barracks on. All the Reactors coming through. Now Tech Lab coming up on that starport is going to have the Cloaking, of course, as well. So that will come through as well in these next few moments. The Hellions will continue to make their journey up. It's going to be seeing the Banshee hanging about. The Lings and the Queens going to be joined up there as well. And just having a little bit of fiery start on these rocks. Not really much else to say just yet. Just waiting for a little bit of action. We can talk about, I guess, Reynor choosing melee upgrades into the last. They're going to be a little bit greedy in the sense of, not really greedy, but it's just kind of focusing on upgrades rather than tech. Sometimes that leaves you a bit vulnerable. There are going to be the double Banshees Cloaking moving forward right now. Spore Crawlers are available. Queens are out, but they're to the left-hand side, so they're not going to be near the Banshees. We'll see if the Banshees can find some opportunity. Going to hit this third base initially. Going to start finding a bunch of drones to start us off. 3-4 workers going down to begin with. Now switching over to the right-hand side. A couple more of these drones going down. 6-7 workers falling right from the beginning, making it 8. Queen and Spore together will hit for the Banshees once again. Just going to get in toward the main. Hellions want to get rid of some of the creep spread too, so just going to push that back as best we possibly can. Banshee's still coming about again. 11 drones killed so far. This is a very good start. These Banshees are great. 5 and 7 kills on them. Can't hide in that corner though, so they're going to take a bit more damage. The Queens are like, whoa! That's good to know, as we are going to kill one. The other gets away, but it's still not bad to at least get rid of one of them, because that removes a lot of the potential danger that the Banshees provide. One-shotting the workers is part of what makes them as scary as they are, so reducing this down to 1 Banshee is decent, but obviously still some pretty serious damage done across the board. This is not taken lightly, and Reynor will definitely be falling, like I say, into a difficult spot in these early stages. Ling's coming up, Bane Speed, and the +2 Carapace coming over. Hive is producing. We have the Armory finishing very shortly from Spirit as well. 2 more Medivacs, Tank, Marines, 1 more upgrades, and Combat Shield. Spirit will move over to the left-hand side with Marine, Tank. Hellions can get to the front there as well. We're going to knock down a few Creep Tumors to begin with. And the rest of these Zerglings just going to stack back up as well. So we come back over. Lings are going to take a chance to run through, and they get turned around by the Marines there already. Siege Tank going to be there as well. Lings will continue to chase. Marines pulling back further for the moment. Just going to be seeing the Banshee firing, and a couple more Zerglings going down straight away. On this left-hand side, the tanks are going to fire, and the Queens are going to take a bunch of damage also. So they're also going to be taking a whole bunch of shots. Good damage dealt for the moment. Hellions morph into Hellbats. Now the rest of this Marine tank army continues over. Zerglings are going to run across, and they can jump on a bunch of these Marines. We continue to push through. There's an Overlord going down overhead, so that will fall, and we now have a couple of Banelings connecting through also. Marines are going to stim over to the left-hand side. There's going to be a Spore Crawler gets picked off. There's Hatchery in trouble, and Reynor, after taking a bunch of damage from the Banshees, is now in some serious hurt. I mean, this is only 5 racks. We're going to go 4th base behind him, but Reynor already struggling. He is only on Lingbane. He is on a Hive, so he's on his way to Adrenal Glands. I mean, maybe long-term, he can get a little bit more tech available for himself. Now we're going to drop the right side. He's pretty quick to be over here with some extra Lings. There's already Banes nearby, but then the main base is maybe a target as well. Apparently a couple of Banelings get close over on the left. We do just about manage to pull away from that. These first Marines that unloaded didn't do much, and we're going to take 2 more medevacs to the right. So again, trying to keep this split push going from Spirit. He only really has... I mean, these Marines are just low, which is what I'm thinking of. He has a good backline over here with the tanks as well, and the Hellbats. The Marines on the high ground there just being a bit of an annoyance as well. Able to shoot down to the low ground is very neat, as we do drop a couple of transfusions down as well. These other medevacs pulling over to the right side. I'm going to join up with everything else over the next few moments. Marines and the medevacs gather themselves back together just for the second or two. Just going to get those back joined up. Adrenal glands plus 2 melee. A couple of Vipers on the way. 2 upgrades and the vehicle weapons coming up. Liberated production continues. 8 more Marines coming through. The Ling Bane just going to charge on forward. The Marines are pulling back and out of here. Trying to get a wrap around. Some of these Marines having to load up and get out of there. The medevacs will now load and take themselves over to the top. I'm just going to be seeing a couple of these Banelings just getting knocked down. The rest of these Zerglings still getting picked away at as well. So a lot of Lings falling. A lot of Lings falling. Now this hatchery going to be immediately in trouble. So that hatchery will go down. So the hatchery falls. Medevacs boost to the top side. Just going to be seeing the medevacs still about there. Again, Marines and medevacs loading up. The Lings are going to continue to wrap around and do some damage. A little bit more being done at this point. 3-3 upgrades will be starting once again. So again, we get that underway. We kick that off. On the far left, these Marines are going to unload from the medevacs as well. It's just going to get ready for maybe a bit of a jump onto the upper left side hatchery here. It's just going to start moving straight through for that. Now the Marines in the upper right going to go for a few of those drones as well. Hatchery top left gets cancelled. And yeah, we really do settle for a couple of moments. Still 3-3 upgrades on the way, and that +1 vehicle weapons coming online as well. Liberated tank marauder +1 vehicle weapons coming through. SCVs still or drones going down. Spirit is up 40, almost 50 supply in this point of the game. He's done so much. He killed this base, right? He's, keeping Reynor to a 3-base Zerg. The creep spread is okay-ish. It's a couple of creep tumors in front of the bases, but it's not ideal. Reynor has no real control of this. The only good thing for Reynor really was the fact he's on Hive, and he is going to get some Vipers up now, so he'll get some Spellcasters to maybe give himself some chances. Marine step through, a couple Liberator shots hitting the Queens. Hatchery in the front goes down immediately. This medevac should not be able to unload just yet, but otherwise we're keeping the pressure up very nicely so far. 3-3 upgrades from both players. We get ourselves a Liberator Siege. I mean, Spirit just camping the middle of the map right here and just figuring out different ways to apply pressure. I mean, set these libs up, going to have a great kind of lib line to run back through. He's going to see the Vipers there. He's going to get the Marines underneath, try and kill them. He doesn't get them. Gets one low, but not quite enough for KO. But we just kind of pull back and we just sit here and keep the pressure going for a little bit longer. The Banelings are still going to roll forward as well. Going to crash in, but not do too much overall. The Queen's going to get rid of a Marine on the right-hand side. Still some Banes trying to crash through. Not seeing too much success just yet. On the bottom, the Lings are going to run forward. There's going to be a couple tanks here. The run-by has potential, but the wall will raise. Going to drop down the call-down supplies. There's going to be a heal that keeps the Lings out even longer without the need for SCV repair. However, the SCVs that were meant to repair did not start a repair because of the call-down depots. It changes what they are, so the repair command gets cancelled. The Lings do eventually break in. At the same time, though, we are going to break through the hatchery on the top side of the map. So Reynor may break into the natural and kill some SCVs. And I think that's serious damage. He's going to deny the 3-3 upgrades as well. So getting rid of the upgrades is also going to be a major benefit. It gives you maybe a pathway to stay in this game. But I don't think I can't justify saying that we love this or anything, right? Like, this is still pretty awful right now for Reynor. He's just down so much supply. His economy is not where it needs to be to capitalize on this situation. His own +3 melee upgrade probably goes down here as well. So yes, you have +3 Carapace, but not the melee. Fire loads up again. Just going to see those Vipers looking for the chance to get some abducts also off. Not quite going to find that opportunity yet, as you see another Parasitic Bomb coming down. The Lings are still going to chase on through. Another Parasitic Bomb going off on the medevacs. The Lings wrap around. Siege tanks dying. Another couple of tanks getting picked off right away here as well. The Ling Bane just getting jumped on for a few moments. 5 SCVs going down. The Liberators will hold in that top side, and that's just going to be, I said 5 SCVs, 5 drones going down. Again, Liberators just being freaking annoying at this point here on Right Rabbit for this game 1. This feels like Reynor is, it feels like Reynor is in kind of out and doing position like that. A little abduct on one Liberator, does a little hop, but it does pull it out of siege mode, I believe, and then the Parasitic Bomb the other to get the KO a bit more easily from the Queens. Spirit's just maxed out, man. Like, There's not really much you can say about where this is going apart from the fact that Spirit's maxed and obviously Reynor is anything but maxed. Reynor's hurting, he's hurting hard. And you see the hatchery on the right side will take a bit more damage. Going to be going down in a moment or two. 5 more infestors, 12 more lings, the baneling nest building through for the moment, so we get all of that on the go. 2 more refineries in the factory coming up. The lings is going to run at the front, factory will get cancelled. That's going to be killed, so factory dies. We're actually going to try and target onto this hatchery, and it will go down, so the hatchery falls. Drops down once again. The Zerglings back away up to the top side. Another hatch into the center. I mean, we're now a 2-base Zerg. And in typical Spirit fashion, this game might take another 5 or 10 minutes because Spirit will not try and kill a guy for nothing. I mean, Ling's running around the map. Spirit just takes a moment. I mean, he's still a, 5-base Terran, trying to go to 6. Looks like a extra Bane's coming through, that Burrow coming online. Just gonna have ourselves the extra bit of Ling Bane still coming up as well, so still bringing that through just for the moment. As you see, the Viper's gathering up, and the Pac-Man's gonna moves over to the sides. Didn't end up taking base 6 just yet. We could take base 6 down to the bottom side of the map, though, maybe. There's a possibility. Just expand down over here instead of over here. Honestly, I think Spirit could go wherever he wants to. He really is just deciding to kind of hold up and not go anywhere at all just yet. Is apparently going to be the motto from him right now. So Spirit not going to go anywhere. We'll take a few moments to figure that out. As the Lingbane Viper gathers up, the Infestor joins in together there. Just going to be seen again. 3-3 upgrades coming through, plus 1 vehicle plating, cloaking on the way, missile turrets producing 18 additional Zerglings on the way out right now. So we get 18 Lings coming up, the 3 hatcheries coming over, the Lingbane Infestor joins. We're going to see a Parasite Bomb, finding the Medivacs. I mean, Spirit's being so passive that Reynor is going to get away with quadruple expanding because he was down to 2 bases, right? So he's going to get 4 hatches back up. Spirit is stepping toward the middle of the map. Reynor's army supply is ahead of that of Spirit's, although I will just say that his army supply is Lingbane, and then a little bit of Infestor Viper. I mean, at this point as Reynor, you pretty much just have to rely on the idea that, hey, if anything happens here, maybe I can just land a good fungal in the Banelings Connect, right? And if you can just find that, then maybe there is going to be a possibility. It's not going to be a large one, because you probably really do need one of the better kind of engagements you can find. So there's going to be a low chance of finding the fungal you need. But hey, you run by on the map as well, and you get some damage done. We just got a bunch of SCVs over on the right side too. I mean, it's going to be 20 dead workers. So Reynor gets in with a little bit of a run by, and he's going to keep this first game of the TVZ interesting for the moment. Spirit will not get away with that just yet. That lurking Infestor could pop for a fungal, although I'm not sure we have enough follow-up right here. Ling's still again making sure that bottom right base doesn't come back online, and just like that, Spirit is going to be in a little bit more trouble than he was. I mean, realistically, Reynor is... he's shown us why he's still in this game. He has chances, and Spirit's shown us why he was respecting Reynor, but I actually don't think that was reasonable. I actually do really stand by that. If Spirit had just been more aggressive, Reynor never even gets the chance to do any of this, right? There's one thing to respect your opponent, but I do think there's also one thing to kind of give your opponent's chances once more. Like, you know, letting Reynor back into a game like this is maybe arguably a bit silly, so I think he probably could have attacked. He's now making 6 libs at a time, don't get me wrong. I don't know if Reynor's really, ready to deal with that at all, but yeah, I mean, still think Spirit's very ahead. It's just not a numbers ahead now, it's like what sort of tech you're ahead in. And launch a nuke over to the far right side. The scan is good, and he snipes the Infestor that has been lingering there for a little while. We do notice the nuke, and we are going to save all the drones apart from those 2 that just walk in to start mining there. Not a great start to your new workplace. It gets nuked on the first day, just as you're walking through the door. It's not going to be a great place to work, unfortunately. This land tree does finish, and it does go down, hence, because it cannot lift away from the run-by. Ling's going to run in. A lot of those SCVs are dropping down once again here, so the run-bys have been effective. However, this time Spirit is at least doing something on the other side of the map. He is pushing in on that other side and putting a bit more pressure out, so that should help. There's a little bit of bio left over here. He actually pulls a lot of it back as well. Going to try and get rid of some of these Lings, losing orbitals in the natural. Reynor continues to, like I say, dig deep and survive. The Unright Rabbit, again, the Liberators are an issue, but we are about to finish the Spire. We're a bit mineral starved, which is a shame, because if we weren't mineral starved, we'd be able to build a bunch of Corruptors. Now we'll be able to build a couple, but maybe not, definitely not as many as you want. The scan coming out. That's a pretty efficient parasitic bomb, if I'm gonna, if I have to say so. That works pretty well. A bit more damage being done there, as we are going to be seeing another fungal growth or two coming down. Continue to just do everything we can on these Liberators. Trying to play cleanup. Going to run through the center. Again, it's Liberators. We need an answer to these Liberators, and the Reynor supply is dropping heavily because we just can't get enough done about them. There's Marines in the main base. Reynor's going to run in over here. Probably get Planetary and the SCVs, but I mean, to be like, this game is stupidly close for where the game was at. Like, yes, Spirit is very ahead overall, and he's going to win comfortably. But, like, the way Spirit was, the position Spirit was in, like, why has he ended up on one oversaturated mining base? This base is barely it's not yet mining still. Like, the fact that this is even possible to talk about as having been a game for the last few minutes is a little silly. Reynor definitely pulling some tricks to get himself back in this game. Couple more Corruptors building. Bane's on the way through. Planetary Fortress as well. Don't think we've got much else to say on this one. This one really does feel like Spirit should end the game this time around as he pushes forward. Like I said, there's been a couple of awkward moments across the board, but I think we're getting there. History Marines still in the main base, apparently not cleaned up. And Spirit has Reynor sub 100 supply. I don't know what Reynor's holding on hope for over here. Just the one mega fight, I guess. Sure. Spirit's made some mistakes. Why not believe he might make a mistake on the engagement? I just don't know if you can make mistakes when your army is Liberators. I actually think unsieging is a mistake. Oh my god. Oh my god, the parasitic bomb nearly killed all the medevacs. Honestly, like, yeah, that's why you stay in the game, guys, because sometimes people make mistakes, and that was very nearly the mistake. Oh my god. This would have been a disgusting game. Casticers. I mean, I genuinely think Spirit would have been better if he just took his hands off the keyboard instead of trying to pull. Like at the end there, I think if he just takes his hands off the keyboard, it goes better than it did. Oh, yeah. Jeez. Alright, guys, we're going to go game number 2 here. That's the first game. Goes to 20 minutes. Let's throw some ads on. Otherwise, they're going to play during the game, most likely. So give us a moment, and we'll get this next one hosted up. The lion doesn't concern himself with supply. Maybe Spirit should have concerned himself with the supply when he was very ahead. Maybe he should have killed you. No, KSTL88, thank you so much for the resub as well. 11 months on the Prime. Get you on the tree. I'm so out of energy from today. I'm going for the lazy branches, I'm not going to lie, guys. There's an empty lazy branch over here. Nailed it. Alrighty. We'll give it a moment for the ads, like I say, and then we'll go. Oh! Ay. Let's start. The ads are on, but it's been a long day. I want to get the games going. Do I have the automatic ads? What do you mean? What, the ones that run automatically, like at a certain time? I guess that is automatic ads. Yes. I have automatic ads. But I play ads between the games so that they don't come up automatically. The only time they come up automatically is if, like, you play, like, like, if I have, like, a 30-minute game into a 30-minute game, then I can't stop the ads from playing in the game. Otherwise, I run enough ads between games that it doesn't do it. You keep forgetting to run them. I mean, when you have 3 minutes an hour and you forget to run them, that's a that's a choice. You get paid more if you have the automatic ones. I don't know if you care about ad money, but if you have the automatic ones turned on, you get paid more. It's like a 60% instead of 40% cut. You just need to talk about ads enough that your Twitch chat starts talking about ads, and then they'll remind you naturally. Spirit is up 1 in this best of 3. Here's the red Terran in the bottom left corner. Blue Zerg in the top right will be Reynor. So we are going to be seeing the barracks instead of a command center first this time around. A little bit of a switch up from Spirit as we do see the SCV having a chance to move to the upper side of the map. Guys, we'll just take a moment at the start of this game to say again, if you're enjoying the stream today, if you're on the YouTube, hit the like and subscribe button for free. Scroll down, give them a click. It does not take long and it helps us out a bunch. And if you're on Twitch, obviously do consider hitting the follow button as well. If you're really enjoying, you can subscribe to the channel and all of the usual things. Patreon.com/WardiTV as well is an option if you guys are interested in supporting the tournaments. So sub, subscribe, Patreon, follow. You guys know that honestly my energy for selling out is not there, so I tried to sell at the start of this game, but it ain't there. Third hatchery not coming down, the Reaper and the SCV checking on that. And Reynor waiting a few seconds before we continue through. He is still mining some gas as well. We have seen some faster lair strats lately, and this might be one of them. Get that faster lair up, a later third hatchery, and then get into that spire. And the Mutalisk pretty quickly has been a pretty genuinely decent way to kind of play things out as of late, so just see Queens and drones building through, and the SCV will take a chance to run down to the bottom left-hand side of the map. As it felt as though it's delayed long enough, and at this point we're not even delaying because Reynor is choosing not to expand immediately himself. Grenade goes down, Queen gets bopped, the orbital, the starport, the command center all building through, and the refinery is coming up as well. Zergling speed will finish on the spawning pool, so we get that done, and that Reaper just hanging out the front for the moment. You can see the Reaper is going to hop up to the high ground, would like to confirm what's going on, sees the lair, so gets that confirmation. Reaper's stuck though, so it will go down, trapped in by Lings and Queens. No way out for you, and the Reaper will indeed fall. So that's one dead Reaper, but hey, it got the scout and information at the very least, which in this case, you kind of want as well, right? It's a little bit of a weird scenario. Now you know that lair is on the way up, and you can kind of figure out what you want to do about that. I mean, like I say, right now, mutas are a pretty popular choice, so mutas as the next step of this would not be kind of a super surprising factor at all. I think with that fast of a lair and it being seen as well, it's just so obvious if you're going to be aggressive in terms of like a Nidus or anything, so... Oh, look at Spirit though, he throws down the armory, so he's going to go for the 3 command center into the Hellbats, and he will try and Hellbat against this. Oh, the Hydra Den comes down, so it's not going to be a Spire. We're going to go instantly Hydras. Oh, this is kind of interesting. So we're going to go instantly into Hydras. That is going to mean that we're going to basically kind of... I mean, a Spirit attacks in. Will we have some Hydras out? Will there be enough Hydras for it to matter? I guess it's a good question as well. Hellions can do okay against Hydras. Obviously, there's not going to be Blue Flame or anything here, but if there's only like a couple of Hydras up, it's going to be a little scary. We'll have the Hellbats obviously able to morph. It's going to be Liberator on the way behind this. Now, double engineering and stim, but we're looking for some damage here. We want to get something done with this sooner rather than later, as we do have Marines unloading, and this third hatchery in some trouble. Reynor pulls back. He's just going to throw the wall off up, and he's just going to play defense. He's going to give up the third base. Okay, so we're in a weird situation. Remember, this is, I mean, Spirit up a game. maybe not emphasized enough. This is for first place in the group right now. The winner of this series takes first place and bypasses two rounds of the winner bracket. Queens and Halberds will shove forward. A couple of shots coming through. The Queens will be there. Medevac taking shots already. Hydra's going to come across and just push that Medevac over to the sides. Trying to get rid of the Medevac. So Medevac goes down. The rest of the Marine Hellbat pulling back across. Again, Queens, Hydras joining up together and firing a few more hits in. Just those other Medevacs coming through. Hellbats do go down, so a bit of a cleanup over there as well. Picking that off. And again, 1-1 upgrades. Stimpack on the way. +1 missiles, +1 carapace coming through. The Hydra's still producing. Just going to see the Liberator is going to be firing in. The Queens taking some shots. Hydra's taking damage as well. 4 Hellions fit in a Medevac, but only 2 Hellbats. Yeah, because the way the Hellions move, when they become Hellbats, they're chunkier, you know? It's the same pieces, but rearranged. It's like, well, it's like anything, you know? You shove all your luggage in without folding your clothes. Bam, you can't fit as much in as if you fold it all nicely, you know? So, yeah. Different shaped things, fitting things differently. Today, you guys learn. Or like Tetris, you know? The big straight line doesn't fit in, like, the Z-shape gap, you know? But if you broke this big straight line up into a Z shape, it would. And it's kind of the same with the Hellbats here. Didn't think we'd be doing a shapes lesson on today's stream, but here we are. But yeah, it is 4 Hellions and a Medevac with 2 Hellbats. So yes, that is a... It used to be 4 Hellbats, and they actually just nerfed it because balance-wise it was super broken. Four Hellbat drops were absolutely insanely good. So that was it was a much needed nerf early in the lifespan of the Hellbat. Back in Heart of the Swarm. You guys do not want to see what 4 Hellbat drops look like. If you remember those, they did not make for great games. Patch notes, internal shape of Medevac changed. Medevac boosts away. We are going to see the Medevac in the center. 8 Marines going to be involved, and they're going to just get the heck out of there. So they're going to pull back. Marines, tank, Medevac all pulling through. We just got +2/+2 upgrades coming by. Infestor on the way. Microbial Shroud too. This right now is purely Ling Hydra Infestor. So that is the plan right now from Reynor. Not going anywhere else. Probably wants to get Hive soon. We have seen kind of Ling Infestor be a thing, but Ling Hydra Infestor... Yeah, a little bit of an interesting choice. Fun to see where this goes. Definitely not your usual composition. I thought we were in for kind of a Muta game and some Ling Bane Muta, but that's obviously way off the beaten path of where we're at this stage. And yeah, no Banelings, guys. No Banelings. Not even a Baneling nest. So it's not even like we're close to going to Banelings, because we have to build a Bane nest, then Bane speed. Reynor is going to sit in the middle of the map, and Spirit steps forward. Spirit, who this game is on his way to 2/2 and +1 vehicle weapons, and most notably 8 Raxing. So he's going to be on a lot of pressure here. He's going to be committing off these 3 bases heavily in the early stages, and Reynor believing that Microbial Shroud Ling Hydra is going to be an answer to that. Hey, look, I want to believe. I'm down to see how the hell this goes. And Reynor down a game. You gonna dive on this army? He made a move forward, but I think he's just posturing and generally seeing what's going on more than anything else. Doesn't look like he's gonna commit through just yet. Ling Hydra Infestor splits about. Just gonna see the few Marines in the tank stepping forward. Hydra Infestor coming around right there. Couple scans coming through. Hydra Ling on the right side chilling out as well. Thinking about making a move. Not gonna go for it just yet though. We get back around to the right side. There's a couple of Marines over here that are going to get jumped on a little bit as well, so they're going to start falling a little. Again, +2 missiles, +1 melee, building up, and Reynor just posturing. Yeah, I like the posturing, and there's a lot of units here, reinforcements that have not joined up with this main army as we move forward. He's going to keep some of these maybe for the run-by potential. Deal with that quickly. A couple of units already going down. Infestor could land a big fungal on these Marines. Not going to find the chance just yet, pulling a bit further back right now. There's a good fungal growth. That's going to land. The tanks are really far away. The Hydras and the Infestors over here do peel off, and they do deal with the majority of that reinforcement wave, so that's not going to join up over here at all. Reynor will lose the low ground 4th hatch. He does have a replacement hatch coming up to the 12 o'clock. But this hatchery goes down already as the Marines continue through. The Zerglings keep on building. So the Hydras and Infestors down on that bottom side setting up. Tanks will be sieging, and we aim to get up to this top side. I mean, that's going to be the next kind of port of call here from Spirit. I mean, at this stage, Reynor's done a good job of stopping reinforcements, though, so there is a chance he can dive in on this from 2 angles. The Marine reinforcements are coming. There is one Infest that wants to try and find something. We actually get a great Fungals up on the top side of this. The Hydra's collapsing in. Drop a couple more Fungals down, and we are going to play cleanup. The Medivacs will try and make a getaway. These Marines stimmed all the way across the map, and because they stim so much, when they get here, the Hydras just melt them. So those Hydras do work their way through. And Reynor finding the defense, Ling Hydra Infestor style here on Old Republic in Game 2. Now, Spirit has set up a 4th base behind this, so that 4th is already coming through as well. And to have the Hydras pulling back up around the top. There's a Lurker Den that's going to drop down from Reynor in that main base as well, so we get the Lurker Den on the way through. Also have a Ghost Academy coming about. That's smooth. Just going to see the couple Medivacs peeling over. The Lurker Den is building in the back there from Reynor. The Medivac going to go boosting across also. Two full Medivacs to the top, looking for a drop. Marines will unload from the Medivac here. It's just going to work through that. We do have ourselves the couple of Vipers going to move about a little bit as well. Just going to be seeing the Lingbane. Hydra to the right side, going to get a little wrap around on those Marines. Hydra chase after the Medivac. It's going to take some damage. It gets pushed away. It then turns back into the Hydras just to die, so not exactly a fun ending for that Medivac. Would have been a little bit of a smooth scenario for sure. Hydra being Infestor still gathering over here. It's just going to settle down for a few moments. Gonna see some Lings running about here. Now the Vipers find these Medivacs. They're just going to get the Abducts off to ensure that they go down very comfortably, so that gets shut down, no problem at all. And these couple of Vipers get back on track onto this hatchery. It's just going to put some damage on over there immediately. The rest of this Lingbane and Infestor Hydra army collecting together. We have Marines, Ghosts, and Medivacs sitting in the bottom side. A couple extra Banes coming through. Again, Seismic Spines coming about. We get the +3 Carapace, the +2 melee. All of that coming online as well currently. A couple Crypt Tumors spreading out in a couple different directions. Links to the bottom. We get a cancel as well. The Siege Tanks going to be firing. And we do see the Lings getting cleaned up already. Now the Marines and the Ghosts over to the right. We will get a Sense Tower and Missile Turret put in place over there as well. Sorry, just hit my microphone, didn't mean to. Look, is just going to relocate, burrow on the way up. Now we're going to again see just a lot of Lingbane Hydra with the chance to make a move down to this bottom side. There's going to be another Nidus Network coming up right there, so just get that underway as well. Just going to start diving through. A couple Blinding Clouds coming down onto those initial Siege Tanks. The Lings are going to run forward. Hydras will play cleanup on the Siege Tanks as well. These SCVs going down. This 5th base will be denied. So comfortable denial of the 5th right now. Obviously now we do have some Banelings as well. It's a nice addition. I'd like to see +3 melee maybe, but otherwise feeling okay. We're going to snipe one Hydra. It's going to be a Nidus in the main base. I don't know if we've got anything responding to that just yet here from Spirit. Feels like 1-2 Ghosts going to wander over. A Medivac that's empty. Lurkers out of this Nidus could be pretty nasty. We will burrow them up. We'll just start another Nidus because obviously you want to try and find a way out for these Lurkers. We're going to get quite a few of the Marines that come through. There's a couple more Lurkers. They might have been a little scary in the end. It's pretty well dealt with overall by Spirit. Now you see those Lings crashing through and down. Over here, the Hydras and the Banes will continue to chase up. Medivacs will take some damage. Tanks getting cleaned out as well. I will still try and chase through. The rest of the army coming over. Command Center wants to land down in the next couple of seconds also. Lings and the Seismic Spines coming through on the Lurker Den. That Overseer moves over to the far left-hand side. And Lingbane Hydra gathers up. The few infestors join together. Just going to be seeing the Hydras and the Banes come through. 7 Overseers coming by. The Nidus network will settle. We do have the hatchery in the top left. Again, put into place. Just going to get that going. Again, +3 vehicle weapons coming through right there. Just going to have the Lingbane Lurker gathering up. A couple of Overseers morphing through right now on the left-hand side. The Overseer gets chased away. Tank's moving about. The command center moves out into the center a little as well. I mean, Reynor just trying to Nidus around and just seeing if there's any openings. I don't think Spirit's going to be any rush to move out. If he doesn't feel confident about his position in the game, he's going to sit here and just let this play out for a little while. And Reynor's just going to have to try and throw Niduses at him, take a lot of bases, take a lot of economy. That's how you set up for success in these kind of situations. Marauders will kill the Nidus network. We do see the Changelings coming back through over here as well. And +3 missiles, +3 melee coming up. Command Center is on the way. Starport coming online. Gonna see those Changelings still getting picked off already. So again, some good bits of damage dealt. Just, it's Changelings, so it's not really that big of a deal. But yeah, you've got to clean them up at some point. As we do have the Command Center in the front. Gonna try and land over here as well. Tank will get to the front as well. Bunch of additional Banes are gonna come morphing in. Again, Ling Hydra, the Viper, just going to sit there too. A couple extra siege tanks coming about. Just going to be seeing that +3 vehicle weapons coming through too. And the Overseers will join up for the moment. Spire on the way, +3 missiles and melee. Reynor is not going to be without his upgrades. Again, the Spire is obviously a smart choice at this stage. And he's actually going to start getting aggressive, so he's decided enough's enough. It's time to actually try and deny some bases and start taking some trades. And so far, not a bad starting point. This Lingbane going to run forward as well, getting after the rest of that Bio army already. Going to pull back away as we go back up top with the rest of that force. And a couple of ghosts coming through, the advanced ballistics, +3 vehicle weapons. A little bit of everything coming in there. We do otherwise just see the, again, Spire finishing up in the main base. We do have a Nidus network into the main as well. This one's going to have lurkers in it. That single Marauder's putting in the work, a tank there too, so I don't think those lurkers are going to get out. Good denial on the Nidus. We will try and replenish this base. We scan and the Infestor actually gets a fungal off on the Ghost. Will die. Didn't follow up with another fungal. Reynor probably just assumed it was dead and didn't do much else about it for now. No concussive shells. There is not, which at this point is absolutely worth having. I mean, it's cheap enough and it's only going to help you out, right? So, yeah, not having concussive shells is 100% just a little bit of a mistake at this point. So, no doubt about that, as we do see Nidus is coming up over into the corners. Now the Bio coming forward over there as well, trying to hit that hatchery. Another fungal growth or two coming down. The Zerglings running forward. All of these Marauders in some trouble. Hydra Bane still trying to crash on into this. Planes get through, picking off the siege tank, jumping onto this planetary fortress also. Bottom left-hand side, these lurkers are popping through from the Nidus network, and they're just going to, get to work on whatever's nearby. So Nidus actually gets up. Going to be neat. We are going to roll in over here as Reynor. The Banelings get themselves a planetary, get themselves 16 SCVs. Reynor backs up. Spirit losing a lot. Another Nidus in the main base. Who's going to lose the Ghost Academy here? So Spirit really needs to start dealing with this. Now Lings are pouring out of Nidus network. I mean, the only defense so far has been this one cloaked Ghost, which will run out of energy eventually. It might be worth sending something else back to help. Yay. Ghosts come back through. Nidus goes down. Just going to be seeing a few libs still coming up. The Ghosts are on the way. And on the right-hand side, we're going to see another bigger push coming by from Reynor. So again, just shoving his way forward and into this position. We are going to see those Banes trying to connect through. Marines going down. This CC has to lift off and retreat away. Reynor loses a lot here, but he's obviously got a lot of money to rebuild with. 7.5k, 2k. He owns a lot of Old Republic right now. And if he can make it difficult for Spirit to take extra bases like he's doing right now, it's going to eventually be enough to wear him thin. I mean, right now, Spirit is a 6 base player if he gets this base up. That's kind of fine if you can keep denying that 6 base, which so far has been the case. These Nidus get cleaned up. These lurkers actually get back in as well, so we play the escaping game. And we do keep ourselves those lurkers alive for later, so even getting efficiency going on some of the trades of the harassment is Reynor. He's going to be loving that. A few Zerg can split their way down to the bottom side. Going to jump onto a siege tank here as well. It's going to be a nice, easy pick-off. That tank goes down. Everything else gathering back together. Let's see how our lane was getting rid of the planetary fortress. So just going to take that down. Just having the Marine Marauder tank coming through. A couple of missile turrets coming up. Changelings moving about as well. And how you're just going to dive again this base, same idea. I mean, Spirit's basically just spamming mules on this location, just saying, hey, maybe I can mine out of just as much of it as I can as fast as possible. The more I mine out of this, the happier I'm going to be about it. So just trying to get as many minerals off that location as possible ASAP, because he knows it's going to be the point of interest from Reynor, trying to engage into that position. There's a lot of ghosts here. Don't love that going up against these Banes. Banes do a bit better against ghosts than they used to since the patch, so yeah, quite a few ghosts kind of in danger there. Another Nidus gets up over on this side, just a couple lurks, but that's all you need to cause some trouble and to force a response. And Spirit stays under pressure there. An orbital comes up over here. There is the scan. One of these lurkers just never burrowed. It burrows now just as these units show up, although the lurkers actually doing pretty well for themselves. They're going to defend against those marauders. There's a siege tank that will kill one more of them, but even still, it's taken around for longer than I thought. I thought there was going to be a cleanup, but it was not. Reynor is actually about 40 supply up right now, so he is on the verge of maybe keeping this game in a good space for him. Again, he's been doing a great job denying bases. Burrowed Infestor moving about, maybe going to try and get flank on this army. It's very difficult moving these Infestors around now because there's a lot of missile turrets littered around the place. So actually finding the chance to get the wraparound from the Infestor and get the surprise unburrow fungal, not going to be easily done. You're not going to see this. It's just going to be a Ling Bane fight. Hydra's behind it. Lings from both sides, though, means there's nowhere to run to. We have to load into the Medivac. Parasitic Bomb is going to be a big kill. Good split away. The low HP Medivac obviously dies, but the other two get protected by that split. If it wasn't as fast as that, that would have been damage amplified for sure. That's Reynor, 190 to 140 supply. Spirit's out of money, so he's reliant on what he's currently mining, which is not a lot as well, because obviously some of these bases are being kept up. He's only on 47 SCVs, so he is going to struggle in that regard a little bit. GG is going to get called from Spirit, and we are going to take game number 2 here as Reynor. We're going to get tied 1-1. We're going to a final map of the day. The battle for first place in this group is very much so still up for grabs, and both players are looking to try and take advantage of it. Alrighty, guys. We will post into our final game of the day. Early GG. I mean, he's losing fights all over the place, and he has no money to rebuild with as well, so I don't think it's an early GG. I actually think it's pretty acceptable, because like he doesn't have money to rebuild, and he knows it as well, so yeah. Alright. Game number 3. I'm going to send it, guys. Let's get into it. And let's wrap up this day. 7 hours of StarCraft 2. It's been a good one here in Group C of the 2025 Championship. Appreciate you guys. And hope you've all had some fun watching. Thank you for joining us. Let's get into a final map of the day. In the bottom right-hand corner, it is going to be the red Terran player. This is Spirit in the bottom right-hand side. And he is up against the blue Zerg. In the top left corner of the map, we have got Reynor. Game 3 of our series, Overlord coming about, heading across the map. Take a moment to breathe after what has been, like I say, some hectic games, some busy times, no doubt. If Reynor has a little bit more chaos planned because that was kind of a wild build as well, obviously. A little bit different to the norm for sure. Spirit is going to go back to the command center first, so mixing this in for a second time this series. I'm going to put that into play. TC coming up, command center, refinery, and the barracks coming through, hatch gas pool all coming in. Sorry, no gas, just hatch pool. Just hatch pool. I guess nice against the CC first, because nothing's going to happen early, and you can just get away with a bit more eco of your own. I'm going to throw down a super fast 3-hatch. Ooh, even better. Nice way to play against the CC first, isn't it? Nothing's going to be coming against you, so it is nice to get away with what will just be one of your more eco-based openers here as a Zerg in ZVT. And like I say, I don't think there's much you can do as Spirit in the near future to really stop that from being a factor. TV comes about, just going to see this command center finishing up. That will allow both orbitals to start at once. Does Zerg ever do 2-hatch before pool? Yeah, it's called 3-hatch before pool. It's not really common anymore. The way that they changed the meta and the timings and things, it just doesn't really work as well, because in the past it was a very greedy way to start, but nowadays it's just not as good. I think what they figured out is basically it's just not as good as just having access to queens. Because you can go 3-hatch before pool, but you're still limited on lava until you get queens up, and it's just very, very rarely worth it. Because it used to be a thing. It used to be the Zerg version agreed, but I just, like I say, nowadays I think it's not something that people typically invest into anymore, so... Not anymore, but yeah, it is a build. But like I say, it's been a hot second since I've seen a 3-hatch before pool scenario. What's up, Fnatic SC2? Thank you so much for the 62-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate it. It's actually bad because queens are better. Yeah, and I mean, you just... I think it is just the case of it's not just like you're missing queens, you're also just missing the ability to build a couple lings, and I think just in general, like, it's just very, like, it doesn't really work against Protoss because you're going to be too late to deal with any Adepts harassing you. And then against a Terran, you're just going to have a Reaper that's going to be annoying as well, and if they go 2 Rax Reaper, you're in even more trouble. So it's also probably just a very unfavorable meta compared to what used to be the case of, like, sometimes you would get away way more frequently with not really being touched in the early game as a Zerg. That's not as much the case anymore, and hence, it's probably just died off a little bit there as well. This is kind of as greedy as it gets now, right? Like 3-hatch super early before the gas and so on. Super late link speed compared to what you usually see, so... Lambo said 15-hatch is economically stronger than 3-hatch due to double queen and later gas. Yeah. I think just queens are just good. Like, at the end of the day, queens just provide so much. The injects are good. Yeah. Queen's good. Because the thing is, it's not like you need the 3rd hatch super early. Like, you can still get the 3rd hatch quickly before you saturate it. So the double queen provides what a 3rd hatch gives you anyway, right? Which is lava. Because you don't necessarily need the location to mine from. You don't have enough drones on the way because you don't have injects, so there's no way you can really make use of it. Well, Hellion's getting pushed down the bottom. Refinery's coming up. SCV's going to transfer over there. This orbital command will try and move across a little bit as well. It's just going to get straight over in that direction. Stimpack coming through. 1-1 upgrades coming about. 4 additional barracks building up right now from Spirits. Just going to get those on the go. Blair, Carapace, couple queens. Overlords are going to gather. Just for the next few moments, we go. Drop a depot down over here as well. The orbital down onto the 3rd location. Obviously been a pretty macro-focused game thus far, nothing really to be screeching about just yet. Viking gets turned around by the Queen, so not going to find too much opportunity to do anything for itself either. Yeah, 1-1 upgrades, combat shield coming through, that infestation pit still building by as well. It's going to be seeing our melee upgrades building through. Again, all those upgrades coming up. Extra barracks on the way as a couple of Hellions will gather over on that right-hand side. The Zergling going to pull back down the left for the next few moments. He's just going to join up there. The siege tank settles. Again, melee upgrades both coming through. 1-1 and combat shield going to be on the way from Spirit, so we get that going also. Hellions will take a chance to get rid of some creep spread. Nice to get rid of some, but there's loads of creep on the right side. So it's just the issue with someone who's going to be able to get away with kind of greed early on. It is definitely a factor to just have. Queen still gathering about, just going to be seeing the melee upgrades. The Infestation Pit, Infestors coming about, 1-1, and Combat Shield coming through. Marines in the tank coming online as well, so I guess it's going to be push time soon from Spirit. He's going to finish everything up. He has 8 racks once again, and it's going to be one of those very fast 8 racks where you've got no add-ons on the barracks 6, 7, and 8. Reynor gets a confirmation of that right now. He's already building Infestors. He's going melee upgrade to combine with what he's already got as a Carapace upgrade. It's very Ling heavy right here. There's no Baneling Nest because he's playing Ling Infestor. We'll see what he can do with these Fungals. Obviously, Fungals are imperative to land if you're going to be playing. Like, Mass Ling against this is not going to work. Ling Infestor, I think, genuinely can, though, because a couple good Fungals and you can absolutely swarm this army. You're going to have a lot of Lings as well. And a lot of Lings is generally a very good thing to have in this scenario, so... Like, a lot of the time against 8 racks, like, pure Ling Bane can be very good because you do just have that swarminess. Obviously, the situation here is you don't have the splash damage unless you get the Fungals. So, yeah, Fungals very important. Spirit, super committed. There's no follow-up to this right now because there's no 4th CC on the way. No second factory follow-up. There's no armory, so you can't go into 2-2 upgrades either, right? Like, he's sending this right now with this 1-1-8 racks. So, he wants to do damage. Ling's going to try and buy a bit of time. Reynor already poking around and just seeing if you can maybe convince Spirit to turn around for a little bit and give him a few moments. No forward hatchery here means that Spirit has to go very deep to really hit a base. That's going to be an issue. It is absolutely a factor where, like, you can just see that, you know, by expanding across the top of the map, Reynor keeps this map large, and hence he makes it very difficult for Spirit to push in. This is still probably the best direction. It's got the least creep before the bases. I don't know if Spirit can really get there quickly, though. And now Reynor is already on his way through to Ultras. Because you're bypassing Banes, the Ultras get going very quickly in comparison to what they might usually pop out as if this was like a Ling Bane-based opening. So now you're going to have the Lings counterattacking for a few Marines. Spirit's just going to stim at the natural expansion. Okay. I mean, that's one way to speed up the process. He knows he's got some kind of urgency on the go, so I do not hate that at all. Spirit supply blocked as the Lings are probably going to have to come back home to fight this. Reynor needs to figure out how he fights. It's frustrating because this is a difficult position to engage into. It's right in front of your base, but you're choked up from all angles you engage from. I only imagine here he's going to try and wait for more Ultras to finish. And he's just going to play super patiently before he tries to take this shove forward. I don't think there's any other way to really make this work for you here. Obviously, you've got a lot of Lings spreading out from different directions. Lings over here going to deny this drop at least. Tanks on siege. Kindness plane is so close that at the very least we're going to go with that. We have one Ultra popping up in the main. The main's annoying as well. Okay, we're going to come in from the back. The tank's actually in the medevacs. We're going to have to go up a ramp. Okay, so Reynor's going to have to give up his main. Queen over here kills off a medevac. We're going to try and dodge forward. The Ultra's lasting a while. The Fungal is massive after the Ultras have done some work. So we're going to break into your own main base to play cleanup. And Reynor sweeps up the army. A little bit of patience. He didn't overreact the moment that Spirit ran up there. Spirit really kind of, you know, dropped a brick on the gas pedal and just went. The moment he decided to push up here, he was just going, and Reynor gave him enough room to give himself time, but then not so much room. Like, he did commit onto the main pretty quickly. I mean, obviously, it was basically with the Ultras. The Ultra pops in the main, the Ultra comes up the ramp, and then bam, one Infestor gets in reach. You drop the Fungal down, and you get it kind of at the perfect time where you've already given up the natural. That was a sacrifice you were willing to make, but you don't lose the main and the structures that came with the main base. Well, you lost an Infestation Pit, but that's about it. Reynor across the map, 35 army supply in the lead right now. Remember, this was committed from Spirit. Still only 1-1 upgrades from him. He's going to build Libs and Ghosts, but he doesn't have a good answer right now to the rest of this. The Infestors running through into the Lib zone is going to be a little bit brutal. We do lose a couple of those, but man, these Ultras feel untouchable right now because we weren't really in position to deal with it, and Reynor is going to win this game. He's going to win this series, and he's going to win this group. It came down to Reynor versus Spirit, both 3-0, and in the end, Reynor does hold Spirit off and does get first place, which, like I say, is such a big deal. It does so much for you by getting that first place because it advances you 2 rounds in the playoffs that you now don't have to play. GG. So, Fnatic SC2, thank you so much for the resub, mate. I'll get you on the tree. And guys, thank you so much for watching today. It has been a pleasure to bring you 7 hours of WardiTV 2025 Championship. I hope you've enjoyed. I hope you've enjoyed the games. We'll be back with more 2025 Championship on Thursday. I'm going to be off tomorrow because I'm going to be adminning the WardiTV Christmas Day games. So I'll be doing that tomorrow, so no stream. But we'll be back on Thursday with Group D of the WardiTV 2025 Championship, which is going to be featuring Euthermal, Bunny, Nice, a Laser, and Creator. Let's have a quick peek over at the 2025 Championship Wikipedia page. Just confirmation of how Group C settled in the end, as we do say goodbye to another Protoss, SOS, and unfortunately Nicoract. 3 map wins, no series win, but man, he took a map off everyone other than Reynor. He played well today, I liked it, just wasn't enough. Reynor in first place of this group, first played a 4-0 group, and then Spirit and Gerald will take second and third place respectively. Like I said, Group D in 2 days' time, Euthermal, Bunny, Creator, Nice, and a Laser. And then over this weekend, Friday and Sunday, we have the seeding matches. Friday, Classic, Bjorn, Maxpax, and Solar. Sunday, Clem, Hero, Showtime, and Shin. And again, this is the bracket players drop into second and third place of the groups, end up in the first round. They will play against each other until 2 remain entering round 3, which is where the first place finishes of the groups come from, as well as last place from the seeding matches. And then we have the second and third place seeded matches, players seeded to the next round along. And then the first place of those seeded matches, that's why that's going to be so important. They are guaranteed top 6 of this tournament. That is such an amazing... I mean, you bypass 5 rounds of competition. Yeah, that's what you get if you play well in the seeded matches. So the seeded matches are super important. There's a guaranteed $250 if you finish first place in the group, compared to what is, I guess, guaranteed down here already. But yeah, so yeah, bracket is super fun. That's going to be awesome. All right. Thanks so much for watching, guys. I appreciate you all for watching. I appreciate you all hanging out with me. I had a bit of a tilting part of the day. We had... Yeah, we tilted a part of the day, but we got through it, and we brought it all back, and we had some fun games. It's been long, and I'm heckin' tired, so I'm going to say thank you and good night, and I'll see you guys on Thursday for more StarCraft 2. Hit the follow button, subscribe if you've got a Prime or anything. Like and subscribe on YouTube. There will be a YouTube upload going live in 24 minutes as well. You can check that out. Support on the Patreon page, patreon.com/WardiTV. I've got nothing else to say. Thanks so much, and I will see you guys on Thursday for more StarCraft 2.